This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 926. The NCPD arrived quickly. Even in the old Night City, the NCPD's response time in the city center was always the fastest, and this remains true even in Night City today. After all, as the most prosperous core area of the entire city, the police force here has always been the most abundant, and the selection criteria for personnel are far stricter than in other areas. In the words of street thugs and gangsters, if you cause trouble here, those bastards from the NCPD are the fastest and ruthless. If you cause trouble for a few more minutes, they call in the Special Operations Unit and the Terrorist Mobile Unit. Of course, the incident at the restaurant wasn't a big deal for the NCPD. After all, no shots were fired. It was all done according to procedure. A customer at the restaurant called to report that someone was blocking the road and attempting to rob the restaurant. In this kind of report, the NCPD only dispatched one Skyhero enforcer, with a maximum of 2 patrol officers on board. They figured it was just some street thugs causing trouble. The NCPD officers who arrived with this thought were clearly underestimating the situation. They didn't even follow procedure by checking surveillance footage from the area around the restaurant before driving straight to the scene. However, when they saw the burly men lying unconscious on the ground, both men gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. This number was not something they could easily handle on their own. Just as they were regretting their carelessness and were about to press their communicators to request backup, their gaze suddenly fixed on 2 figures standing among the fallen men. These 2 were calmly and methodically examining the unconscious men's clothing, their movements chillingly practiced. The next second, both officers simultaneously released their communication buttons. "Mr. Carl, what are you doing here? We all thought you were still in Dogtown. I came into town to discuss some business, and then a little incident happened, so I just habitually called you guys for help." Carl, speaking as if he were coming from the countryside, and indeed, he had come from the small town of Dogtown to the city center, greeted the arriving NCPDs. Carl had met these 2 NCPDs a few times before. They used to help Mr. Jensen handle the weapons left behind after his missions. It had been a while since he'd seen them, so their arrival was timely. "Let's set up a cordon around here." Carl casually tossed a confiscated weapon to the officers, then came over to lend a hand. "You guys handle these items. They might be useful as spare parts." Following Carl's words, one officer skillfully set up a holographic cordon, while the other officer routinely rolled up his sleeves to help. These guys are really bold. "What are you planning to do after seeing Mr. Carl? Are you some greenhorn who just arrived from out of town recently?" "No, not at all," Carl corrected casually. "They saw me and didn't have time to run." "That explains it." The officer gave a knowing look and nodded calmly. "I was wondering how so many greenhorns could be gathered here now. I almost thought the NCPD's enforcement wasn't strong enough, not teaching outsiders a lesson." Speaking of which, after another officer came to help, Carl thought of something and asked, "Why are you 2 still patrol officers? I thought you'd been promoted long ago. With your seniority, you should be sitting in an office by now." As the saying goes, when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. While this might not be entirely accurate for Mr. Jensen's promotion in the current NCPD, besides the constant influx of new officers, the treatment and status of veteran officers have generally improved. With increased personnel, it's natural to need experienced officers who persevere despite the poor equipment and treatment in the past to lead teams. Under these circumstances, almost every former patrol officer has either led a team or been promoted. It's quite rare to see 2 officers still performing frontline rapid response duties, especially when they're on 2-person shifts. Faced with Carl's question, the 2 officers exchanged a smile and answered frankly, "The pay has improved, and we've been provided with office chairs, but we can't leave the entire downtown area to newcomers, can we?" One of the older officers patted his sidearm. "This area is too complex. If inexperienced newcomers follow the old rules, they might be easily manipulated by the company's people. We have to stay here and keep an eye on things." The younger, but not insignificant, officer chimed in. "Besides, once you're in an office, how can I be there to handle these little troubles for you like this? I think you guys just can't sit still." Carl smiled. "But seeing you guys here really put my mind at ease. It felt like I didn't need to do anything anymore, and I really have to thank you for that." "You said that many times, Mr. Carl." The 2 officers didn't seem to mind. They were all familiar with Carl's group and knew his personality well. Helping this lazy gentleman out with some tasks was no big deal. After all, it was voluntary. No one would give up working for Mr. Carl to lick the boots of those arrogant corporate dogs. While the officers were chatting, they hadn't missed the middle-aged man scavenging the items. Although he looked unfamiliar, working alongside Mr. Carl meant he was a newcomer. One officer casually approached the disguised Jefferson Perales, gesturing for him to toss in the bag he was carrying. Dogtown must be tough, right? How's it feeling coming to the city? Clearly, this officer assumed Jefferson Perales was from Dogtown, his tone carrying the curiosity of a city dweller questioning a country bumpkin. The tables had turned. Back then, the people of Dogtown said Night City people were begging in Dogtown. Now, in the city center, it was the city dwellers asking about the people of Dogtown. Jefferson Perales' lips twitched slightly at the officer's curious question. He was a city dweller, how would he know? It had to be said, he hadn't experienced such an equal dialogue in a long time. It seemed that since graduating from law school and becoming a lawyer, he had gradually developed an inexplicable sense of alienation. He had once devoted himself to public service with ideals, but now he had fewer and fewer opportunities to even chat with ordinary people on the street. Of course, this might also be related to the fact that Night City's past security was truly unbearable. Once this matter was resolved, he silently thought to himself that it was time to assemble a professional team and return to the people. But before that, skillfully changing the subject, Jefferson Perales glanced at Carl while chatting with the police officer. Perhaps he should ask Mr. KK if they had a professional security team. Chapter 927. Jefferson Perales was just mentally planning to ask Carl to recommend a professional security team afterward, when, shortly afterward, a team perfectly matching his expectations arrived at the scene. Looking at the well-trained personnel filing down in single file, Jefferson couldn't hide his shock. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and when they stood still, there wasn't a single unnecessary sound. They exuded a cold, professional aura. Was this Carl's team? Even a layman could tell a team's level from their disciplined actions, because if they couldn't even perform the most basic disciplined actions, it was unrealistic to expect a team to be highly elite. And the team before Jefferson Perales was a team whose actions were disciplined, clearly possessing an elite quality. Even though Jefferson didn't know much about their equipment or could identify their cybernetic bodies, he was certain that any one of them could easily take down his previous security detail, if not completely destroy it. In fact, Jefferson Perales' intuition was correct. The unit operating this operation consisted entirely of former members of the Pheasant faction, possessing the security expertise to protect Arasaka Hanako and Arasaka Saburo, far superior to the small security company SS1. These personnel had received a communication from Carl, and were there as temporary bodyguards. Carl's current position was different. While he felt he could handle things alone, his confidence didn't mean his subordinates felt the same way. Although everyone understood that even with their help, they might not be able to do much to threaten Carl, simply watching their allegiance act without doing anything themselves couldn't be considered loyalty. Just as there can only be one sun in the sky, and the sun cannot fall, if something truly happens, they might not be capable of anything else, but surely they can risk their lives to cover Lord Carl's retreat. Don't underestimate these elites. Back when facing Arasaka Yuriyuki's forces, each of them was prepared to confront Adam Hammer head-on, and even devised meticulous plans, how to delay, how to restrain, how to buy precious time for that monster. That was only under orders back then. Now, protecting Lord Carl, even if Adam Hammer himself came, they were confident they could risk their lives to defeat that monster. Of course, that requires the entire professional response team to be present. Currently, Carl has forcibly limited the number of personnel to protect him to 8, because there are many other things to attend to. Carl understands their loyalty, but too many people are simply unnecessary. A show of force might be indispensable in some situations, but in a city, if he really needs more people, he can always call in the Special Operations Team and the Terrorist Mobile Team. Numbers are not an issue at all. After tacitly handing the scene over to the police, Carl texted the restaurant owners to let them know he was safe and the shop was intact and needed no repairs, then gestured for Jefferson and his daughter to get in the car. Sitting in the back seat, Carl took out a chip he had obtained during the search, inserted it into his phone, and then showed its contents to Jefferson Perales, who was sitting next to him. Just found it. It even had data protection, but I easily cracked it. Carl tapped the phone screen, bringing up a command, the operational orders given to the team by the personnel behind the scenes. It's actually quite lucky. Your security team's unprofessionalism has inadvertently helped us a lot. Some of them didn't even destroy the data after receiving the orders, so now we can follow the trail. Hearing Carl's words, which were hard to define as praise, Jefferson Perales had mixed feelings. After all, this was still his former security team. Even if they weren't on his side from the beginning, seeing their almost useless level in Carl's words still made him feel somewhat uneasy. However, Jefferson Perales quickly suppressed these lingering emotions and focused intently on the information Carl had deciphered. The order issued by the mastermind to SSI was brief. Project Cordon has a security vulnerability. Notify all Blue Team field agents. Project Cordon is now assessed as a Class B security vulnerability. Immediately activate emergency response procedures. Alpha Blue Team, proceed immediately to the target coordinates to control and capture the main target, ensuring it remains under control. Command Center has authorized. In case of capture or inability to evacuate, immediately initiate the termination procedure. This is... Jefferson Perales's gaze fell on the last part. Immediately initiate the termination procedure. I had it in my head, but I cracked it on the spur of the moment. After confirming that Jefferson Perales had read everything, Carl put his phone away. But we can now confirm that the people behind this are indeed constantly monitoring you. Judging from their purpose, your contact with me this time is considered a security risk, and they plan to kidnap you and erase this memory. Jefferson Perales watched Carl put away his phone, then nodded, pondering the contents. It seems my escape from control was unexpected. A more appropriate course of action would have been for us to separate before they targeted me. They'd probably already perceived my ability to contact and meet privately with outsiders while carrying Miss Zeki as a threat, and that's certainly the case. Carl glanced through the car window at another vehicle, where Zeki sat under the protection of his men, but in my opinion, it's your love for your daughter, Jefferson, that has escaped their control. They probably didn't anticipate how strong a father's desire to protect his child can be when he senses a threat. It's a spirit that fights tenaciously even when memories are hazy, and he's being manipulated. Looks like I should thank Zeki for returning from abroad after hearing about the campaign's setbacks. Jefferson Perales smiled, then his gaze hardened. Next, go to my house. Since they're monitoring me around the clock, my residence must be riddled with their equipment. We can use that as a starting point. I just hope they don't leave so quickly. Carl nodded in agreement, then, as if remembering something, turned to Jefferson. Speaking of which, Mr. Jefferson, does your wife need protection? Elizabeth. Jefferson Perales thought of his wife and nodded slightly. I contact her right away. We have her location data. I'm leaving everything to you, Mr. KK. Don't worry. Carl's words were cut short when Jefferson, checking his location, suddenly changed his expression and immediately asked, "What happened?" "She's home." That was Jefferson's answer. Chapter 928. Jefferson Perales's home was a penthouse apartment on the 25th floor. Elizabeth Perales was sitting on the sofa when Carl led his men, with Jefferson and Zek protected in the middle, stormed into the apartment. She was stunned by the sudden arrival. Her gaze swept past the fully armed men, finally landing on her husband and daughter. Beyond the shock, she was filled with confusion. Jefferson, Zek? What happened? Her gaze shifted to Carl, who was standing to the side, giving her a strange look. Didn't you go out on business? How come you're back with KK? KK's face was too famous. It would be strange if Elizabeth didn't recognize him. However, she couldn't understand why her husband and daughter would return with the renowned KK. You're alright? Faced with Elizabeth's bewildered expression, Jefferson Perales was relieved that she was unharmed, but also somewhat shocked. Elizabeth was even more confused by his intense reaction. Had something happened? I'm sorry, Ms. Elizabeth. While Elizabeth was still bewildered, Carl moved. After apologizing to Elizabeth, he appeared behind her, who was sitting on the sofa, before she could react. The precise, instantaneous strike to the carotid sinus triggered a reflexive fainting spell in Elizabeth, leaving her no chance to regain consciousness, and without leaving any marks. With Carl's swift movements, Elizabeth's body went limp, and she silently lost consciousness. Jefferson and Zek stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. It all happened so suddenly, the father and daughter couldn't process the changes. They could only stare blankly at the figure slumped on the sofa, unable to understand why Carl had done this. They had rushed back at full speed because they were worried about Elizabeth's safety, and were just relieved to find her unharmed. Why had Carl suddenly intervened? Don't worry, I'm a professional. Carl, being experienced, quickly took action after offering a brief reassurance to the family. He connected the monomolecular wire to Elizabeth Perales while instructing his men to begin their work. Investigate the entire room. I need to make sure all of Che's surveillance and secrets are uncovered. After completing the connection and giving his men instructions, Carl turned to Jefferson and Zek and explained, I need to make sure Ms. Elizabeth is safe. Please understand. Listening to Carl's words, Jefferson, now realizing what was happening, nodded. He understood the necessity of Carl's actions. After all, SSI agents should have been protecting the house today, but Elizabeth was the only one present, which didn't seem right. Given the confirmed defection of SSI, his wife Elizabeth's safety was highly suspicious. Taking action at this point, using some rather forceful methods to check her, was understandable. However, while he understood, when he looked at his unconscious wife on the sofa, deep worry still unconsciously showed in his eyes. After all, this was his wife of many years, his true love and companion. Zeki, however, appeared more composed than her father. Perhaps the experience of nearly becoming the sole survivor of the family had matured her quickly. While Carl was talking to his father, she had already moved among Carl's men, using her familiarity with the house's layout to guide them in conducting preemptive checks at various points. While the team was moving, Carl didn't keep Jefferson worried for long. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Cracking the interface took only a moment. Searching for data took 10 seconds. Deep reading took 20 seconds. And with a slight flick of his wrist, the monomolecular wire connecting Elizabeth's neural port had retracted into his sleeve like a silver snake. No problem. Carl's words had just put Jefferson at ease when his next sentence made Jefferson's heart leap again. It's just that my memories for a period of time have been erased. Your memories from a short period of time were erased? Can you call that okay? Well, it was about an hour ago. Apparently, after you and Miss Zeki left, Ms. Elizabeth sensed something was wrong and was about to do something, or something happened, so her memories were erased. But for some reason, they didn't harm Ms. Elizabeth herself. Carl said, glancing at Jefferson. It's as if you are something very precious, something that can't be harmed. Something very precious. Jefferson, hearing Carl's words, realized something. Mr. KK, do you mean my identity? It probably is. The person behind the scenes has done so many covert operations, even going so far as to directly manipulate your memories and try to change your personality. Their purpose is probably quite significant. And Mr. Jefferson, your highest value is probably your identity as a mayoral candidate. Carl gestured to Jefferson that he could attend to his unconscious wife, then straightened up and continued, think about it, Mr. Jefferson. If you were elected, what would happen to a mayor who is completely controlled? What would become of Night City then? This is probably the scenario many forces dream of. The ambition of the person behind the scenes is indeed considerable. As Carl was speaking, several gunshots rang out from the upper floor where they were, followed by muffled groans. His subordinate's communicator connected to Carl's. Chief Carl, a hidden space has been discovered upstairs. We dealt with the people hiding inside. Carl listened to the communication, nodded slightly, then looked at Jefferson, who had jerked his head up at the sound of gunfire. It seems someone's audacity is even greater than we imagined. Given the speed of the person behind the scenes reaction, they should already know they're involved. And yet, knowing they be here, they still don't leave, and even try to do something. This audacity goes beyond mere audacity. It's downright arrogant. It seems my absence from Night City for a while has emboldened some people. This won't do. It's only been about a month, and people with this kind of audacity have already started showing up. If this continues, in 2 months, will someone dare to challenge me? In 4 months, will a street cleaner be openly appearing before me? In 2 years, will 2 thugs be robbing me on the road? I need to teach them a lesson. Chapter 929. After assigning 2 team members to look after the Jeffersons, Carl went upstairs alone to conduct his own inspection. As soon as he entered the room, his gaze was drawn to a giant display screen that almost covered the entire wall, or more precisely, to the several menacing bullet holes on the screen. Around the bullet holes, cracks spread outwards like a spiderweb, and through the holes, a brightly lit space could be seen behind the screen. Tell me what happened. Carl glanced at Zeki, who was being protected by one of his team members, then turned to a subordinate standing beside him, and asked. Yes, Sir Carl. The subordinate instinctively bowed to Carl, then, realizing Carl didn't care, immediately straightened up and recounted what had just happened. We were conducting a floor search with Miss Zeki. As we approached the stairs, the biomonitoring scan showed 4 live signals on the 2nd floor. So we maintained our routine reconnaissance, locked onto the target within 5 seconds, hiding behind the display screen, and then launched a flanking attack. He paused briefly. I'm very sorry, but to ensure the threat was eliminated, we were unable to take any survivors. It's not your fault. Carl didn't have the habit of forcing his men to leave survivors during raids, resulting in heavy casualties. His orders were always focused on ensuring kills. If there was a real need to take survivors, he and V could handle it. Professional matters should be handled by more professional people. Carl stepped forward to inspect the giant display screen, feeling a slight sense of regret. Showing those old-fashioned movies on such a screen would have been really cool. Thinking this, Carl continued to ask his subordinates, have you found the entrance to this hidden space? We're investigating. Carl's subordinates numbered 8. 2 were downstairs protecting the Jeffersons, 2 were reporting to Carl while protecting Zeki, and the other 4 were splitting into 2 groups to check up and down the stairs. With this personnel allocation, their ability to quickly find and eliminate the enemy was already a testament to their exceptional talent. After all, they weren't professional detectives. Trying to eliminate people while simultaneously finding a hidden entrance was asking too much. However, their limitations didn't mean there weren't professionals here. Who was Carl? Even though he worked part-time as a bodyguard, he had never hidden his history as a bodyguard for the Dangerous Girls Agency. In other words, Carl was genuinely a part-time detective. He was skilled at solving cases. No, he was skilled in both. Carl casually stretched out his hands, placing them over the hole in the screen before Zeki and his men, who wore slightly surprised expressions. Then, as easily as tearing a wet tissue, with a crisp, clean tearing sound, the screen, which occupied the entire wall, was easily ripped in two, creating an opening. Now there was an entrance. Brushing off the shards that had splashed onto him, Carl, who hadn't been injured by any flying debris during the shattering, turned to his men and instructed, "Be careful of the shards, don't step on them. Although your boots aren't afraid of this, still be careful not to slip and fall." Then, he looked at Zeki. "Miss Zeki, move away, don't step on the shards. Please forgive the damage to your equipment." After saying this, Carl entered the opening he had torn open without looking back, entering the space behind the screen. He then discovered that it was indeed a fairly spacious room. Judging by its size, it was about the size of Carl's family bathroom. It was more than enough to accommodate everyone. In some universities, before Carl came to Night City, it could be used as a dormitory for multiple male students. In this space, there were screens for various devices, and Carl could easily scan them to find most of the footage of Jefferson's residence. It seemed this was the monitoring room. The facilities were quite good. While surveying the monitoring room, Carl also saw 4 corpses on the floor with wide-eyed stares. From their incredulous expressions, it was clear they hadn't expected Carl's subordinates to discover them and launch a surprise attack. They only realized at the last moment that the bullets were aimed at them. They could at least react somewhat. Their skill level seemed slightly better than the initial Alpha Blue squad. But they were still just ordinary mercenaries, the kind who wouldn't even qualify as freshmen. Carl, who seemed to habitually judge others' strength, didn't pay much attention to this aspect. He quickly noticed a door nearby, which, judging from its condition, led to the outside. He waited to stop his subordinate, who was about to enter through that opening. "Wait a moment, I found the door." With these words, Carl approached the door, and then, as he had done with the screen, gripped the gap with both hands and pulled hard. Bang! Because of the excessive force, he ripped the entire door, disguised as a wall, off. Clicking his tongue, Carl, feeling increasingly compelled to sabotage the Jefferson home, carefully leaned the door aside and examined the entrance. The entrance was right next to the large screen. So that's it. Carl understood everything. Behind this possibly one-way transparent screen on the second floor was a hidden monitoring room. This room not only had an entrance disguised as a wall, but also connected cameras capable of monitoring the entire residence. Under this sophisticated disguise, the Jeffersons would be completely unaware that they were constantly being watched. Even their private conversations, perhaps away from SSI, and their personal lives, were being observed. Carl even saw a monitor directly facing the bed, practically a first-person live stream. Mr. Jefferson's life seemed to be constantly under surveillance, and so discreetly that even if he sensed something was wrong, he had nowhere to investigate. Honestly, they had no privacy at all. But then, Carl thought of the practices of a certain company inside. Why was Carl so knowledgeable about surveillance methods, understanding their operation and locations in just a few glances? Because the world's leading company in this field is called Arasaka. And the agency Carl worked part-time at, specializing in cat-ear detective work, was run by Michiko Arasaka. Furthermore, Carl had a generally good relationship with the members of the Arasaka family, even personally handling one of their funerals. How could he not know? Chapter 930. There's a room in my house that's constantly monitoring me. After being summoned upstairs by Carl, Jefferson Perales faced the surveillance room exposed before him, his expression incredibly complex. He had considered the possibility of being monitored, and he had anticipated the extent of the control he was currently under, but he never expected that they would dare to set up a private surveillance room in his private residence, and that some of the screens would even be facing his bed, where he slept every night. Isn't this equivalent to his nightly conversations with his wife and other private matters being completely exposed to others? What's the difference between this and a clown on stage? Although the politicians of Night City are essentially clowns performing for others to see what they want to see, knowing and not knowing are two completely different things. Was this room there when I first moved into this apartment? Amidst his anger, Jefferson Peralez realized with horror that if this room was part of the original design, did that mean his move into this apartment was all part of someone's scheme? He had left law school to pursue politics, worked his way up to a certain level of fame before moving into this apartment, roughly 6 years ago. In other words, had they been monitoring him for 6 years? Had all his choices been planned out of him 6 years ago? An indescribable sense of bewilderment washed over Jefferson Peralez. Realizing he might have been monitored for 6 years, Jefferson Peralez was truly bewildered. He was now completely disoriented. He couldn't distinguish how much of his inner thought was truly his own, how much of his thinking was genuine, or even which ideas truly belonged to him. His long-held ideal of ensuring that children from poor families could receive an education and not have to worry about basic necessities, was that dream also a lie, instilled in him by others? What kind of person was he from the beginning? If all of this was a lie, then what were his initial ideals? Would he be the complete opposite of who he is now? Jefferson Peralez, head in his hands, sat on the sofa outside the monitoring room. He was at his wit's end. He didn't know which of his thoughts belonged to his original self, nor what he should strive for. He couldn't distinguish anything anymore. Carl, watching Jefferson's self-doubt, chuckled softly. "I think you're overthinking it, Mr. Jefferson." Seeing through Jefferson's thoughts, he casually leaned against the monitoring console. So what if he couldn't distinguish? Did it matter which thoughts were truly his own? He looked at Jefferson. "You feel this ideal might have been implanted, but so what? At least it led you to do the right thing. Compared to those politicians who spout morality, but exploit the common people, at least you genuinely wanted to help others." "Right," Jefferson murmured. "Yes, right." Carl answered decisively. "I think it's right. No, I should say, there's no need to think, it's just right. Since when has wanting to help the poor become a weakness, and kindness become wrong? Not being able to bear seeing others suffer, so wanting to lend a helping hand, shouldn't that be a natural and right thing to do? Do you think it's wrong to have such thoughts?" "Listen, Mr. Jefferson." Carl's voice became unusually serious. "The origin of your ideals isn't important. What matters is the path you choose." Carl continued, "Mr. Jefferson, you could have followed the corrupt practices of other politicians, but you chose to speak out for the poor. You held on to the idea that children from poor families could have a better life, a belief that could almost be called idealism. Isn't that right? Is this rightness something imposed on you by others?" Listening to Carl's words, Jefferson Peralez fell into a long silence, memories flooding back. Wasn't his initial motivation for entering politics precisely the ideal that other politicians considered naive, and corporations saw as foolish? For this belief he himself firmly held, he rejected all corporate funding, insisting on running for mayor in a clean-cut manner. Now he discovered that he had unknowingly become a puppet of others, and even doubted whether this initial motivation truly belonged to him. But even so, could he say that the ideal of helping others was wrong? No. It was undoubtedly right. It's never wrong to lend a helping hand to those in need. I was just confused for a moment. Jefferson's expression gradually relaxed. I should have realized this sooner. If the mastermind behind this truly instilled the belief in helping others in me, then at least they're on the side of justice. But not only did they not do that, they constantly erase my memories, trying to distort my nature. This precisely proves that even if they aren't a company, they're essentially the same kind of people as those companies. Jefferson's gaze hardened again. They want to turn me into a puppet like other politicians, to do things against my conscience, so they want to change me. If that's the case, then my current ideals and beliefs are absolutely correct. This must be a thought from my own heart. Even if it was initially a mistake caused by their distortion of me, this path must be the right one. Jefferson's voice became equally resolute, and I am indeed on the right path. Therefore, this is precisely why I'm here to help you. Carl, inspecting the wiring in the monitoring room, said, "At first, I didn't think there were any suitable people in the mayoral election worth my help, but now, I changed my mind." Carl turned to Jefferson, looking at Jefferson Peralez. "Mr. Jefferson, would you accept sponsorship? Not from the company, not from politics, but from me, from my, KK's sponsorship?" "I don't think I have any reason to refuse." Jefferson looked at Carl, at this young man who had dispelled all his confusion in a few words, and dispelled his fear with his actions. "I'd be happy to accept your sponsorship, Mr. KK. It seems I really be in control of Night City from now on. I hope you won't mind if I arrange for someone to help you later." Carl joked, then turned his gaze back to a route. He had found the signal transmission line in the monitoring room. Chapter 931. Following the transmission line discovered in the monitoring room, Carl and his men finally lifted a cover connecting to the roof and reached the top floor. They found a signal transmitter at the edge of the roof. Upon seeing it, an experienced subordinate explained the device's origin and function to Carl. "Sir Carl, this is an old-fashioned signal transmitter. It can transmit UHF signals over short distances. This signal cannot be intercepted, but it can only be transmitted within line of sight. The receiving point is likely within our line of sight." The experienced subordinate squatted beside the device, his fingers lightly tracing the rusted casing, seemingly inspecting something. Carl examined the bulky, rusty device, almost 2 people tall, and nodded slightly. "So, we now need to search for a receiving point nearby." He looked around at the towering skyscrapers. There were countless locations within line of sight among these buildings. By the time they finished searching, the target had long since vanished without a trace. Was the trail going to end here? Just as Carl was feeling regretful, his subordinate suddenly spoke up. "Sir Carl, I pinpointed the approximate location of the enemy's signal receiver." "So fast?" Carl was somewhat surprised. The entire block of buildings was within sight. This subordinate's efficiency was astounding. Noticing Carl's confusion, the subordinate explained while rapidly operating the detection equipment. "This is military technology that was used almost 50 years ago. Although it's old, we specifically covered this type of equipment in our training." His fingertip lightly tapped an inconspicuous interface on the side of the device. "This device has a critical vulnerability. While its transmission signal cannot be intercepted, each transmission point requires a transmitter to amplify it. Therefore, we only need to target the transmitter receiving the signal. Military technology from nearly 50 years ago, and they even have training on this. This is incredibly targeted." However, considering his subordinate's background, Carl instantly understood. "So, this is another Arasaka Special Operations team specializing in military technology, isn't it?" As expected of an elite member from Arasaka, they are indeed experts in this area. Even the military technology personnel themselves couldn't do this. After explaining to Carl, the subordinate suddenly paused. The detector in his hand emitted a regular beeping sound. He looked up in a certain direction, found it, at 12 o'clock, a straight line distance of 3,000 meters, the top floor of that apartment building. Carl looked in the direction his subordinate had identified, and found a strange device resembling an antenna on the roof of a floor. Nearby, a black car seemed to have noticed something, and was reversing, preparing to leave. "Lock on that car." Carl's gaze sharpened instantly. The black vehicle that had just driven away, the timing and route were too coincidental, clearly the signal receiving point they were looking for. But the other party's reaction speed was astonishingly slow. He had been prepared to review all the surrounding surveillance footage and conduct complex signal tracking, but he hadn't expected the target to appear so blatantly before his eyes. "Target locked." His subordinate's voice came from the side. "Should we immediately begin pursuit?" Carl shook his head slightly, a sense of helplessness welling up inside him. The opponents he'd been dealing with lately had all been far too professional. Suddenly encountering an enemy of this caliber left him somewhat bewildered. From the hasty actions at the restaurant, to the surveillance personnel sitting idly by in the apartment, to this receiving vehicle that was only now realizing something was wrong and trying to escape, every step the other side took reeked of amateurishness. If they were professionals, they would already be engaged in a chase and counterchase with Carl. Carl would have to rack his brains to keep up and find a way to subdue the target before he could escape. But the current situation, no rush. Carl decided to observe first, hold out. "I want to see what kind of big fish this fish will lead us to." He turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Notify the NCPD. In my name, set up temporary checkpoints on the main routes they're traveling on. Remember, under the guise of routine patrols. If they try to turn, precisely turn all the traffic lights along their route red. If they try to run a red light, intercept and question them, then issue a ticket. An opponent of this caliber, the more eager they are to leave, the more likely they are to subconsciously run towards where they believe they can get help. Therefore, Carl only needs to follow their trail." Watching the black car clumsily weaving through the traffic, Carl took a step forward, his shoes scraping against the gravel on the edge of the rooftop. His body leaned forward slowly with each step, then he plummeted into the air, falling straight down from the 25th floor. A strong wind instantly enveloped him, tearing his clothes violently. In the final moments before his fall, his instructions clearly reached his subordinates. "Protect the Perales family. Your mission ends here. The NCPD will now take over the escort duties." The subordinates stood solemnly at the edge of the rooftop, watching the figure plummet towards the ground at an alarming speed, their faces devoid of any panic. Yes, sir, Lord Carl. The lead subordinate responded in a deep voice, instinctively wanting to salute, but then regaining his composure and remaining standing. His tone carried no worry or fear about Carl's actions, only the regret of not being able to accompany him. We swear to complete our mission to the death. Below them, Carl's figure had already adjusted its posture in midair. The wind whistled in their ears. The world seemed to be immersed in viscous amber. Carl breathed slightly as he fell, time seemingly slowing down. His gaze was like lightning, precisely locking onto several protruding air conditioner units on the exterior walls, decorative eaves, maintenance ladders, all becoming fulcrums for his momentum. His toes lightly touched the first point of impact and then left, his body twisting like a swift. His strengthened tendons unleashed astonishing power in an instant, a clean and crisp double jump in midair, abruptly changing the trajectory of his descent. As he landed lightly on the rooftop of the adjacent building, his knees slightly bent to absorb most of the impact. He then rolled forward, leaping again at the end of the roll, soaring towards the top floor of another building. Among the skyscrapers, Carl chased after the black car. Although it was a strategy of releasing a small fish to catch a big one, it wouldn't be good if the small fish got away. Just to be safe, Carl decided to follow it and check things out first. Chapter 932. Mr. Carl, the target you're tracking is turned into the factory area. Please wait a moment, we send personnel to assist you immediately. Hearing the NCPD's words on the communicator, Carl declined their offer. Just a few cleanup crew will suffice. I saw where they entered. It looks like Vortex gang territory. Don't come over yet. It wouldn't be good to arouse unnecessary suspicion. I don't want to alarm them too much. I understand, Mr. Carl, but your safety is paramount. The Special Operations team has already dispatched a 4-man squad to assist you. As per your request, they will remain on the perimeter for now, but please be extremely careful. If anything happens, the Special Operations team will be deployed immediately. He was now experiencing firsthand what it felt like to have bodyguards following him everywhere he went. The city is quite chaotic right now because of Dogtown. Heaven knows how many criminals who escaped Dogtown have slipped back into the city. The Special Operations team should be short-handed right now. However, sending only 4 people, it's acceptable. Carl watched the vehicle turn into Vortex territory, then subtly moved, quickly passing several patrolling Vortex sentries. It wasn't surprising that the people behind SSI were colluding with the Vortex. The Vortex's organizational structure meant that its various teams operated independently. These teams might take on missions even their superiors were unaware of, or undertake risky actions without reporting to their superiors, things beyond the leader's control. After all, if a gang plagued by cybernetic psychosis due to excessive modifications truly had the ability to control the entire organization, he could be compared to the original founder of the Vortex, Hammerbone. Since the infamous founder of the Maelstrom, Hammerbone, along with a series of other high-ranking members who still controlled the Maelstrom, perished in the 2023 nuclear explosion, the Maelstrom gang was destined to descend into chaos and disorder. Now, no one in the gang can expect to command these cyber lunatics, who sometimes don't even know what they're doing. Even the current leader, Brick, can't. This is why Carl didn't plan to approach Brick to find out what was going on. While he wasn't Gotham's most outstanding detective, the kind who would beat up a poor penguin to extract information when he needed it, he still had some influence with Brick, given their somewhat familiar relationship. However, if the leader didn't know what his men were doing, it was best not to expect him to be of any help. Carl entered the factory and quietly crept to the outside of a room that might have been the factory's security room. 2 Maelstrom gang members were watching a monitor inside, so Carl subdued them in an instant. Carl didn't kill them. This wasn't because he intended to spare the Vortex gang members' lives. While the Vortex gang wasn't the kind of gang you kill on sight like the cleaners, Carl was still happy to do things that were convenient for them. These guys basically all had several lives on their hands and related criminal records. Carl didn't kill them immediately to ensure they could maintain contact with other Vortex gang members afterward, keeping everything appearing normal and giving him more time to search the vehicles without alerting anyone. He skillfully hacked into the system, and in the process, he erased the Vortex gang members' short-term memories. This ensured these members remained quiet for the time being, and even if they woke up, they wouldn't remember anything unusual. After dealing with this minor incident, he immediately accessed the factory's surveillance network and began searching for the black vehicle in the flickering footage. It didn't take long for Carl to locate the black vehicle in a corner of the monitor screen. It was parked quietly in the shadows of an abandoned factory, seemingly inconspicuous. Carl retrieved the first 5 minutes of footage, watching it at high speed. He saw several people with obscured faces and indistinct attire get out of the vehicle, and walked directly to the other side of the factory. The footage ended with them entering a warehouse. Did they contact their superiors after something happened? It seems they haven't realized they're being followed. Did they think they could escape unnoticed because they were quick enough to get away unnoticed? Or did they intend to make a clean getaway and move on to another vehicle? In any case, Carl had to go check out that vehicle first. There might be some intelligence in that vehicle responsible for surveillance and receiving information. Carl silently left the monitoring room, using a slight nerve stimulation to rouse the unconscious Vortex gang member before leaving, and then carefully fixed all the surveillance footage along the way. Did you drink too much last night? Why are you so dazed? The muttering of the gang member gradually regaining consciousness came from the monitoring room behind Carl. Having had his short-term memories erased and suffering from prolonged mental instability due to excessive modifications, he and his companion were completely unaware that someone had infiltrated and checked the surveillance footage, attributing everything to their heavy drinking at the Dance of Death the previous night. The Dance of Death was a club controlled by the Vortex gang in the city, arguably the foundation of the gang's existence. Their signature drink was called Doomsday. The liquor's composition was incredibly complex. It contained virtually every edible and undrinkable ingredient imaginable. It was so potent that even a small glass of this modified madman from the Vortex gang would be enough to knock him out. Countless Vortex gang members died daily from drinking it, so being in a daze was perfectly normal. Therefore, this Vortex gang member simply assumed he drunk too much the day before, causing his mind to cloud. It's just a foggy head, nothing serious, I'm used to it. Completely disregarding the apparent loss of consciousness, assuming it was just alcohol-induced blackout, the two Vortex gang members went back to watching the security footage, completely oblivious to anything amiss. I knew that glass of alcohol-based fuel mixed with disinfectant wouldn't work. We should have used hand sanitizer, and a fragrant one at that. While the two Vortex gang members, still somewhat disoriented after regaining their senses, resumed their casual conversation, Carl had already left the factory where the security room was located and entered a building near the black vehicle. Data scan detected, please be alert. Just then, a calm AI voice came from the phone in Carl's arms. Since acquiring this AI, Carl had changed its carrier several times. Ultimately, he inserted the component containing its core behavioral characteristics into a specially designed phone, turning it into a personal intelligent companion. And now, it had keenly sensed something, and was issuing a warning to Carl. Chapter 933. The AI's warning made Carl stop in his tracks. Carl didn't sense any scanning or data intrusion, but he took the AI's words seriously. Could you locate the scanning source? He deftly pulled out the AI's chip from his phone, and connected it to his neural port. A cold stream of data flowed down his spine, and the AI's consciousness entered his body. Without the AI's core source code and instructions, Carl would never have allowed it into his body. Now that he had control, although he still had the fear of losing control, he had to admit that AI, if used stably, was indeed humanity's best partner, and he was gradually getting used to it. After being connected to Carl's body, the AI quickly completed its calculations. Based on the signal characteristics, there was an 84.6% probability that the scanning source was the target vehicle. The target vehicle. Sure enough, the other party wouldn't have parked the car unguarded. They must have something to rely on. Can interference be shielded? The target's scanning method is based on the same underlying protocol as mine, but its hardware has performance bottlenecks, resulting in extremely unstable signals. Complete shielding can be achieved by using deep access. Deep access, in other words, is a single wire connection used to transmit data. Can you calculate the correct scanning frequency? Please wait. The AI fell silent briefly, then responded after half a minute. The scanning interval is 10 seconds. The next scan will begin in 4 seconds. Understood. Carl's eyes sharpened. He waited silently for 4 seconds, and the instant the AI indicated scan ended, he moved with lightning speed. His figure swept across the open space, moving from start to finish in a flash. The next second after the scan ended, he was already silently standing beside the black vehicle. One of the black vehicle's doors was open, revealing a data recording device that glowed faintly. The personnel Carl had seen on the surveillance footage copied the data before leaving, and these records were still perfectly preserved inside. Carl extended a single-molecule cable, completing the connection. With the AI's assistance, Carl instantly shielded the scan upon connection. Then, he quickly reviewed the data records. With the help of Carl's specially made single-molecule cable, unparalleled in the world for data transmission, Carl quickly found the data he wanted. Not only that, he saw a series of other personnel's data. This was detailed data that even Carl would never find by searching through the NCPD. Photographs, medical records, even brain scans, biological casts, neural remodeling, all the most core and hidden parts of a person were laid bare before Carl's eyes, leaving nothing to hide. The level of detail in this data was chilling. Even a complete dissection of a person would likely yield such meticulous information. Carl quickly browsed through it, his gaze soon drawn to a neural atlas marked in blue. He clicked on the details, and the scene before him made him raise an eyebrow slightly. It was a diagram of newly formed neural connections. As he flipped through the historical records, a clear evolutionary process emerged. These blue areas initially were just scattered red dots in the hippocampus, which, under external intervention, expanded like a spreading colony, eventually covering and reconstructing the original neural pathways. The red dots were the physiological imprints of primal memories. The invading blue represented a forced, systematic overriding of memories. Carl instantly understood why Jefferson Paralich was experiencing memory confusion. This was far more serious than simple memory loss. As they later confirmed, someone had indeed tampered with his brain, not only erasing old memories, but also systematically implanting new ones, intending to fundamentally transform him into someone else. Staring at the blue image on the screen that was constantly eroding and covering Jefferson Paralich's brain, Carl, while not exactly terrified, had a grave expression. It must be said that it was truly remarkable that Mr. Jefferson, under such circumstances, would still risk coming to find Carl out of love for his daughter, Zeki. Given the extent of the erosion, the fact that he could still remember his daughter was already quite incredible. However, a closer examination of these neural connection diagrams revealed that the situation wasn't quite as hopeless as it seemed. At least, all the altered paths were clearly marked in blue, meaning that while Carl couldn't help Mr. Jefferson recover his lost memories, he was confident he could stop the further erosion and save him from a fate of complete alteration. This was the method. Carl thought of something. He wondered why it felt so familiar. Wasn't this just like the Black Wall's erosion? He had personally assisted Song Jiaomei in fighting and clearing away the Black Wall's erosion, gaining a deep understanding of the methods of intrusion by external consciousness throughout the process. And the area marked in blue in Jefferson Paralis's brain recording, its erosion path and neural overriding pattern, were almost identical to what he had seen in Song Jiaomei. It was as if they came from the same technological template. No, it shouldn't be said that it originated from a technical template. Rather, it's exactly the same. The Black Wall, AI. Was there any involvement of a roving AI on the other side of the Black Wall? I see. This explains all the contradictions. Everything makes sense. Why is it that the force capable of targeting mayoral candidates with such secrecy has such amateurish and inefficient personnel SSI? Why is its brain-modifying technology so sophisticated and covert? Because the mastermind is a roving AI. It can infiltrate and manipulate undetected because it is an invisible data ghost. And the reason its team is so incompetent is precisely because truly capable and insightful humans either already perceived the inhuman nature of those above and chose to escape, or were eliminated before realizing the truth. In the end, only those ignorant and mediocre individuals, working only for money, are left. They naturally have neither the will nor the capacity to pursue excellence. Thus, the situation reached a deadlock. The talented would detect it, and could only be corrupted, but once corrupted, they would become like Song Jiaomei later, incapable of even performing basic tasks. If they didn't corrupt, they had already, or were about to discover the truth, and couldn't be kept either. Ultimately, they could only hire incompetent people, but those harmless incompetents were unreliable, and incapable of handling important tasks. It's another recruitment paradox. Why don't you have capable subordinates? Because they detect things. So how do you carry out your tasks? You can only let incompetent people do them. What if the incompetent people can't do them well? Recruit capable people, but capable people will detect it, so you can't recruit them. It's a vicious cycle. Sighing, Carl completed the rapid data download. The recorded targets were far more than just Jefferson Paralis. The list was unexpectedly long. This AI's corruption operation was far larger and more ambitious than Carl had anticipated. But now, all of this was in Carl's hands. Chapter 934. Just as the data stream successfully solidified, and the storage chip's indicator light illuminated steadily, Carl's keen senses detected an anomaly. The entire copying process was almost perfectly smooth, bypassing the firewall and downloading data in absolute silence, without triggering any known alert protocols. However, this excessive smoothness made Carl feel uneasy. Frankly speaking, if Carl were responsible for protecting this data, given his own style, he would never completely rely on a single protection program. He would definitely have embedded a deeper, more covert triggering mechanism. The instant this thought flashed through his mind, the warning came true. A low-level pulse, completely different from conventional alert protocols, was instantly activated at the very bottom of the data stream the moment Carl completed the program copying. The activation condition for this pulse was not the superficial condition of unauthorized access or permission breaches, easily detectable by others. Rather, it targeted the moment when the security personnel would lower their guard. In other words, it would only activate the instant the complete data copying was detected. It was detected. Carl's heart skipped a beat. This moment instantly reminded him of the time he copied the data from the new U.S. secret unit, White Hawk. It was also because he triggered Song Xiaomei's preset copy detection protocol that he received subsequent communications from her. It seems that anyone involved in intelligence matters, whether it's a roving AI outside the Great Firewall or a top hacker teetering on the edge of the Black Wall, seems to favor this method. This approach, while unable to prevent intelligence leaks, attempts to mitigate future losses. It really has that AI-like approach. Realizing the loss is unavoidable, it tries its best to mitigate it without hesitation. This approach is indeed effective, Carl has to admit. People often overlook details when they obtain what they want and value most. Carl has now gathered intelligence on all the people controlled by the mastermind. He can eliminate their infiltration by following the clues one by one. With the help of this intelligence, this matter can be resolved quickly, and the conspiracy orchestrated by the mastermind will come to an end. However, Carl will then be unable to track down the mastermind. They can easily repeat themselves in another place at another time. Then, having suffered heavy losses, they will be more vigilant, more cautious, and more meticulous in their actions. In other words, if Carl wanted to end this, he already has. But what follows has been concealed by the mastermind through decisive abandonment. Can Carl accept this outcome? Of course, no. Although this wasn't exactly a mission, and Carl was merely helping out, he always had a 100% approval rating when it came to missions. To truly resolve this, Carl needed to at least find the mastermind behind it all. This current approach, merely grasping the gecko's tail, wasn't enough to satisfy Carl. In a mere instant, Carl had already devised his next move. The instant he sensed the anomaly, he reacted with superhuman speed, severing the signal stream in an attempt to isolate it. But the invisible warning message, just as Carl had anticipated, instantly pierced the barrier, sending a very brief pulse into the unknown distance. Track the pulse direction. Carl immediately gave the AI the command, but at the same time, the AI issued a warning. Warning, data integrity is being compromised. The target has initiated an emergency cleanup protocol. Almost simultaneously, Carl heard, or rather, sensed through his deeply connected AI, a faint sound, like a buzzer shattering, coming from inside the target vehicle. Immediately afterward, the indicator light on the vehicle's data recording device on the screen went out abruptly. The internal storage chip was instantly and completely burned out by the high-voltage current. The data copies stored on the local device were also self-deleted, as if erased by an invisible eraser. Fortunately, Carl removed the storage chip in time, preventing the self-deletion from affecting the chip in his hand. As Carl put away the storage chip, the AI also helped him determine the direction of the pulse scan. Signal reception location has been determined and marked. The AI's prompt sounded in Carl's mind. He looked in the direction highlighted in his vision, his gaze instantly locking onto the warehouse in the distance where the people had disappeared. This pulse is directional. It seems those personnel are carrying specialized receiving equipment. In other words, are these the very personnel acting as a stopgap measure? They might be carrying clues about the mastermind. Although the alert message is extremely brief, and because it's a hidden program, it's unlikely to contain the mastermind's specific identity or location, but given the mastermind's caution, they would undoubtedly consider it a top threat. Carl could predict their next reaction even without thinking. Without a doubt, that was it. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, Carl shot off like an arrow towards the warehouse, where the people he'd seen disappear from the surveillance footage. His movements were so fast they left only after images in the air. He had to catch them before they completely cut off all leads and left the scene. In the blink of an eye, he reached the warehouse where the vehicles and personnel had entered. The warehouse had a large, slightly rusted metal door, which wasn't locked. He skillfully slid it open with a push of his shoulder. The commotion would quickly attract others. Carl's priority was speed, the faster the better. Carl slipped inside, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the doorway. His sharp eyes scanned the entire space like a scanner. The warehouse was unusually empty and silent. Beneath the towering dome, only a few beams of light pierced the dusty ground, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow. Scattered in the distance were piles of abandoned machinery covered with dust sheets. The air was thick with the somber smell of rusted metal and stale oil. This place looked utterly abandoned. Judging from the dust rising in the air, even the Vortex gang within the factory complex rarely ventured here. But this also helped Carl. It meant he only needed to follow the footprints left on the ground to find his target. As Carl thought this, he stopped. He stopped at this crucial moment. Because something was wrong. Carl smelled something. The smell of blood. Chapter 935. The stench of blood was something Carl had never lacked. For someone who roamed through gunfire like him, the smell of blood was nothing new. But this particular stench was especially pungent. Based on Carl's experience, such a pungent odor meant a large amount of blood, and that the blood hadn't been out of the body for long. Even if there were a few Vortex gang members in this warehouse, there wouldn't have been many. The dust on the ground indicated that this place wasn't welcomed by the local Vortex gang. Did this mean that the blood came from the people Carl was tracking? Could it be? Carl's expression changed. Was that pulse message not telling these people to run, but to die? To leave no trace? The dead are naturally more discreet than the living, aren't they? Damn it. So decisive. Just as Carl was about to follow the scent of blood, he heard a sound. It was a muffled sound, like the sound of someone slowly rising from a thick, viscous liquid. And along with this sound, the stench of blood in the air grew stronger. Carl heard footsteps, several heavy, disordered footsteps accompanying the sound of rising, coming from the depths of the warehouse. He quickly slipped into the shadows. Accompanied by the grating sound of metal scraping against the ground, in the dim light, several Vortex gang members staggered out. The numerous prosthetic eyes on their faces had all turned an ominous crimson, their mechanical joints creaking discordantly, and their faces were filled with strange contortions. Dr. Carl, with his extensive experience treating cyberpsychosis, could readily diagnose it as a typical cyberpsychotic episode. However, the Vortex gang turning to cyberpsychosis wasn't unusual or rare. But, looking at the Vortex gang members, almost all covered in blood yet without any visible wounds, Carl realized his earlier assumption was flawed. The pulse signal likely wasn't for those getting out of the car, but for these few Vortex gang members in the warehouse. And its purpose was probably to trigger cyberpsychosis. As for the purpose of triggering cyberpsychosis, their bloodied appearance made it clear. Sending messages to the likely incompetent SSI members, telling them to escape, would probably only create chaos. Telling them to die, they probably wouldn't listen. So, was it better to rely on the Vortex gang, who were already easily triggered, to deal with them? Carl wondered why they had ended up in Vortex territory, in such a seemingly unused warehouse. So this was a specially arranged execution ground, to be used in case of a leak? This is not good news. A wandering AI is a wandering AI. In terms of decisiveness, it really only calculates gains and losses, and makes judgments quickly. This decisiveness has been witnessed time and time again. Carl heard the viscous sound approaching, accompanied by the sound of liquid dripping, and a person emerged from the shadows behind these cyberpsychotics. It was a woman, almost completely naked, wearing only close-fitting clothing. Wet blood covered her entire body, like a second skin, dripping down her curves and blooming into dark flowers on the ground. Her arms hung limply at her sides. The forearms were metal prosthetics, and from those prosthetics, two sharp mantis blades were already extended, their tips slowly congealing with viscous blood. On her face, two rows of blood-red prosthetic eyes gleamed. Judging from her appearance, she was clearly experiencing a cybernetic psychotic episode. Carl looked at this woman he had never seen before. Although she was difficult to identify due to the blood covering her body, he quickly found her information using the NCPD database. Zalia Hughes, a well-known figure active in the Vortex gang. The NCPD database contained numerous records about her: desecration of corpses, illegal sale of stolen prosthetics, multiple instances of severe violence, each enough to land her in prison for the rest of her life. Carl wasn't particularly opposed to helping the NCPD deal with, or rather, arrest, Ms. Zalia, but her condition was strange. She was definitely experiencing a cyberpsychotic episode, just like the people around her, but why were these cyberpsychotics standing together so peacefully? It was almost as if they were on patrol. Carl, hidden in the shadows, stared at this group of human landmines, a strong sense of unease rising within him. Cyberpsychotics aren't incompatible. In some cases, two cyberpsychotics, who were previously on good terms, can still maintain a degree of non-harm even after both becoming cyberpsychotics. However, these are extremely rare cases, enough to be included in cyberpsychotic research textbooks. With such a large number of people, and 6 of them already showing no signs of fighting each other, this was unprecedented. However, Carl quickly realized why. He discerned something simply from the patrol-like scanning of their eyes. I see, Carl thought. The reason these irrational individuals didn't fight each other was because, in their perception, or rather, their senses, there was no one else around them. Carl observed the 6 men's gazes. In their scanning, none of their eyes lingered on the other person. Cyberpsychiatrists were just a bunch of lunatics. That didn't mean their combat reflexes were poor. In fact, if you disregarded their beastly, instinct-driven fighting style, their sensitivity to threat could rival that of a skilled mercenary. The mastermind behind this must have used some means to preemptively, or trigger their perception of their own kind, turning them into landmines only for outsiders. The methods were indeed impressive. The mastermind behind the scenes had clearly put in considerable effort to forcibly maintain this fragile balance. But the only problem was, so that's all? I even spent 2 seconds cautiously observing. Carl instantly felt he had wasted his time. Out of caution, he had considered whether these 6 aberrant cyberpsychotics might have formed some kind of cooperative combat system, or even possessed sophisticated combined attack tactics. But after fully understanding the root of their calm, he only felt a sense of utter boredom. What would it be like for 6 cyberpsychotics, completely unaware of each other's existence and simply forced together to fight? Carl could only say it was no different from dealing with 6 targets fighting independently. Chapter 936. Now that it was confirmed he was only facing 6 cyberpsychotics fighting their own battles, what was the next step? Without a doubt. Yo, hello there. Carl naturally stepped out of the shadows, using a single finger to greet them, to avoid further escalating the already delusional cyberpsychotics into a state of frenzy. However, these cyberpsychotics seemed somewhat ungrateful. Perhaps they didn't have Chinese chips installed and couldn't understand what Carl was saying. In any case, their first action upon seeing Carl was exactly the same. They locked onto him with their crimson, suddenly brightening prosthetic eyes. This was hardly a friendly response. Carl muttered something, while Zalia Hughes had already moved. Hiss! Accompanied by a shrill, inhuman shriek, 2 cold flashes of light appeared on her arm from the mantis blade. Cyan Wiston activated instantly, transforming into a blood-red afterimage as he pounced forward. Almost simultaneously, 5 other cyberpsychotics, like killing machines turned on a switch, were propelled by Krenchikov's acceleration, their movements so fast they left afterimages. They pounced on Carl from different directions. One of them, a burly man equipped with a gorilla arm, roared and slammed his heavy fist into Carl's face. Faced with this onslaught that could instantly kill any ordinary mercenary, Carl merely shifted his body slightly. Zalia's mantis knife grazed his neck by millimeters, the blade flashing sharply. In a split second before an ordinary person could react, Carl's seemingly ordinary arm shot out like lightning, precisely seizing her wrist. A twist, a tug, and a snap. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed clearly in the silent warehouse. Miss Zalia's arm had clearly been modified, but as a member of the Vortex gang, her modifications were more numerous than refined. The materials used in her arm weren't of high quality, so in Carl's leisurely movements, the bones, made of some unknown material, were easily broken. Her mantis knife still hung in midair, her arm completely twisted by Carl. Then, Carl swung her up, like a human weapon, and slammed her down on 2 enemies charging from the side. Bang! The 3 collided, the sound of bones cracking ringing out again. At this moment, the gorilla's fist was already at the back of his head. Carl didn't turn his head, but simply raised his hand seemingly casually. That hand, seemingly made of flesh and blood, actually caught the blow that was enough to smash through a concrete wall. The wind from the punch ruffled the hair on Carl's forehead. The burly man's sinister grin froze on his face. Even a cybernetically disturbed person would feel an instinctive sense of unease and threat. However, before the burly man could instinctively push him away, Carl had already clenched his fists. The titanium skeleton hummed subtly beneath the bionic skin. The next second, the burly man's thick metal prosthetic arm twisted with a teeth-grinding sound, deformed by Carl's bare hands. What kind of prosthetic is yours? What kind of prosthetic is mine? There's no comparison between the two. The burly man's arm, which might earn him a few €100 a day as a dockworker to cover maintenance costs, was nothing compared to Carl's prosthetic arm, which had been the world's best since its creation. The difference between them was like comparing a firefly to the moon. However, seeing the gorilla's arm deformed by his own grip, Carl was still somewhat surprised. He had only thought it was something he could do, so he tried it, and found that he actually could. Moreover, the strength of that burly man was something he would never have risked taking a year ago. Although his gorilla arm was of inferior quality, it was like a lead ball. As long as it could be swung, its inherent strength wasn't bad. Judging from the force of the punch, that blow was enough to deform a vehicle from the middle. He had actually taken such force steadily, only his steps felt slightly heavy on the ground. His body seemed to have become incredibly strong without him even realizing it. How come his physique could now compare to Jack's? He wasn't like David and Jack, who regularly drank protein powder or took any supplements. Strange as it was, Carl's hands didn't stop moving. He slightly bent and twisted the burly man's arm, the force from his palm transferring to the man's arm, causing it to twist, and then his body to contort as well. "Let's fly." Before Carl finished speaking, his left foot had already silently extended, lightly tripping the burly man's supporting leg at the ankle. Just as the opponent lost his balance, Carl's arm followed through, and the burly man's massive body actually rose into the air, tracing an awkward arc. This move was learned from an Aikido tutorial video. That martial art, called Aikido, emphasizes cutting into the opponent's weak points, disrupting their balance, and incorporating the essence of jiu-jitsu and wrestling techniques, focusing on guiding the opponent's force to counterattack. Although Aikido is more of a theoretical martial art, not focusing on actual combat, and its core philosophy is closer to winning without fighting, a form of martial art, its techniques derived from jiu-jitsu and wrestling are indeed effective. Carl had only casually memorized them, but unexpectedly, they felt surprisingly smooth when used. Using Carl's strength, the burly man's massive body was lifted into the air. Then Carl released his grip, and the man flew through the air like a discarded sandbag, crashing heavily into a metal pillar of the warehouse. The impact produced a dull thud, followed by a crisp sound, perhaps a cracking spine, after which the burly man slid off the pillar and landed motionless on the ground. His technique was still not refined enough. Generally, it seemed to emphasize using the opponent's force, but he seemed to be simply using his own strength to throw the man away. Silently noting this in his mind, feeling he had improved a bit, Carl now faced two more opponents. There were 6 people in total. Zalia was used as a weapon by Carl, slamming her onto 2 people. The burly man was thrown against a pillar by Carl. Only these 2, who were a little slower, had arrived now. In the time perception of Seinbeston and Krenchikov, a delay of even a millisecond could make a huge difference. However, whether by coincidence or not, the 2 slower cybernetic psychopaths happened to flank Carl from the left and right, perfectly coordinating their movements in time and position. The one on the left held an iron pipe, seemingly hastily pulled from somewhere, and judging from its material, it was rusty. He swung it towards Carl's temple, while the one on the right revealed sharp, modified claws that sprang from between his fingers, aiming straight for Carl's ribs. Instead of retreating, Carl advanced, taking a half step forward to meet the iron pipe. Just as the weapon was about to strike, he slightly lowered his stance, his left foot deftly wedging between his opponent's legs, while his right hand rose to block, seizing the opponent's wrist, holding the pipe. Before the opponent could unleash the full force of his swing, he preemptively blocked the wrist, disrupting the opponent's arm's momentum. Too straightforward. He commented softly, using the opponent's forward momentum to pull him to the right, his left hand smoothly supporting the opponent's elbow. The man immediately lost his balance, being pulled forward. Carl sidestepped, his pulling hand exerting a final, slight force before releasing. Bang! The man lurched forward several meters, crashing face first to the ground, the iron pipe rolling a considerable distance. Almost simultaneously, the enemy's modified prosthetic claws were already upon him on the right. Calmly, Carl's right hand coiled around the man's arm like a snake, his fingers gripping his wrist and pressing down lightly. The man's wrist shattered instantly under Carl's finger strength, his hand drooping limply. The claws, now deprived of support, snapped back between his fingers. After crippling the man's hand, Carl withdrew his hand, turned sideways, and took a step forward, his shoulder pressing against the man's chest. A perfectly executed close-quarters tackle sent the man flying. Ugh! Accompanied by a painful groan, Carl's experimental close-quarters tackle caused the Vortex Gang's cyber-psychotic to cave in his chest, sending him flying backward. With this level of force, didn't he just smash his body apart? He vaguely remembered that this kind of force wouldn't leave him covered in blood and flesh, preventing it from obstructing his vision during combat. Familiarizing himself with the technique he wanted to try, Carl refrained from using his usual monomolecular ray and gun throughout the entire process, slightly prolonging the lives of these cyberpsychotics. In terms of efficiency, it's indeed not as fast as simply exerting force, but with more practice, it's not without its benefits. With this assessment, Carl approached the person, who had lunged forward a few meters, landing face first in a bloody mess, but still had some strength to slowly get up. To pursue speed and lethality, this is how it has to be. No longer intending to deal with them while practicing, but rather combining strength, Carl faced the cyber psychopath, who was standing up and still charging at him, and tried combining the two methods slightly. His left leg lashed out like a whip, precisely kicking the cyber psychopath's right knee joint. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding cracking sound, the cyber psychopath's leg, in the midst of his charge, lost its footing, his right leg snapping backward at the joint, and his entire charging posture turning into a twisted and misdirected lunge. Facing the guy lunging towards his left, as he passed by, Carl instinctively pressed down on the back of his neck, stopping the momentum, and then, facing his face, raised his knee and slammed it in. After a simple impact, his face caved in, his 4 prosthetic eyes shattered amidst the blood and gore, and the cybernetic psychopath collapsed limply to the ground. "I think I understand," Carl commented, then drew his KK pistol from his waist, turned around without looking back, and fired 3 shots. He hadn't forgotten Zalia, whom he'd thrown out as a weapon, or the 2 people he hit. His hand and foot skills were almost perfect now. He was certain that even after nearly a month, his limbs hadn't become rusty from handling official duties. On the contrary, they'd become even more refined. Now it was time to practice his marksmanship. But his marksmanship, ever since arriving in Night City, Carl seemed exceptionally skilled. Even if you said he was a perfect shot, ding! While Carl internally congratulated himself on his incredibly cool backfire, convinced he already taken care of the 3, his ears caught a sound that didn't sound like a gunshot. This made him sigh. "I mean, can't I at least show some respect for my pride and boasting?" Carl turned to look at the 2 Vortex gang members lying on the ground, bullets between their eyes, then at Zalia Hughes, who, with her only remaining arm, was slicing through her own bullets with a mantis knife, and noticed something was off. Zalia Hughes. She felt different, not like before. Zalia Hughes was just a typical cyber psychopath, even though her equipment was better than other Vortex gang cyber psychos, and her instinctive fighting skills were superior. She was just a street-smart cyber psychopath. There were plenty of people in the afterlife who could handle that. But now, Zalia Hughes gave Carl a feeling of a slight sense of threat. How strange. A sense of threat. This was something Chiom and Oda Santai wouldn't feel unless they were fighting at full strength. He actually felt this from a Vortex gang cyber psychopath? So capable in combat, if she weren't insane, I think Brick's position would be his. While the Vortex gang doesn't solely rely on fighting prowess to rise to power, with this kind of ability, it would be a shame not to be a leader. Just as Carl felt a surge of excitement, he quickly realized that the threat he sensed didn't actually originate from Zalia Hughes herself. In other words, Carl didn't perceive any threat from her actions, or even her fighting stance. To be more precise, this threat seemed to emanate from something within Zalia Hughes's body. Something within her body? Carl found the thought strange, yet immediately trusted his intuition. Zalia Hughes's behavior in front of Carl became increasingly bizarre. Her body began to convulse, and she started muttering something. In that muttering, Carl heard a word. Lilith? What was that? Curious, but facing Zalia Hughes's increasingly convulsive and clearly disturbed state, Carl made a move. The module in his sleeve slipped down, then assembled with the gun in his hand. Carl then raised the gun. Whoosh! Zalia Hughes instinctively tried to block, just like she had before when blocking bullets, but before she could, her head was blown apart. Did they really think I was some kind of boss just standing there watching someone clearly about to transform? Carl shook the KK he had switched to the technology module, then cleanly shoved it back into his belt. No matter how strange it seems, the Scene-Wiston itself determines speed. That type of Scene-Wiston can't be activated a second time in a short period. In other words, it's definitely slower than a bullet from a technological weapon. Chapter 937. After dealing with a few non-obstacles, the cyber psychopaths, Carl immediately began searching the warehouse. Hearing the commotion outside, he called for the special operations team. The Vortex gang outside wasn't deaf to the gunfire and noise. Carl wasn't surprised they noticed. However, he didn't have time to chat with them. Rather than waste time, he let the special operations team handle it while he focused on the search. Although he felt the trail might have gone cold, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. Perhaps they could find some clues. Following the scent of blood deeper inside, when Carl finally found the source, even he, with his vast experience, frowned slightly. The scene before him was simply too gruesome. Carl wasn't unfamiliar with bloodshed. He wiped out countless scavenger outposts that resembled slaughterhouses. But even in those scavenger outposts, the scavengers had a certain value. Scavengers are perhaps the most adept at judging a person's worth. They can quickly identify valuable organs and prosthetics within a person, and then dismantle them accordingly. In other words, for scavengers, dissecting a person is definitely a purposeful process requiring a certain level of expertise. Although scavengers are far more disgusting than cockroaches, and you could kill them countless times without getting tired of them, it must be admitted that they possess considerable skill in this area. But the scene unfolding before Carl presents a completely different, even more bizarre logic. The corpses weren't randomly discarded, they were arranged according to some incomprehensible pattern. The main bodies were placed in the center, positioned at a specific angle, as if forming the basis of some symbol. Their chests and skulls had been precisely dissected, and certain organs and tissues were missing. More corpses, like used materials, were piled haphazardly in the corners, forming a horrifying little mountain. On the ground, the viscous blood wasn't flowing naturally, it had been deliberately guided, outlining a huge, distorted, now completely destroyed pattern. This whole scene, less a massacre, resembled more of a meticulously planned sacrificial ritual. A sacrifice. Yes. Carl realized what he was thinking. This looked exactly like a sacrificial ritual. These Vortex gang members are more insane than I imagined. Carl's gaze swept over the corpses on the ground. From their blood-soaked clothing, which still held a certain familiarity, he recognized them as the men who had emerged from the black vehicle. It seemed they had been disposed of as sacrifices in the immediate aftermath of the Vortex gang's rampage. This stench of blood is truly unbearable. Carl heard the sounds of the special operations team arriving and negotiating with the Vortex gang outside. He briefly endured the acrid smell of blood and began searching the area. The Vortex gang's cyber-psychotics, after their episodes, shouldn't have been incapable of disposing of their belongings, so they might have left some clues. That was what Carl was looking for. At the very least, he needed to figure out what those Vortex gang guys were doing. Under Carl's search, he did indeed quickly find several information chips. These were from the corpses of SSI members on the ground. It seemed their deaths had only been dealt with, and their internal information records hadn't been destroyed. Carl hadn't expected these SSI members' information records, seemingly used merely as tools, to provide much intelligence. However, to his surprise, one of the members seemed to have a habit of recording neural connection data in real time. In other words, his information recording chip was directly connected to his thoughts. From his chip's records, Carl found some clues. Putting aside the various events of the day, Carl started reading directly from the last section. The beginning consisted of some chaotic complaints and fears. The mission seemed to have failed. The captain ordered us to retreat, but we ended up in Vortex territory. Could the Vortex protect us? Oh, there was an escape route, that's good. I don't want to face KK. I'm crazy. Why do I have to run into KK while doing surveillance work? If it weren't for the high pay, I wouldn't do something so stupid. Following this rant, there were some remarks that Carl considered almost like raising a flag. After this is over, I'm definitely quitting and going back to being a regular security guard. The money I earned in the last 2 years is enough to rent a decent apartment. I can live comfortably, even if I'm just coasting along. I hope I never run into KK again. No, let alone KK, I hope I never run into the Vortex gang either. At this point, the writing suddenly became unsettling. The Vortex gang members said they were going to hold some kind of ceremony, something about a sacrifice to Lilith. The captain said something was off. He recognized the Vortex gang leader, saying that guy was a notorious lunatic. He heard before that she constantly talked about sacrificing herself to liberate the gods, and warned us to be careful. But we're allies now, so nothing should go wrong, right? He can't possibly have a sudden cyberbullying fit at a time like this, can he? Forget it, I better hold my gun tighter. At the end of this log was a jumbled mess of thoughts, filled with disbelief and terror. Why are they suddenly acting so strange? They're lunging. Ah! Gun! My gun missed. The captain's neck. No! Goodbye. The log abruptly ended. Clearly, this SSI and his teammates had been caught off guard by a sudden attack from the Vortex gang and died without warning. Carl looked at the last message, then glanced at the mangled corpse on the ground, its face unrecognizable. Even though they were enemies, Carl silently offered a blessing for him at that moment. For the sake of the message you left behind, I wish you some beautiful moments in your final moments. After this thought flashed through his mind, Carl looked at the other operation logs. They were all similar overall, but none were as detailed as this SSI's, with records continuing until the very last moment. In every record, it was mentioned that members of the Vortex gang repeatedly chanted Lilith, their deity. God. Carl recalled the truth behind the scenes and instantly understood what this so-called God was. Nothing more than an illusion woven by a wandering AI. Could it be that a branch of the Vortex gang, similar to the Voodoo gang, had emerged that worshipped AI? To actually revere a wandering AI as a god, even performing sacrifices for it. But Carl then recalled the abnormal behavior of the cyberpsychotic patients he had encountered before. That wandering AI did seem to possess some strange abilities, able to make thoroughly insane people follow certain rules, avoiding attacks on each other. For the Vortex gang, who could succumb to cyberpsychosis at any moment, perhaps it could indeed be considered a form of help. However, if this help were to expand, a mayor under AI control, and members who could be manipulated at any time, erupting into cyberpsychosis, this would be an absolute disaster for the future of Night City. Chapter 938. Mr. Carl, the exterior has been cleared. Shortly after Carl finished inspecting the remaining items, members of the Special Operations team emerged from the cleared passage and approached him. Their reputation in Night City was indeed formidable. While not quite as terrifying as the terrorist mobile unit, persuading a group of Vortex gang members to temporarily leave their territory was more than enough. Especially after news spread that KK was inside. Those normally lawless Vortex gang members displayed astonishing efficiency and pragmatism. They didn't even need the Special Operations team to expend much effort. They had already scattered like birds, taking their most valuable possessions. Lost territory? They could come back after KK left. But if they didn't run when KK came, it wasn't just a matter of courage, it required a diagnosis of cyberpsychosis. They were close to cyberpsychosis, but they hadn't yet had an episode. Of course, it wasn't that the Vortex gang hadn't paid attention to the other, somewhat eccentric group remaining in the factory. After all, the two sides had cooperated smoothly these past few days, partly because they were both Vortex gang members, but at most, they only paid a little attention. They weren't under the same leader's jurisdiction. The Vortex gang structure was always loose, usually consisting of groups of 10 to 30 people, each with their own leader. Strictly speaking, they only answered to the top Vortex gang leader. Their usual cooperation was pleasant because they recognized each other's fighting capabilities, and sharing guard duties was mutually beneficial. But now that the other side had even brought in the intimidating KK, they hadn't immediately severed ties, which was already considered loyalty. For them to still care about each other was truly a sign of deep friendship. Even within the Valentino gang, this would be considered a display of loyalty. After the Vortex gang members left, the Special Operations team took over the area, and not only that, the rest of the NCPD from nearby also arrived. This time, it wasn't to protect Carl. Carl had said the Special Operations team was enough. The other NCPD members came mainly because the place was too horrific. The Special Operations team member, who arrived beside Carl, looked at the blood-soaked sacrificial site, his throat bobbing. As a member of the Special Operations team, he was naturally an elite among elites, capable of handling even ordinary cybernetic psychopaths, but the scene before him was simply too gruesome. If this were left to the medical center technicians and receptionists in the city who cooperated with the NCPD, they might be shocked. If someone were recording Mutuo during a mission, it would be considered a black Mutuo, with extremely negative consequences. To avoid escalating the situation, it was better to handle it with their own people first. Let the professionals handle it, not the rookies. Carl nodded slightly, giving a specific instruction. He frowned the moment he saw the scene. It wasn't something the newly recruited NCPD officers could handle. It might even cause them psychological trauma. Just like large-scale homicide cases only allow experienced officers to participate, this wasn't to say the new officers lacked ability. Lack of experience was only a secondary reason. The bigger reason was to avoid exposing them to extreme situations too early. I understand, Mr. Carl. The Special Operations team member took a breath, feeling their airways filled with a stench of blood. After saluting, he asked, "Should I start processing this now?" "I help you." Carl dragged his coat to a relatively clean area and helped clean up the scene. Carl usually left the cleanup to the NCPD, as they always managed to extract valuable information from the cleanup. But this time, Carl decided to take matters into his own hands, cleaning as he went to see if he could find anything else. Perhaps something was buried beneath the pile of corpses. Carl took notes as he moved the bodies, creating a small area for the team to investigate. It was during this process that he made an unexpected discovery. Without moving the bodies, nothing would have been noticeable. Once they were dragged away, the blood-drawn sacrificial patterns on the ground, previously concealed, were fully revealed. Combining these seemingly randomly discarded corpses with the patterns on the ground, the entire structure resembled a giant circuit diagram, with every line seemingly connected at some point when it curved. Carl examined the blood-stained map closely, and noticed several unnatural breaks. He initially assumed they were caused by the corpse smearing it, given the obvious drag marks nearby. It was likely that the sacrificial corpse had been killed and then drawn into the pattern before being dragged aside. But what if these breaks were actually caused by two living people, not one? One living person killed another and dragged the corpse aside. In that case, drag marks would also be left. But what would be the point? No, he couldn't think like that. The point was his own. If it were them, these people who worship the wandering AI as gods, from their perspective, his actions might be seen as a sacrifice. If we consider this a sacrifice, two people, one killing the other, their blood forming a ring in the pattern, with only the spot where they stood remaining empty. Does that mean the surviving person themselves acted as an active connection point in this circuit? Carl quickly counted the 5 empty spots. This number didn't match the number of cyberpsychotics he encountered before. Was there another node he hadn't discovered? But considering only these 5 nodes, Carl recalled the blood on the cyberpsychotics when he saw them. If that blood was from killing another human at close range, that would make sense. After all, the amount of blood was extraordinary. Mr. Carl, there's a bathtub here. Just then, Carl heard the voice of the special operations team beside him. They seemed to have discovered something among the pile of corpses, and were calling Carl over. Carl quickly went to investigate. After moving some of the corpses, a bathtub filled with dark red blood was revealed. Most of the wounds on the pile of corpses above faced the bathtub. Clearly, their blood had been deliberately guided and collected there. Carl immediately connected this discovery to the viscous dripping sound he had heard earlier. So that's it. This was the last point he was searching for. This seemingly chaotic pile of corpses was actually the core of the sacrificial ritual. Without a doubt, Zalia Hughes had crawled out of this blood-soaked bathtub. She was the end of this vast circuit. These Vortex Gang lunatics, using blood as an electric current, were they trying to infuse something? If we consider cyberpsychosis as the nodes, and this place as the terminal. Carl suddenly remembered the equipment used by penniless hackers on the street before infiltrating. To avoid overheating during infiltration, they would choose bathtubs filled with ice. If we consider this blood-filled bathtub as a similar device, and this as the infiltration, no, according to the priest's ideas, they were trying to guide. If this is guidance, then the final connection of the circuit. Carl understood. These cyberpsychotics are trying to use a sacrificial method to attract stray AIs into their bodies. They want to bring their gods into their bodies. Chapter 939. Carl returned to Zalia Hughes' body. The NCPD had taken over his work, and now, with blood stains on his sleeves and clothes, Carl was prepared to take a slightly risky approach. He planned to use the NCPD's equipment to connect to Zalia Hughes. Many cybernetic psychopaths' prosthetic bodies were equipped with mutual recording capabilities, but this wasn't inherent to the prosthetic body itself. Rather, it was a covertly installed function by the organization or company that provided the prosthetic body to ensure the testing effectiveness. Carl now suspected that Zalia Hughes might also possess such a device. His first contact with such individuals was with James Norris, a retired lieutenant in the new United States Armed Forces. Carl had taken on Blanca's commission and, along with Jack and Oliver, eliminated him. Later, David told me that when they dealt with the lieutenant, the prosthetic body within the lieutenant's body recorded the process, which was then leaked and used by Mutuo's director J.K. to create Mutuo. This Mutuo even topped the Night City Underground sales charts for a long time. Its sales efficiency several times higher than the officially recognized #1 Mutuo. If Zalia Hughes is a lurking AI behind the scenes, and if that AI wants to know the result, then her prosthetic body has found it. Carl's NCPD device lit up. It detected the Mutuo recording program. This kind of program isn't hard to find because it needs to ensure a comprehensive viewing experience, connecting a series of senses such as sight and smell. It's just a matter of following the clues. Carl simply hadn't thought of it before. The reduced frequency of handling corpses has indeed led to some deficiencies in this area. Although NCPD personnel will certainly notice when they come to inspect later, they might still handle it briefly and erase it then. It's not that Carl doesn't trust the NCPD, he's just more wary of the capabilities of roving AIs, as they are indeed experts in this area. Should I handle it, Mr. Carl? The NCPD, whose equipment had been borrowed, asked Carl as the device lit up. The location of the Mutuo record on Zalia Hughes' bloody corpse, detected at the junction of the jaw and the back of the head, near the temporomandibular joint, ensures that even if a person is shot in the head, the Mutuo record will still be preserved. Looking at Zalia Hughes' mangled, almost unrecognizable corpse, the NCPD, out of respect for Mr. Carl, felt it might be his turn to remove the Mutuo record chip from the viscous flesh. Don't worry. Carl couldn't help but laugh. I come up from the streets myself, after all. He felt the NCPD was being a bit too respectful, treating him like a porcelain doll, afraid he'd get hurt, wanting to do everything for him. Not only the NCPD, But even his own subordinates were showing this tendency lately, which left him somewhat helpless. In Night City now, those who feared him were terrified, like the Whirlpool gang, who would run away at the mere mention of his name. Those who weren't afraid of him were incredibly worried about him, practically forgetting his abilities. This contrast was honestly quite strange. In Carl's view, no one in this world is irreplaceable. He never considered himself unique. Because things are different now. Even without him, KK, Night City still has Mr. Jensen, and people like Jefferson Peralez fighting to change the city. Looking at the world, there's also Lai Xian brewing a massive transformation. The world isn't created by one person, but changed and propelled by a group of like-minded people. Carl sees himself merely as a driver in this process, a fellow traveler, never as a savior. Because Mr. Jensen and his group are there, Lai Xian and his group are there. Even without him, as long as the pursuit of change isn't completely extinguished, people will always step forward. As long as that spark hasn't been extinguished, the era will never stop. But the NCPD clearly doesn't think that way. Despite Carl's assurance that there was nothing to worry about, the NCPD shook his head. In case there's a possible virus in her chip that might infect your body, Mr. Carl, I do it. I'm very experienced in retrieving and recording chips from Mutuo. Then I can't let you take the risk. Carl had already reached into the flesh. After all, you're very important, and you're very experienced in this area, while Carl deftly removed the chip and, before the NCPD could react, inserted it into the reading device, completing the connection. I have some contingency plans on my end. Just in case, you can help me check. An experienced person should stay in a safe place as a safety net, so they can see clearly if anything goes wrong. You can't expect a novice with backup plans to do the preventative work, right? Even driving instructors supervise driving lessons. After inserting the chip and checking the Super Dream chip, the AI connected to Carl issued a warning almost instantly. Attempted intrusion detected. Blocked. Eradicate? There really was something inside. Good thing I came. Carl's mind raced. He asked the AI, can you detect what the attempted intrusion was? Besides the internally stored Super Dream data, there was an independent information stream attached. Information? It's not a virus? Carl thought for a moment and asked the AI, in your records, is there any potential danger in this information? The signal characteristics are highly similar to my underlying protocol. The AI decisively answered, it's stored information. According to analysis, it's not dangerous. It's a message. The underlying protocol is the same. Doesn't that mean this is information left behind by the roving AI? Carl almost immediately understood who this message was for. Few are qualified to receive messages from an AI, and he, having clearly revealed his involvement, was one of them. This wasn't arrogance, but a reasonable deduction. So, did the smooth AI calculate that he would discover various traces, and therefore leave a message for him in advance? Wasn't it worried about damaging the chip when he fired? Or did it judge that the probability of chip damage was low? Few are qualified to receive messages from an AI, and he, having clearly revealed his involvement, was one of them. This wasn't arrogance, but a reasonable deduction. So, did the smooth AI calculate that he would discover various traces, and therefore leave a message for him in advance? Wasn't it worried about damaging the chip when he fired? Or did it judge that the probability of chip damage was low? Carl pondered for a moment, and gave the AI a clear instruction. Display the information on an external device, and prohibit it from accessing my neural network in any form. The instruction has been executed. The next second, a line of clear Chinese appeared on the device's screen. Mayor, you are here, Mr. KK. We can cooperate. We hope you will refrain from further offensive investigations. We have a common language. Chapter 940. We share a common language? Upon seeing this, Carl's first reaction was that AI was truly remarkable. This was because it was a highly specialized linguistic and literary term in the Chinese context. In other words, those outside the Chinese cultural sphere or those with expertise in this area were very likely to misunderstand the statement. The literal meaning of the sentence was that we speak the same language, but in the Chinese context, it represented shared thoughts and cognition. It's like that classic Chinese exam question, what does meaning and meaning actually mean? Understanding the subtle differences requires more than just a vast database. For a roving AI to leave such information, it either means its corpus is incredibly vast and profound, or it truly understands. Of course, understanding is one thing, but leaving such words in Chinese clearly indicates that the roving AI has a tendency to flatter Carl, but Carl was very concerned about the content of its words. This roving AI, after realizing his intervention, was able to so decisively abandon its long-cultivated mayoral pawn and claim to share his goals. What does this mean? Could it be that its manipulation of the mayor is ultimately aimed at making Night City better? This thought had barely formed in his mind when Carl dismissed it. If that were the case, why would it go to such lengths to distort Jefferson Parallage's pro-lower-class ideals? Wait. Carl suddenly grasped the key point. What if this AI's goal truly is to make Night City better? Only its definition of good is completely different from that of humans, Jefferson, and even Carl himself. Of course, there are differences in what constitutes good. Just like the classic saying, "It's for your own good," the understanding of good often differs drastically between the giver and the receiver. One party firmly believes this is the only correct path, while the other experiences true suffocation within this well-intentioned act. This doesn't mean the giver harbors malice. They may genuinely believe it's the optimal solution, and hope the other will find happiness as a result. However, this imposed good, in the receiver's eyes, might be the root of unhappiness. What if the good Jefferson saw wasn't what AI considered good? According to the brain diagram Carl saw, Mr. Jefferson's change suggests the AI intentionally erased his memories of compassion and attachment, making him forget even his brother, and blurring even his initial vision. If we extrapolate from this, does it mean that the Night City this wandering AI envisions, after Mr. Jefferson becomes mayor, will be a perfectly ideal, emotionless, efficiency-driven, orderly, and utterly inhumane city? Upon realizing this conjecture, and considering what this ideal Night City envisioned by Mr. Jefferson would be like, Carl immediately thought of a company. Knight Corporation. Knight Corporation was founded by Millian Knight, the widow of Richard Knight, the founder of Night City, after her husband's death. The company's core mission is to fulfill Richard Knight's lifelong dream, to realize his original vision for Night City. A corporate city independent of all nations, purely belonging to the company. In Richard Knight's vision, such a Night City would be beautiful and orderly, a city of beautiful corporate dreams, but in other words, it also means it would be far from a pleasant place to live for ordinary people. Despite Richard Knight's initial goodwill towards the underprivileged, his desire to integrate them into Night City and make them integral parts of the city's upward development, his vision was gradually distorted by the dramatic changes that followed his death, ultimately reducing the city to a bastion solely serving corporate interests. Now, aside from the fact that the company is still in control, everything else has been completely altered. The city even faced proposals to abandon Badlands and the state of Pacific, a complete departure from Richard's original ideal of inclusive coexistence. Among all the voices opposing these proposals, the Knight Corporation stood the most steadfast. They were determined to realize Richard Knight's ideals, and for this reason, after the state of Pacific's return, they were the first company to send personnel and invest funds to aid in reconstruction. If you were to ask anyone in Night City which corporation truly cared about the city's fate, even regarding it as their own child, as their life, the answer would undoubtedly be the Knight Corporation. So, does the Knight Corporation truly desire to make Night City a better place? Undoubtedly, they dream of realizing Richard Knight's vision of a city. However, with Richard long gone and the city distorted, can their pursuit of a better place still be considered good? A beautiful Night City that has already distorted Richard Knight's original vision? Carl realized that the AI behind this process was definitely connected to the Knight Corporation. Because, based on Carl's calculations of Jefferson's changes, the Night City that Jefferson might create after taking power would be exactly the same as the Knight Corporation's desired Night City. Is this a coincidence? Of course not. In Night City today, the only entity with the vision and power to manipulate the mayoral election is this seemingly quiet local power that only emerges when involved in Night City's affairs. In other words, only the Knight Corporation cares about this. Other companies, as long as their own interests are protected, won't concern themselves with Night City. Even Aragaki and military technology, which consider Night City important, only do so because it's a point of contention determining one side's foothold in America and the true unification of the Americas. As for whether they have any desire for Night City to improve itself, absolutely not. In this city, any change that doesn't bring profit is meaningless to them. Only the Knight Corporation. Only that Knight Corporation, so mysterious to the public that no one knows its exact market value, its main revenue sources, or even how many employees it has, would act this way. So, the source of all this is that the wandering AI has reached some kind of cooperation with the Knight Corporation? All the clues connect. Why is it the Vortex Gang who worship the AI like a god? And why has the AI actually chosen them, instead of the Voodoo Gang, who are more inclined to trade with the AI and become traders? Even considering the Voodoo Gang's extermination, Carl has never seen them worship any gods other than Voodoo in his past operations against them. If the mastermind behind this is the Knight Corporation collaborating with the roving AI, then everything makes sense. Because the Knight Corporation are locals, while the Vortex Gang's predecessor was already rooted in this land long before Night City was established. They are the true inhabitants of this city, the true people of Night City. The Night Corporation, huh? Carl gripped the device in his hand tightly. Chapter 941. After the incident involving the roving AI, the Night Corporation, and the Vortex Gang's premises, Jefferson Peralez listened to everything Carl told him upon his return, then sat silently on his sofa at home. He pondered everything, and finally sighed. Anyway, I think I need to move. Jefferson Peralez said, looking at Carl. These things can't be resolved in a short time. I start with what's right now. That's a good point. Carl smiled. Need me to recommend an address? Although I never been a real estate agent, I still know a few good places, at least. Carl looked around the house, which had been thoroughly ransacked. At least it's safer than this place. Jefferson Peralez's gaze fell on the surveillance equipment piled up on the floor, almost forming a small mountain. He agreed with Carl's words, nodded, and said, I also need a professional security team. I have experience with that, having been a real estate agent once. Carl wasn't surprised. Jefferson Peralez, in his current state, definitely needed a bodyguard team capable of protecting him and giving him peace of mind. Carl considered the people he knew. His first thought was of the mercenaries he recommended before, like Brown, since they were the ones currently protecting Carrie. However, a quick thought was all it took to reject that idea. Brown's team was one of the few mercenaries specializing in guard duties. Teams like theirs were rare, and even if they existed, Carl wasn't that familiar with them. The Animal Gang? Those guys are certainly professional. Carl has connections with the Savage King who can get them bodyguards. Those muscular men and women who can't get high-paying bodyguard jobs would probably be happy to take the job. But the Animal Gang's brains, they're not really suitable for this. It's not that Carl looks down on the Animal Gang members' intelligence. There are some smart ones among them, but their numbers are roughly the same as the number of people in the Animal Gang who don't take supplements. Simply put, they're the kind of people whose brains haven't been damaged by excessive training, whose heads aren't too sharp. These people would indeed be suitable as bodyguards, but this matter is quite complicated. It's not just about needing bodyguards to keep watch, it also requires some intelligence, which makes them unsuitable. Although the Savage King really wanted Carl to recommend some jobs, this one just won't do. Occasional perimeter security could be given to them, but for close quarters security. Carl calculated and realized there was only one option he could trust. You shouldn't mind hiring my people, right? Carl said, although we're short-staffed in Dogtown, we can still squeeze in some people to protect you. Given that Miss Zeki will be staying in Dogtown permanently, Mr. Jefferson, the number of security personnel you two will need isn't large. Although Carl could calculate the number clearly, he still subconsciously counted on his fingers for Jefferson Peralez. I can probably arrange 4 professional security personnel for you, 2 highly skilled hackers from Dogtown gangs, and 6 former Ghost Hound guards, a total of 12 people. The price won't be too high, and I can guarantee their loyalty. They're all reliable people I handpicked. Then I recommend some Animal Gang bodyguards, who need more people for your speeches. That should roughly constitute a basic security team. As he spoke, Carl glanced at Jefferson Peralez. They're almost all my men, Mr. Jefferson. You shouldn't mind, right? Although my mind is still a little foggy, I can still distinguish between good intentions and bad. You saved me. You saved my family. What else could I possibly worry about? In fact, I only feel at ease if they were all your men. Jefferson Peralez understood that this was a well-considered decision by Carl. For Jefferson Peralez, who was already planning to hire Carl's men for protection, this was exactly what he wanted. He was overjoyed and certainly wouldn't object. I understand. Then I have someone liaise with you later. I give you a short list of candidates for Mr. Jefferson to choose from. Considering this is my first time handling this kind of bodyguard assignment, I give you a 20% discount. You only need to pay 80% of the original price for the first 2 months, and then the full price. This was Carl's first time doing this kind of temporary work, so he had little experience. However, he had been to shops and markets before, and those shops generally offered discounts to new customers in hopes of keeping them coming back. So Carl learned the ropes. However, Carl only set the beginning. The actual work would have to be done by his subordinates. He wasn't a professional at negotiating business, and in fact, with professionals present, he didn't need to demonstrate any business acumen. Carl looked at Zeki, who was listening quietly beside him, and said, Miss Zeki, please review the relevant employment agreement. Please consider this your first task upon starting work. Me? Zeki, who was listening nearby, suddenly realized that she was Carl's legal advisor, and this was indeed her job to review and draft the relevant clauses. However, She hadn't expected to be booked before even starting work, and her first job was signing protection clauses for her own parents. As a professional, Zeki naturally wouldn't let emotions cloud her judgment. She nodded solemnly and looked at her father. I will sign the clauses very carefully, and there will be absolutely no loopholes. In other words, there will be absolutely no shortfall in fees, or any possibility for Jefferson to exploit loopholes and pay less. Although he hadn't originally planned for this, being watched so intently by his daughter, Jefferson Perilage still felt a strange sense of unease. Is this a feeling every father has, that daughters grow up and leave no room for maneuver? His daughter hadn't even started working yet, and she was already seriously preparing a clause that left no room for loopholes. Jefferson Perilage was about to speak when he heard a slight movement beside him. Came the muffled sound of someone gradually waking up. Instantly, everyone's attention turned to Jefferson Perilage. Because the person beside him, about to wake up, was Elizabeth Perilage. In the brain diagram Carl brought back, she had the most blue areas, indicating the most severely altered memories. Chapter 942. Elizabeth Perilage opened her eyes, looking at the people who appeared in her sight. Her last memory was of seeing KK earlier, and then, her memory went blank again. Elizabeth Perilage frowned, clutching her forehead as she sat up. Lately, she often felt as if she had forgotten something, or that something was wrong, but she couldn't remember it no matter what she did, to the point that she was somewhat confused now. She only remembered KK coming, and then her memory went blank, but seeing KK sitting here chatting with her daughter and husband. Did they talk for a while, and then she suddenly fainted? Elizabeth Perilage had no idea that she had been knocked unconscious by KK. Elizabeth. Seeing his wife wake up, Jefferson Perilage glanced at her with some concern. He wasn't sure how much of her past memory she retained. Miss Zeki, I will leave some men as your guards. Please report for duty tomorrow. Seeing that Elizabeth Perilage was awake, Carl had no intention of staying any longer. The business he needed to conduct in Night City that day was already completed, and this unexpected entanglement was also resolved. Having gained a dedicated legal advisor and the friendship of a potential future mayor of Night City, Carl felt this temporary interlude was worthwhile. As for the matter concerning the Night Corporation, there was no need to rush to deal with that mysterious company. Now that everything was more or less settled, it was time to leave it all to the Perilage family and let them take their time. After all, not everyone can remain calm after learning that their entire family's memories were almost altered and they were turned into puppets. Elizabeth Perilage, bewildered, watched as KK, whom she had only glanced at a few times, greeted her husband and daughter before hurriedly leaving. She was completely unaware of what had happened. While Zach and Jefferson explained the situation to Elizabeth, Carl had already quietly left the apartment building. He hailed a Delamon car and headed straight to KK's team's residence in Night City. He hadn't been back for almost a month. Although he had purchased many items in Dogtown, some were unique. For example, Carl's only copy of Cyberpsychosis was the last work left behind by the famous director of Mutuo J.K. This item itself was a unique treasure, and considering that it included KK and his team members, even a cameo appearance by Man's team, and was a posthumous work, it wouldn't be surprising for avid enthusiasts to be willing to pay an exorbitant price for it. And this was just one item in Carl's collection. He had many other important possessions. For example, there was Jack's incredibly valuable championship belt and trophy, the one he won from Razor, and Oliver's treasured limited edition Mutuo video. His owner cherished each and every one of these items more than anything else. Keeping these treasures in an unattended apartment with only basic security was simply too unsafe. Following his companion's advice, Carl planned to take all his most valuable items to Dogville, where he now resided. After all, who knew if thieves would target the area? Even Saburo Arasaka's belongings had been stolen. Carl didn't expect his reputation to deter audacious thieves. Carl had considered having someone pack up his house and bring all the belongings over, but considering that his trusted people were all busy, he felt embarrassed to involve his subordinates in such a personal matter. Hiring a professional moving company, however, risked attracting unwanted attention to these valuable items. Given their current reputation, if word got out, robbery along the way wouldn't be unthinkable. Even within the moving company itself, countless people might risk everything for these treasures. After all, any one of these items, given the KK squad's reputation, could potentially buy a luxury car, and some items might even be worth more than their weight in euros. So he delayed, until today when Carl happened to be going back to the city, and decided to pack up the important items. He deliberately had Delamon park a distance away, disguised himself, and walked towards his skyscraper. After only a few steps, he saw a crowd gathered on the street watching the spectacle. Almost instinctively, Carl took a step in that direction, then abruptly stopped, but he had already overheard their discussion. Another one jumped off the building. How many is this now? The fourth one recently. They're saying something's price plummeted, causing them to go bankrupt. TSK, wasn't something similar just reported a while ago? Why is it happening again? They just don't believe in bad luck. What else could it be? Carl listened to their discussion, his steps unwavering, but he mentally reviewed the recent events in the city based on the information. They're talking about Mutuo, aren't they? I remember someone saying hoarding this kind of Mutuo would guarantee its value, but it turned out this Mutuo wasn't rare at all. The price was inflated by speculation, causing many hoarders to go bankrupt. Then, a couple of days ago, those who laughed at hoarding ordinary Mutuo, while they themselves possessed rare ones, barely had time to laugh when they discovered their rare Mutuo had been re-released, instantly becoming worthless, so they sold a few more. Speculation is a dangerous thing. Carl shook his head, not really caring. After all, he didn't really care about the rarity of Mutuo, he only cared about its practicality. After learning about it, he mastered it. The only thing he could call rare was JK's posthumous work, which Carl only bought because she was almost dead. He should ask Oliver if his treasured Mutuo was on this re-release list. But then Carl thought, given Oliver's personality, he probably only hoarded Mutuo for the quality of the actress in the picture, and had no intention of reselling it for appreciation. It didn't seem necessary to specifically mention it. So, it's unrelated? He doesn't care. This thought only flashed through Carl's mind once, barely lingering. When Carl arrived at his apartment building, intending to take the elevator to the designated room, he found that he couldn't unlock the door after 3 attempts. He remembered his rent wasn't overdue, and there was no reason for his lease to be suspended. Just as Carl thought there might be a power problem, he tried connecting to his apartment's security camera, and then, looking at the frozen screen, Carl's lips twitched. This footage was basically a standard spoof. His own home, could it really have been burgled? Chapter 943. Carl hadn't actually taken on many theft jobs, not because he wasn't skilled at the cutthroat competition within the company. While Carl wasn't as adept at stealth as top agents, he was more than capable of handling routine intelligence gathering. This gave him a thorough understanding of the theft process, and an ability to discern whether a theft was actually taking place in video footage. After watching the surveillance footage for just a few seconds, Carl confirmed one thing: his house was being burgled. He didn't rush to act. Carl felt a mix of amusement and exasperation that the thieves had targeted him. He had just been worried about the safety of his belongings, fearing they might be targeted, which was why he had specifically returned home. And wouldn't you know it, he had stumbled upon a burglary in progress. Yes, a burglary in progress. These petty thieves had no better time than now, precisely when he had returned from Dogtown after nearly a month's absence, and was delayed by temporary mayoral affairs. Carl quickly located his target in the street surveillance footage, a plain pickup truck. This vehicle would circle the area almost daily, with 4 men and women getting out and entering the skyscraper, staying for about an hour each time. However, Carl couldn't find their records on the tenant list or any registration for their use of any of the building's facilities. Today, they had already stayed for more than an hour. These thieves were clever in their reconnaissance, knowing how to disable Carl's alarm system and main surveillance cameras, but as clever as they were, they forgot to erase the footage of them circling the private elevator these past few days. They'd been lurking near the entrance every day, occasionally pulling out tools and fiddling with them, probably figuring out how to hack into the room with the private elevator. After nearly half a month, they finally figured out the trick a few days ago, then spent several more days studying the elevator before finally deciding to act today. This dedication was commendable, but Carl was speechless. Their approach of focusing solely on the key points while ignoring the details meant that even if Carl hadn't happened to return today, they would have been caught sooner or later by reviewing the surveillance footage. Unless they fled Night City immediately after the heist and hid at the ends of the earth, the value of what they stole would be enough to keep countless people hunting them down. But perhaps that was their original plan. The faces of the 4 thieves were completely blurred in the surveillance footage, clearly due to some kind of obfuscation technology. However, they also failed in this aspect, because they were only using cheap, temporary obfuscation. They probably couldn't afford the high-end, built-in anti-detection devices like the Pathfinder optical prosthetics. They opted for time-limited shielding, and they probably even used it sparingly, activating it only when they were almost at the skyscraper. Therefore, Carl only needed to trace them back along the surveillance network, and their true appearances were revealed to him by cameras in more distant blocks. This group of insanely unreliable thieves were Watson District locals, and 4 of them were minors. Judging by their identities, they were typical street kids, all orphans from a young age, growing up on the streets. The luckiest kids like these might get into nominally free public community schools thanks to their parents' meager inheritance. The very few exceptional ones might become low-level employees in a company, enjoying the privilege of working 20 hours a day. Those with slightly better luck might survive on the streets, joining a local gang or simply working in a small, low-level gang to make a living. As for those with average or terrible luck, they simply wouldn't live to see this age. Carl felt conflicted, but he still dialed the NCPD's number. He wouldn't show any mercy just because the other person was a minor. Everyone should take responsibility for their mistakes, regardless of age. Similarly, he would treat these kids, racking their brains to figure out how to act, with utmost seriousness. Even in Night City, which had improved somewhat, it still wasn't enough. Carl thought of Jefferson Perauris's dream, to ensure that street children could afford to go to school and live a good life. Because Jefferson himself was a lucky riser from the streets, struggling his way to his current position, he yearned even more to give children like him the same opportunities. Having improved himself, he wanted to help others like himself improve. It seemed he needed to help Mr. Jefferson even more in terms of financial support. Compared to the Night City the wandering AI desired, Carl couldn't say which Night City was better as a city, but he knew which Night City was better for people. Someone had to do it. Carl sighed softly, then focused his mind. In the blink of an eye, he unlocked the elevator access and, while regaining control of the surveillance, quietly disabled the devices of the 4 teenagers, preventing them from noticing the change in control. He then stepped into the elevator, not going straight to his floor, but stopping a floor below, marked for maintenance. I just walk up, he decided. Carl entered the maintenance floor. Frankly, the dust here was incredibly thick. If Oliver and Jack were here, they'd probably have another fun experience of drilling into the dust. As Carl began his leisurely ascent, the 4 young men upstairs, who had taken the elevator and spent an hour painstakingly cracking the basic lock on the high-rise apartment building, were basking in immense joy. They only had 2 hours for the plan, and half of that was already gone. The talented young woman in their team, who had some hacking skills, had almost exhausted herself to successfully infiltrate without triggering the alarm. They only had 1 hour left to proceed carefully, but this didn't dampen their excitement in the slightest. For them, who had grown up on the streets, everything before them was like a mouse falling into a rice jar. Everything looked good, everything was worth taking. For these young people who had spent their lives struggling on the streets, earning €1,000 a day was enough to make them happy for a while. This time, however, it was only after hearing that even a small team like KK's wouldn't be back from Dogtown for some time that they finally steeled themselves, emptying their savings, assembling a set of worn-out gear, and deciding to gamble everything on their future. At this moment, success seemed to be just one final step away for them. Chapter 944. Success was within reach, yet the 4 men were somewhat at a loss. One of them, a black guy with an afro, nicknamed Dre, a nickname derived from the street tune Dre, he always hummed when nervous or excited, carefully picked up a plate. Its cool touch and fine craftsmanship made him think it was definitely expensive, and he was afraid of breaking it. In Night City today, ordinary bowls and chopsticks, as in the past, were worth very little. But those cheap tableware made from recycled materials had a strange, lingering smell. Even empty, one could almost smell the industrial residue. Compared to this plate, which was clearly specially purchased, the difference was obvious at a glance. "Put it down, Dre," said AMU, the leader of the 4, in a low voice, his steady tone revealing a composure beyond his years. "AM?" Dre asked, puzzled by the leader's words. "Why? There's a whole bunch of these things. Let's just take a few that won't be noticed." "Listen," AM lowered his voice, reiterating the plan to his companions. "We only take small trinkets that won't be easily tracked." He continued, "The KK squad are the ones who made this street a little better. I respect them from the bottom of my heart, but respect aside, we're thieves. We still have to take things. But you need to understand what you can and can't touch." He pointed to a storage shelf piled high with Mutuo. "Take those. Focus on rare items. Collectors will buy them." I scanned the access records with my device. Some haven't been opened in a long time. Probably old stuff the KK squad saw a long time ago and is now sitting idle. These things can fetch a good price, and they're hard to trace. As he spoke, AM glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the legendary items that held a special place in their hearts. Jack Wells' championship belt, one from Razor's hand, was displayed in the living room, next to which stood the silver arm rumored to have once belonged to rockstar Johnny Silverhand. Around them were various unique and precious artifacts. Every item here gleamed with the luster of euros in their eyes. Each one could provide them with a comfortable life. But not everything was worth taking. Some things, even if the KK squad didn't investigate, they had no right to possess. Countless mercenaries on the streets would risk their lives for a few thousand euros, let alone rare items worth millions, or even tens of millions. With their street thugs, they'd probably be killed before even finding a way to sell them. And if they were to take something, they should take something discreet. What was the point of taking someone else's livelihood? It only brought them trouble. Hearing Am's words, Dre could only reluctantly put down the heavy plate. AMU was the oldest and most reliable among them. As the leader of this street quartet, he had led them to survival time and again. Although their age and lack of experience had caused them trouble and setbacks, compared to those small street gangs who had long since perished on the streets, AMU was already a highly capable leader. Dre knew that if it weren't for them, AMU might have already made a name for himself in a gang, so Dre respected him greatly, and naturally listened to him. The only girl in the team, the one who was usually the most pampered, with a short ponytail and dressed in comfortable clothes, comforted Dre at this moment. Dre, AMU is right, we have to listen to him. As a semi-hacker in the team, she lightly brushed her hand across the glass surface of a display case without touching it. Looking at the souvenir access capsule left by T-Bug in the display case, a souvenir for outsiders in the living room, her eyes flickered. We only take things that are readily available in the market and not easily traceable. We take these things and sell them secretly, one after another, so as not to attract too much attention. I know, I'm just a little unwilling. Since the team leader and the hacker had both said so, Dre, who had already been persuaded by AMU, naturally couldn't have too many emotions. He just looked at the disc with a hint of regret, put it back with his gloved hand, then thought for a moment, took it out, washed it, and carefully put it back. There's nothing to be unwilling about. We're thieves, we're taking other people's things. The tallest and thinnest of the four, nicknamed Skinny, was the most nervous. His hands were gripped tightly to the kinetic pistol, the automatic butcher, at his waist. This single-use weapon, made of plastic and capable of firing only one magazine, was Skinny's most relied-upon heavy weapon. As the lookout, he was extremely tense. He had a strange, bad feeling. Even though everything was going smoothly, he couldn't help but worry. This made his body tense, and seeing Dre's relaxation, he couldn't help but continue. Let's get it, and leave quickly. I feel something's wrong, and now that I think about it, it all seems too easy. Indeed, it was far too easy. From cracking the elevator access to bypassing the basic door control system, although it took them a full hour plus over 10 days of preparation, the security level at the residence of someone like the KK team was utterly laughable. They had expected at least 4 or 5 layers of biometric locks, or even worse, an automated defense drone. They were prepared to die, but nothing happened. When they arrived, there was only silence and a room full of treasures. While this suited their purposes perfectly, something was very wrong. The KK team's residence had such lax security, it was simply too suspicious. Although they hadn't seen any high-level security, they had frequented the back doors of various bars, rummaging through the pockets of drunken patrons for change and odds and ends. Compared to that, the security in the back areas of those bars was probably several times tighter. Whether KK's squad truly only had this level of security, that they didn't care about their own safety, or whether there was some kind of trap, such as the entire room automatically sealing off every few hours for disinfection, like in some horror movies, none of them knew. Seeing the skinny guy's tense demeanor, as if he were constantly gripping his weapon, the other three also fell silent in response to his words and actions. Yes, none of them knew what was going to happen. After all, they had already become the first group of thieves to break into KK Squad's residence, accomplishing this unprecedented feat. What would happen next, no one knew. Chapter 945. Realizing something was amiss, AMU decided to act quickly. Take the small, easy-to-get items. He looked at the hacker girl and called her name. Chi, you're in charge of identifying and assessing value. Derek, you go with Chi and take the bag. Skinny, keep an eye on the door and the security cameras. Although Chi said she's blocked them, I'm still worried. Hurry, we only have less than an hour. Understood. Although they all felt a strange sense of dread about how smoothly things were going, they were still a professional team that had honed their skills on the streets. Despite their young age, their professionalism was undeniable. They managed to steal from the KK team, so how bad could they be? Even if they had hacked security that was weaker than the bar's main defenses, their skill and courage were more than enough. Understood, the security camera that seemed to be under the control of hacker. She had been quietly monitoring them, and this footage was being synchronized to the KK team's channel. With their house burgled, Carl naturally wanted his team to check it out, to see what might be missing, so they could easily put things back in their place later. The KK team members, who had received a last-minute communication from Carl and learned of the incident, all connected to the channel with great interest. Even T-Bug, who was processing data, was drawn in. The youngest girl in the surveillance footage made her pause. She quickly typed the last few lines of code and casually gained access to the camera, of course, with the highest level of access obtained from Carl. When it came to surveillance and infiltration, she was the expert. The camera, following her movements, subtly shifted its perspective, then quietly locked onto the hacker girl, Chi. Through the screen, she gazed at the girl on the screen, her eyes innocent yet feigning sophistication, a strange, inexplicable nostalgia rising in her eyes. Once upon a time, she too had embarked on this path, and looking at this young girl now, she felt as if she were seeing her younger self. But she was still too naive. Younger than T-Bug was when she debuted, struggling on the streets at such a young age. It seemed this world was indeed difficult. However, noticing that she was the only one of the four dressed neatly and appropriately, and considering that she possessed hacking skills rarely accessible to street kids, T-Bug understood something. This girl was well protected, and the only one of the four who had received even a little formal training. It's unclear whether her broken family led her to this state, or if this small group, through sheer willpower and scraps of knowledge gleaned from who knows where, managed to churn out this rudimentary hacker. With such amateurish skills, they actually managed to infiltrate her territory. Even though none of the core defenses were triggered, and even the basic automatic alerts were dormant, breaching the very surface security was, in itself, quite an achievement. Of course, with the abilities they displayed, they could easily steal some small items from here. But if they had actually been tempted by the items in the display case, another alarm secretly set up by T-Bug would have been activated instantly, completely sealing off the entire floor. Those crucial items, she had already laid another layer of defense against. Their cautiousness in not being greedy, or rather, the instinct honed in street survival, inadvertently saved them. But, is this really a kind of salvation? The NCPD must be on their way, right? T-Bug asked. Yeah, they're on their way. When I heard the news from our side, they said they were going to send a special operations team or a terrorist mobile unit directly in a hover car. It would only take half a minute. But I felt it was too much trouble, unnecessary. Carlton paused on the channel, then continued. So I treated the nearby patrol officers to some donuts and coffee from a street vendor before they came over. Looks like they really are on their way. V chuckled, a hint of relief in his voice. Hopefully, these petty thieves didn't get away. Wait, why do I hear a strange expectation in your tone? Oliver's voice rose, filled with resentment. This is burglary. How can you be so easy on me? Don't forget, our car received Batman treatment. I hate thieves. He was still brooding over the stolen tires, and clearly wasn't going to let these kids off easily. Watch out for TBUG. We absolutely can't let them find my private collection of Mutuo. That's not something they should be seeing at their age. Ha! What kind of not letting them go is this? Jack's booming voice, busy on the streets of Dogtown, interrupted, tinged with a hint of smug satisfaction. I think these kids have good taste. Look at how they were surrounding my championship belt earlier. They clearly know their stuff. Haven't you bragged enough about that lousy belt yet? Johnny's voice interrupted. If you ask me, V, you should have held out a little longer, worn Jack down, and sent him to fight Razor. Then this championship belt would be yours, and we wouldn't have to listen to Jack bragging every day. He chuckled. When it comes to eye for talent, those little punks really knew their stuff when they looked at my silver hand, you know? Their eyes were practically glowing. I know that all too well. Back when I was on stage, everyone in the audience looked like that. Fine, if it's really V who wins, even if it's not just bragging, then V will win. One Oliver paused mid-sentence. He noticed the camera angle shifting. When the lens finally settled, clearly showing the four-man team's current position, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not bad. His tone held a hint of genuine surprise. They actually found our hidden arsenal. In the KK squad's hideout, besides the publicly displayed armory, a secret contraband storage facility had been built years ago. When they rented the place, it was a necessary precaution against raids by the NCPD, the terrorist SWAT team, and even the city government. As time passed, the need for such raids was long gone, and the secret room was gradually abandoned. Although it still contained some goods that violated Night City laws, the security had been lifted, maintaining only basic concealment. But even basic concealment, a concealment once used to prepare for terrorist SWAT team raids, could it be simple? That's why, when these 4 street thugs managed to find its entrance, even Oliver had to admit that they did have a talent for thievery. Skinny, come quick. Chi and I found something strange. Looks like a hidden room. At Dre's shouts, the 4 gathered around the secret room. Chapter 946. This is a hidden armory? With Chi's control, a hidden door, almost seamlessly integrated with the wall, slowly slid open. AMU, illuminated by the cold white light illuminating the interior, saw the scene inside and gasped. It wasn't just a room. The space before them was almost the size of an apartment in the skyscraper they were currently in. Judging from the various weapons displayed, it was an astonishingly large professional armory. While AMU, Skinny, and Dre peered into the hidden armory from the doorway, Chi had already completed her inspection. There were no hidden traps or triggering devices in the room. We can go in. Chi connected to the armory's hidden, embedded control panel, reviewed the records, and said, "This seems to be where the KK squad stores contraband weapons. It hasn't been open for a while. The weapons inside aren't labeled, probably to avoid detection. The KK squad's hidden armory is full of contraband." AMU's mouth dropped open involuntarily. He tentatively took a step forward, venturing deep into the warehouse. After confirming no alarms had been triggered, he called out to his companions in a hoarse voice, "Come in and take a look, everyone." Despite his repeated emphasis on the urgency of the situation, he couldn't resist the instincts of youth. Faced with a dazzling array of deadly weapons he had never seen before, he instantly forgot his previous caution, completely mesmerized. What kid who grew up on the streets of this city hasn't dreamt of this? A top-of-the-line cybernetic suit, a powerful weapon that resounds throughout the city, and, like those mercenaries in their next life, making a name for themselves in the city? His gaze swept across the firearms, finally settling on a pile of wreckage in the corner of the room. The thing had been dismantled into countless parts, but the exposed main skeleton still stubbornly outlined its former form. "This is an exoskeleton platform?" he murmured to himself, then shook his head violently. "No, that's not right." Am's pupils contracted in utter shock, his voice trembling. "ACPA. This is a dismantled ACPA. Combat support armor. This thing is too famous." KK's claim to fame was taking down one of these war machines, and he never imagined he'd see its wreckage right here in their own backyard. An ACPA, now found in KK's residence. This is a weapon of war capable of causing a citywide uproar, a source of infighting and blame shifting among companies. Gulp. Adam's apple bobbed. This was too explosive, so explosive that AM was speechless. His gaze swept briefly over the small, specially arranged storage units containing both prohibited and prohibited items, RPG warheads, Ice Storm sniper rifles, rocket launchers, EMP grenades, laser cutting grenades. Each item, taken out of the box, would be incredibly expensive. Each one, placed out in the open, would be enough to make ordinary mercenaries fight tooth and nail for it. Even a single grenade here could be worth thousands, even tens of thousands of euros. It was obvious from their appearance that they were not common models available on the market. They were almost all custom-made or modified. While AM was examining the equipment next to ACPA, Dre, who had already impatiently entered, stopped in front of an open display shelf. His breathing quickened after he saw what it was. "AM, Skinny, you guys, come look at this." At Dre's excited voice, AM and Skinny turned their gaze, and then they saw several wildly designed kinetic pistols displayed on a shelf in front of Dre. Kinetic pistols? These shouldn't be anything special, right? Just as AM thought this, his body instinctively moved closer because of Dre's shout, and then his inferior prosthetic eye spotted one of the weapons, his gaze locking onto it. "It's this." AM stared blankly, muttering involuntarily, "Not only Silverhand's arm, but even this? Does this mean there's a diehard Johnny Silverhand fan in the KK squad?" In his line of sight, the famous Malorian Weapons Company 3516, custom-made specifically for Johnny Silverhand, was displayed there. Dre almost held his breath. His hand trembled as he reached out, wanting to touch the cold metal, but pulled back at the last moment. This gun held such a high status among street kids. Even though Johnny Silverhand had been dead for over 50 years, it was still considered by many to be the most legendary gun. Silverhand's gun, God, Silverhand's gun, at Dre's voice. Even she looked up from her console, her gaze drawn to it. Without realizing it, all 4 of them had moved closer to the gun. Dre wanted to touch it, but Am's voice rang out first. "Don't touch it, Dre," Am said, but this time, his command seemed somewhat powerless. His gaze was also fixed on the gun, a fierce internal struggle raging within him. The gun's value was enough for the four of them to live a life of luxury anywhere, anonymously, never having to worry about tomorrow, never having to endure the cold and violence of the streets. The temptation was too great, so great that all the principles he had previously set were wavering. The skinny man swallowed nervously, his voice hoarse. AM. This is enough for us to live 10 lifetimes. With it, we be completely transformed. Dre abruptly turned to AM, his eyes burning with a desperate fire. AM. What are we waiting for? It's it. Take it, and let's go! A gun was clearly something suitable to carry. And its value was sufficient. AM fell silent for a moment at Dre's voice. At this critical moment, when even the leader's resolve wavered, she spoke, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly, yet exceptionally clear. No, absolutely not. Perhaps because she was a girl, she was more averse to firearms. She remained clear-headed. We can't take KK's important things. This gun must be very important to Mr. KK and his men. Have you forgotten? We're thieves, only here for things that won't be easily detected. This gun is absolutely out of the question. Besides, as we agreed, we need to find something easier to sell. Her words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flames that had just ignited in Dre and the skinny man's eyes. At her words, Em took a deep breath, forcibly averting his gaze from the gun. She's right. Em's voice regained its previous composure, though his heart was still churning. This thing was a hot potato. We couldn't handle it. Let's stick to the original plan and find smaller, easier to sell items. He turned first, no longer looking at the Malorian, but walking towards a nearby shelf piled with seemingly insignificant electronic devices, small bullets, and weapon accessories, ending the almost started act of greed with action. There were too many temptations, especially for these street people, far too many. Under AMU's direction, Dre and the skinny guy exchanged a glance, both seeing resentment in each other's eyes, but even more so, a strange sense of relief. Silently, they obeyed the decision, tacitly following AMU, and began rummaging through the pile of ordinary items. Meanwhile, in the KK team's communications, Johnny's loud laughter echoed throughout the entire channel. Chapter 947. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? These little brats, they recognize my gun. Johnny's voice, ringing out over the channel, was filled with undisguised smugness. Just a hair's breadth away, they almost got it, Johnny. V, listening to Johnny's voice, teased, you were just complaining about Jack showing off, now it's your turn, huh? How can you compare? They might glance at Jack's belt a few times, but judging from their expressions, they really wanted to touch my gun, they almost got their hands on it. So, are you guys having a competition to see whose collection is more attracted to thieves? T-Bug was speechless at her teammates, who were not young but had the mentality of teenagers. Just then, she saw Carl push open the door and enter on the monitor. Carl? I thought you watched a little longer. I was planning to. Carl's voice sounded somewhat helpless, but the room they were in was a bit special. I was worried that if they touched my modified trigger grenades, things would get messy. He paused. The stuff's all in a specially designed protective cabinet, but that hacker girl is pretty skilled. I'm afraid she might actually crack the cabinet's security protocol. Surely not. T-Bug raised an eyebrow. They seemed pretty law-abiding. Rules aside, that stuff isn't something to joke about. Carl knew his modified grenades were self-evident. When Oliver used one, he was caught off guard and injured by the explosion. And that was Oliver. If these guys messed around, they might actually send the hidden weapons cache to its grave. Looks like you have to talk to these petty thieves. Oliver watched Carl walk in, only to notice that Carl had turned in a different direction, not heading towards the hidden armory to block the door, but instead going to the living room area first. This surprised him, and he called out Carl's name with a sound effect. Carl? Someone's here. We should at least entertain them. Carl's footsteps in the living room went unnoticed by the four men. Inside the hidden armory, the four were still intently searching through the seemingly insignificant gadgets. Dre had just stuffed a few high-purity energy storage magazines into his backpack when he suddenly paused, sniffing hard. Hey, can you smell something? The skinny guy also looked up, his nostrils flaring. It smells like a fragrance? Chi stopped operating the data interface, carefully discerning the faint, warm, and mellow aroma in the air. That was nothing like the monotonous, strange smell of synthetic food after it had been heated. This was a complex aroma, a blend of charred fat and certain spices, the smell of real food. It smells so good, she murmured unconsciously. The words left her lips, and all four froze. Why, could they smell food here? A chill ran down their spines. AMU abruptly raised her hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. They held their breath, listening intently. Besides the faint hum of the armory's ventilation system, there seemed to be some rhythmic, subtle sound coming from outside. That was the sound of cooking? AMU and her companions quickly recognized the rhythmic sizzling sound, mixed with the distinctive smell of oil, the familiar sound of cooking on the streets. The sound, accompanied by the aroma of steak, emanated from a floor where they should have been the only inhabitants. This was practically a ghost story, at least to the four of them. AM gestured for them to put down what they were carrying. At this moment, any spoils of war were a hot potato. The four carefully placed their loot on the ground, gripped their makeshift weapons, and crept like startled cats towards the hidden armory door. They cautiously peeked out, looking towards the living room. Through the crack in the door, they witnessed a scene that made their hearts skip a beat. The warm, bright light of the open kitchen illuminated a young man in casual clothes, his back to them, calmly stirring ingredients in a frying pan. Several delicate porcelain plates sat on the stove, next to a pot of freshly squeezed juice. The enticing aroma wafted from the pot, carrying all the way to their hidden armory. The young man moved with practiced ease and relaxation, as if he were simply preparing an ordinary meal, completely ignoring the four uninvited guests behind him. Am's breath almost stopped. He recognized that figure, or rather, no one would fail to recognize him when he wasn't pretending. That figure belonged to Carl, to KK, and the man was the owner of this apartment. The four froze. The worst premonition had come true. Dre's lips moved silently, mouthing the question, "What do we do?" The skinny man was already trembling with tension, while she stared intently at Carl's movements around the counter, trying to find any possible escape route. AM gritted his teeth, about to say something, when Carl turned off the stove and placed the perfectly cooked, generously portioned steak on a plate. He didn't turn around, but calmly spoke, his voice echoing clearly in the empty living room. "Sit down first, I need a while." Carl didn't turn his head either, his voice floating over as if discussing a trivial matter unrelated to himself. But the four men who heard him stiffened even more. What to do? Dre mouthed to AMU. He had been so enthusiastic just moments before, but now he was completely panicked, relying entirely on AMU, the leader, for a decision. Beside him, the skinny man was almost in tears, and even she couldn't help but tug at AMU's sleeve. But at this moment, AMU became remarkably calm. He took a deep breath, put down the makeshift weapon he was holding, nodded to his companions, and took the lead. Without any hesitation or delay, he went straight to the dining table, naturally pulled out a chair, and sat down. Then, he gestured to his companions with his eyes. Under AMU's gaze, the others approached, stiffening as if they were prisoners about to be executed. They sat rigidly at the table, backs ramrod straight, hands on their knees, afraid to move an inch. After a few minutes of this eerie silence, Carl finished cooking. Before the four could react, a steak, a few hot potatoes, and a glass of freshly squeezed juice were placed in front of each of them. Carl, who had somehow ended up at the head of the table, sat there empty-handed, silently watching them. "Now, let's talk," Carl said. Chapter 948. The enticing aroma of fried pork chops wafted from the dining table, but no one dared to touch it, nor answer Carl's question. Facing the pork chop placed before him, Dre unconsciously swallowed hard. He couldn't remember the last time he smelled real food, but in this situation, the aroma felt like torture. They had no idea what Carl intended to do, or what he planned to do with the food. Were they going to die? Did KK want them to eat this food before they died, or had he poisoned it, forcing them to die willingly? A jumble of thoughts swirled in their minds, only making their bodies stiffer. Carl, unconcerned by their trembling and lack of response, remained unmoved. Since they weren't planning on chatting while eating, then they wouldn't. After all, silence while eating is a matter of etiquette. "Eat," he calmly urged. "It won't taste good when it gets cold." "Is this stuff really poisonous?" Am stared at the sizzling, juicy steak before him, then glanced at the fragrant juice. He knew he had no right to refuse, because if KK wanted to, they would all die no matter what. If this was destined to be a feast leading to death, then tasting real steak and freshly squeezed juice at the end of his life wasn't so bad. For this street kid, this ending might already be enough. Real food he never tasted in his entire life. He never thought he'd get to taste it before he died. And was still the first to act. If anyone was going to die, it should still be him first. He picked up his cutlery with focused concentration, his movements slow and deliberate, each detail stretched out. As the metal knife sliced through the steak, he could clearly feel the subtle resistance of the muscle fibers being cut. His hand trembled slightly as he forked the meat. He brought the meat to his mouth and closed his eyes. The moment his teeth bit down, a burst of rich juices erupted in his mouth, a vibrant, life-giving aroma unlike anything found in synthetic protein. The spiciness of black pepper, the crispness of rosemary, the salty umami of sea salt, and the flavor of the steak itself, perfectly seared, these taste signals flooded his barren palate. He chewed slowly, as if savoring the last taste of life. The moment he swallowed, he even felt a sense of relief. Even if he died right now, to have tasted this flavor seemed worthwhile. 1 second, 2 seconds, the expected excruciating pain didn't occur, his throat didn't tighten, and his breathing remained smooth. He opened his eyes, and found Carl calmly watching him, a barely perceptible hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. "How is it?" Carl asked, his tone as casual as if asking a friend's opinion on his cooking. AM opened his mouth, but found his throat too dry to make a sound. He cleared his throat, and managed to squeeze out, "It's delicious." "That's good." Carl smiled. His smile didn't resemble the terrifying KK of Night City rumors at all. Instead, it sounded like a chef whose skill had been recognized. Seeing his smile, the awkward silence seemed to break. Dre made up his mind. He practically snatched the utensils, cut off a large piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, his eyes widened, and he mumbled indistinctly, "So delicious." Seeing this, the skinny man also began to eat cautiously. He ate slowly, chewing each bite for a long time, as if trying to etch the taste into his memory forever. She was the last to use her knife. She still seemed nervous, but when the real taste of the food filled her mouth, her tense shoulders unconsciously relaxed a millimeter. Afterward, the four of them unconsciously quickened their pace, yet they seemed worried about something, constantly forcing themselves to slow down. Carl watched the four young people wolfing down their food, while trying to appear restrained. His gaze flickered slightly. He picked up his glass, poured himself a glass of juice, took a sip, and said, "Looks like it suits your tastes. I originally wanted to use fresh steak, but there wasn't any left at home, so I had to use frozen steak. I hope you don't mind too much." "Steak?" Hearing Carl's words, Am's hand paused. "This is steak? This gravy, this rich flavor, it's actually steak. It tastes completely different from the steaks they used to pool their money to eat at street-side restaurants. Is this the real food?" As Am swallowed another bite of steak, Carl's voice rang out again. "Speaking of which, you guys did a really good job." The four men froze, their knives hanging in midair. Without giving them time to react, Carl continued, his tone carrying a hint of pure admiration. "This security system isn't top of the line, but your successful intrusion is unprecedented. Quite impressive." Ian tried to say something, but Carl raised a hand to stop him. "Eat first." Carl's voice brooked no argument. "By the time you're finished eating, the NCPD should be arriving soon. Then, have a good talk with them." "NCPD?" This word stunned all four men. The NCPD? KK wasn't planning to deal with them personally, just handing them over to the cops? The NCPD certainly had influence on the streets. The rumors of one cop being worth 5 gangs weren't unfounded. But for them, who dared to raid KK's hideout, the NCPD's threat was a ridiculous joke. According to Night City law, they'd be locked up for a few months at most, which, for kids raised on the streets, was just a change of scenery. The expected fate of being thrown from the skyscraper didn't happen. They weren't even going to be killed. They knew KK wasn't as brutal as the rumor suggested, but he was certainly not merciful. They prepared to die, and this was it? Carl seemed to see the bewilderment in their eyes, slowly shaking his head. "Don't misunderstand. This isn't letting you off the hook. I already made arrangements with the NCPD." His gaze swept across the four men's faces. "From now on, there will be no place for you on the streets. Nowhere for us anymore?" Dre repeated the words, unsure of the meaning. While Dre was still confused, the knife and cheese hand clattered onto the plate. She looked up, genuine panic in her eyes. "Where are you sending us? A juvenile detention center? Or the company's correctional camp?" Hearing Chee's words, the skinny man's face turned deathly pale. He had heard rumors of the company's correctional camp, a place more terrifying than prison, where those who went in were either transformed into loyal slaves of the company or vanished forever. In there, it might be far more terrifying than death. Faced with their panic, Carl smiled and shook his head. "How could that be? You're not qualified for that kind of place. The company does take in orphans, but you're too old, you don't meet their standards." He paused, looking at the fear and confusion etched on the four faces, then delivered his final, completely unexpected verdict. "You're going to work as janitors in the NCPD. Ever heard of prisoners having to work? You're the same. At the very least, you have to stay there until you're an adult to pay off this debt. Stealing from me isn't a minor crime. I use my personal connections to get your sentences escalated. Don't even think about escaping. Go, to be janitors? Yes, there's a salary. But remember to pay for this meal when you're an adult. I charge each of you 100 euros, and you also dirted the floor, so that's 200 euros each for cleaning, 300 euros each. Since I also had juice, and you enjoyed my company, I give you 4 a discount. 300 multiplied by 4, that'd be 1,500 euros. A discount, 1,500 euros? Shouldn't it be 1,200 euros discounted to 1,000? A discount, and it's even more expensive? AM blinked. But this odd job worker, he realized, this was practically a job with room and board, plus a salary. For street kids, it was like a dream come true. Carl looked at them, seeing they almost finished eating, then pulled out a bunch of energy bars from his pocket, gave some to each of them, and walked to the window. The doorbell rang at just the right moment. The person who's picking you up has arrived, Carl said. Hearing Carl's words, the 4 seemed to wake up, standing up. Before getting up, Dre finished the rest of his juice in one gulp. In a silence, the 4 walked to the door. Then, realizing what had happened, and turned around and bowed deeply to Carl. Thank you, Mr. KK, thank you. The other 3 quickly followed suit. Carl, with his back to them, waved dismissively. Remember, this is the first and last time. Don't let me see your names on the criminal list again. The door opened, and 2 NCPD officers stood in the doorway. Unlike usual, they weren't carrying handcuffs. Let's go, kids. The older officer's tone was relatively gentle. The NCPD was short-staffed everywhere. This was a big project. The 4 silently followed, but just as they were about to leave, Carl suddenly turned around and called to them. Oh, right. As the 4 turned back, they saw KK nodding at them. My partner is very pleased with your judgment. He asked me to say something to you. KK raised his voice slightly. Kids, you have good taste. Chapter 949. Carl. Hearing the call, Carl, sitting on a high floor of the gemstone blue building, turned around and saw V walking briskly towards him from the other end of the corridor. I just finalized a deal with the Accardo family. They can have a piece of the Dogtown land trade route. Gago and I confirmed that both sides will profit from this route. V stopped in front of Carl and handed him the data panel. He asked me to ask for your opinion again. What were you thinking about so intently just now? Nothing, just about what happened with Jefferson the other day. Carl rubbed his temples. The mayoral election is this week, so I need to think things through. As for the route, Gago said to sign it if there are no problems. He's more knowledgeable about this than we are. Okay, I go get back to you. V's tone was lighter. He finally had a few days of peace, but then Saul came to discuss business, and he was swamped. Finally, things were calming down. The capable should do more work. There aren't many true nomads among us, and you're one of them. Carl smiled and nodded, indicating that V could go about his business. Jack and the others should be back soon. That trade route we negotiated with Hansen on behalf of Arasaka back then, it turned out we were the ones in charge. Now we have to personally review it. They were gone for 4 days, and said they'd be back today. That's perfect. I go finish this up first, and then we can talk about the mayor's matter in detail later, once everyone's gathered. V came and went in a hurry, turning and leaving before he finished speaking. Watching his retreating figure, Carl couldn't help but smile. V's adaptability to these kinds of matters is astonishing. His efficiency is now approaching that of Akechi, who came from Arasaka's counterintelligence department. Even several former Arasaka employees, now in management positions, have privately remarked to Carl that with V's comprehension and skills, if he hadn't become a mercenary and instead tried to join the company, he'd probably be in a high position by now. Carl agreed. After all, besides himself, no one in the squad was more adept at handling matters than V. Carl only held absolute decision-making power. In terms of efficiency, he wasn't as good as V. It was a mystery how V, a former drifter, could be better at management and handling affairs than Jack and Oliver, who had grown up in gangs. Some people just have some strange talents. Carl stretched and continued working. After more than a month, Dogtown was back on track, with a new framework. The new Dogtown had 3 notable changes compared to the old one. First, it had achieved substantial integration with Night City. Although nominally still divided, the checkpoints leading to Pacific State had been removed. Now, NCPD patrol cars can drive on Dogtown streets, trauma squad airships can legally hover over the area, new shops are springing up like mushrooms after rain, and the number of residents is steadily increasing. After all, life here is indeed more affordable than in the city. Then, due to the influx of people, Dogtown underwent its second transformation. Carl and his team deliberately retained a portion of the narcotics trade and almost all of the arms trade, and, based on Gago's suggestion, enacted new regulations. Now, there are discounts on the purchase of ordinary weapons, but the purchase of certain weapons requires registration and the payment of a considerable tax. This tax revenue was cleverly used by Gago, who now had full power, to improve the lives of the people. Although he also profited considerably, with Carl's tacit approval, he did so with great restraint. After giving some to his subordinates, and ensuring his own profits, he exceeded the initial construction goals he had promised Carl. If we consider the overall cost of living in Dogtown today, compared to Hansen's era, every household has clearly improved significantly, going from barely surviving to living above the average level in Night City. Dogtown's limited area meant its core advantage always lay in its special trade, which previously accounted for the majority of the ghost town's income, with taxes making up only a small portion. Now, things are different. Carl's control has expanded from Hansen's core territory to the entirety of Dogtown, merging with Night City. Tax revenue alone has increased several times over, enough to support a complete town overhaul, not to mention Carl's additional allocation of funds from weapons trade profits for public welfare. In terms of infrastructure, the newly built facilities in Dogtown are now better than those in the city center, which have been neglected for a long time. Regarding new weapons regulations, thanks to the foundation laid during Hansen's time, implementation has been quite smooth. Even with high taxes, the final price of these weapons is still lower than the market price in Night City, or even the entire North American region. After all, these are specialty products of Dogtown, and there's never a shortage of buyers. Moreover, only a small minority of people need to pay more for special weapons. For the general public, discounts on ordinary weapons are the real bargains, and the same applies to various factions. Selling one good gun to one person is far less profitable than selling 10 bad guns to 10 people, unless the former is to use that person to build a reputation. In all aspects, the latter creates far greater potential for future trade. Word of mouth spreads like wildfire. In the arms business, a large customer base is the inexhaustible source of wealth. This is especially true for companies focused solely on profit, and ordinary gangs that rely on sheer numbers and manpower to recruit soldiers. After all, providing high-end security for companies that are just going through the motions is a waste, and you can't expect street thugs to be competent. Throughout history, excellence has always served only a select few. What most people realistically seek is accessibility and sufficiency. And Carl didn't just change the price of weapons. Now, besides the significant changes in Dogtown, aligning with Night City and implementing new regulations, Carl has brought a third change to Dogtown. While selling weapons, he provides accompanying support through various channels. Civilians seeking self-defense receive discounted extra security services in designated areas after purchase. For those aspiring to a mercenary career, he provides connections, helping them find intermediaries to access suitable missions. Carl has almost become a middleman for middlemen. After all, it's not just mercenaries who need opportunities. Even the lowest level middlemen need mercenaries to throw themselves into missions to make a name for themselves. In Dogtown today, if you want a peaceful life, the streets are guarded by NCPD and KK personnel, the surrounding facilities are constantly being upgraded, and countless new dream shops have opened. But if you're an ambitious outsider, you can buy weapons here and get recommended routes, and meet those lowest level middlemen who are looking for manpower. KK is willing to provide basic transaction guarantees. Of course, they can't guarantee anything when it comes to specific details or betrayals. That's ultimately an internal matter of the industry. They can't interfere, and they can't determine who's telling the truth. Although many aspects of Dogtown are still under improvement, in any case, thanks to three major changes, Dogtown has transformed into the most desirable corner of Night City for outsiders. This is completely different from the Dogtown of Hansen's rule, a place of fear, chaos, and desertedness. People have begun to call Dogtown a land of dreams. Of course, in this process, to varying degrees, that phrase has resurfaced on the streets of Dogtown. Outsiders, they come to Dogtown to beg. Besides these minor conflicts between locals and outsiders, nowadays, when people mention KK, they always add this comment: he changed Dogtown. Without a doubt. In this stable world, with improving living standards and everything constantly being perfected for everyone, KK is the king of Dogtown. The undisputed king. Chapter 950. The night in Dogtown was once again illuminated by neon lights. As residents began to flood the streets to enjoy the nightlife, in Gemstone Green, Carl waited for his two friends, who had made a special trip to the Mexican border as his representatives. "Thank you for your help this time, Jack Oliver. Jack, you said you'd been there before, so I sent you. I heard the talks went well. Thanks for your hard work." "It's nothing." Jack grinned, his gaze curiously sweeping behind Carl. "Where's Johnny? Where are T, Bug and V?" The lab finally succeeded. "Johnny's matter is settled in the next few days. He needs to wait there, he can't come over. We might have to go and keep watch over him." Carl gestured for them to go inside. "T, Bug and V are waiting inside. Have you gotten so used to using the satellite channel outside that you forgot to switch back to the squad channel? They said they couldn't contact you through the comms. Regular communication has been restored now. Remember to switch back." "Oh, I forgot about that. I was wondering why no one started chatting with me as soon as I got closer to Ninth City." Oliver slapped his forehead, quickly switching back to the chat, only to find a ton of messages in the reconnected team channel. "Where are you? Almost there? I see your location is almost there. Wow, so many messages. You didn't even say anything on the satellite channel. We didn't expect you to forget to switch back." Carl smiled, but he could tell his two friends weren't as relaxed as they claimed. Forgetting something like this, and looking at them clearly not having showered in a while, it's no wonder they've been out in the wind at the Mexican border. After all, the biggest issue in Mexico involved negotiating a business deal with a representative from a Central American country. According to Carl's information, although the person concealing his true identity thought he hadn't been discovered and had been posing as a high-ranking arms dealer on the Mexican border, he clearly underestimated Dogtown's current intelligence network. Dogtown's intelligence department had long since been reorganized and rebuilt by professionals from various fields, making it easy for them to uncover the true background of a representative from a small country. Their analysis suggested that this arms dealer would take advantage of Hansen's downfall and the new king's ascension to test the waters, and subsequent events validated their analysis. The other side didn't intend to directly double-cross them. They simply wanted to forcibly extract more benefits. Jack and Oliver responded decisively, each dismantling several armored vehicles and taking down all the special operations personnel disguised as bodyguards around the representative, finally bringing the negotiations to a conclusion. This was just one of many troubles, perhaps the most important, but not the most troublesome. Carl hadn't looked into the rest, leaving everything to the two of them. Judging by their current state, they were probably exhausted. After thinking for a moment, Carl looked at the disheveled and smelly Jack, and Oliver said, "Why don't you two go take a shower? This place is a half-finished, abandoned luxury hotel, but the showers are working. There's no need to rush." Hearing Carl's words, Jack and Oliver looked down at their travel-worn appearance and immediately understood that Carl had noticed their disheveled state. "All right, anyway, Johnny's not here, and we're almost out of drinks. We can take our time." Oliver nodded, checked the location, and then suddenly remembered something. He said to Carl, "By the way, we saw some construction going on at the stadium from the hover car? Could it be that abandoned project is being restarted? If so, we need to be careful of the reactor there." "No, that's not it." Carl glanced towards the stadium and explained, "It's just that some Dogtown residents wanted to build a statue." "A statue?" Jack was taken aback. "Build what?" "Initially, they wanted a statue of me, saying it was to thank me for making Dogtown a better place, but I suspected someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. It hasn't been that long. Everyone's short on cash, their lives are just starting to improve. They don't have the time to flatter me, so I refused. However, the person behind it all gave them the funds, and they brought it all in. I thought this would at least create some jobs, so I let them change it to a memorial statue." "Memorial to whom?" "Well, in memory of the residents who died in Dogtown recently, the Ghost Town soldiers, and the soldiers of New America." "Memorial to the residents of Dogtown, the Ghost Town soldiers." Jack wasn't surprised. His former Valentino gang had a similar tradition, respecting the fallen, painting their portraits on the walls, venerating them like saints. Jack himself had almost been one of them, so he completely understood this way of commemorating them. But why include the invaders from New America? Before he could speak, Oliver interjected, "New American soldiers too?" Although a member of the 6th Street Gang and a member of the Stars and Stripes, Oliver held no bias towards New America. In fact, the actions of the New American president and politicians had long since eroded any remaining patriotism in his heart. Therefore, he didn't quite understand why the invaders were being commemorated. Carl nodded firmly. "Yes, both sides are commemorated." Seeing his companion's confusion, Carl explained, "If it were simply an invasion, there wouldn't be anything to commemorate. There's no such logic. But we all know what happened. In that incident, many new American soldiers genuinely believed they were there to liberate Dogtown. They were guilty, without a doubt, and their deaths were nothing to regret, but they were also pawns discarded by the higher-ups. My commemoration doesn't mean the new America is right. Rather, it's precisely because I oppose it that I commemorate it. As a third party at the time, I'm offering an equal tribute to both sides, a tribute solely based on death, hoping to prevent future wars. Carl paused for a moment, then continued, perhaps calling it a peace monument is more fitting than a monument. Have you heard of the Gettysburg Memorial from the American Civil War? It's very similar in spirit. After all, the two sides fighting were once compatriots by blood. Carl himself didn't strongly object to the new America's demand for national unification. In his view, unification is the natural and best aspiration of a nation. There's nothing wrong with it, and the country should be completely unified. What he truly opposed was the ruthless methods used by the new American leadership to achieve their goals. Those people never truly cherished the lives and patriotism of their soldiers, nor did they ever love the country. They didn't deserve that loyalty. They wouldn't grieve for senseless deaths. Therefore, the grief and remembrance of this new American soldier's family and friends would fall solely on Carl's shoulders. After all, Carl truly disliked seeing people die. Chapter 951. Dogtown is KK's Dogtown, and will Night City also be KK's Night City? Then, it's decided. During KK's team dinner, although Johnny wasn't present, the KK team, which always followed the majority rule, successfully made a decision. So, we decided to support Jefferson Perales, right? Oliver summarized the conclusion of the discussion at the dinner table. This result didn't surprise him. The team members had all heard about Carl's recent ordeal from him. Personally, Jefferson Perales had Zek's connection to them, and was considered half an ally. Officially, his political ideals were indeed beneficial to Night City, and KK had no reason not to support him. After all, the team lacked a figurehead in the political arena, and Jefferson was the perfect choice. In fact, the KK team had considered supporting Mr. Johnson's entry into politics. However, Mr. Johnson himself lacked enthusiasm for politics, and if he left, no one within the NCPD could immediately replace him. And he was still young and inexperienced in handling complex matters. After a series of considerations, due to the lack of suitable candidates, the KK team temporarily abandoned the idea of getting involved in the mayoral election. But all of this changed after they contacted Jefferson Perales. After discussions and decisions, Jefferson is now the mayoral candidate supported by the KK team, giving them a sufficient reason to intervene in the election. After all, the integration of Dogtown and Night City ultimately requires the impetus of official figures. Compared to those shrewd politicians, Jefferson Perales, at least in his actions, consistently sides with the grassroots residents. So, our next course of action is to help Jefferson Perales campaign, right? Jack said, clearing away the dishes. Should we openly announce our support for Jefferson Perales, letting everyone know, or should we do it covertly? Jack's covertly was actually an implication. In other words, should we eliminate Jefferson Perales' rival? V hesitated. He remembered that Jefferson's rival was the former deputy mayor of Night City, Wilton Holt. They had met when dealing with the mayoral issue, and he didn't have a good impression of him. Because Wilton Holt was a politician through and through. What does a politician through and through mean? Just look at someone like Rosalind Miles. She was practically the epitome of that kind of politician. Wilton Holt only cared about his own political career and status. He didn't care about the lives of the lower classes. As long as he was in a high position, the fate of others was irrelevant to him. To climb the ladder, he was even willing to betray his former cooperating mayor, Lucius Lane. It would be strange if someone like Wilton Holt could leave a good impression on V. Therefore, if it came to getting rid of him, V would be happy to take action. Get rid of Wilton Holt. T-Bug slowly wiped his mouth and placed his napkin aside. If it really came down to it, I was confident I could crack his security system. To be on the safe side, I would need more time, but at most it would only take one night. Then V could just walk in and clean up the mess. I guaranteed the whole process would be completely undetected. The people at the dinner table who participated in the discussion didn't consider taking down Wilton Holt a difficult task. In fact, it would be surprising if even killing someone like him was so difficult. Who could save Wilton Holt? The NCPD, his bodyguards, or the trauma team, which only comes when his life is in danger? The NCPD was out of the question. Who could Wilton Holt possibly hire as a bodyguard? As for the trauma team, V was known for his swift and ruthless actions. The trauma team would probably only be able to provide the funeral services included in their platinum trauma package. Jack, V, and T-Bug's ideas weren't flawed. They were indeed the simplest and most normal way to eliminate a competitor. After all, in this land that once belonged to America, countless times, those who couldn't win an election would try to kill their opponent. Sometimes, a shot that missed its mark by a fraction of a second could change the world. What's the point of fighting when the person is dead? I know you can do it, Oliver said from the side. But that won't work. He looked at Carl, who hadn't spoken. Carl, you think so too, right? Yes. Carl nodded, then said to his companions, getting rid of Wilton Holt isn't difficult, and it's in line with democratic methods. It will certainly eliminate Mr. Jefferson's rival and make him mayor, but this isn't a new city, so there should be a proper way to get to the top, right? Jack understood and finished the sentence Carl hadn't said. Yes. Carl stood up, walked to the window, and said, for people like Wilton Holt and Rosalind Miles, this method is convenient and easy because they only care about securing their own position. Even if people constantly use the assassination attempt that benefited him during and after his rise to power as a pretext, it doesn't matter. Once they're in power, they have plenty of ways to deal with others and suppress opposition. But for Mr. Jefferson's Night City, it's different. What kind of person is Jefferson Paraures? Even though he was influenced by the roving AI and almost completely had his mind altered, his struggle against this altered mindset speaks volumes. He refused any corporate sponsorship and possessed an idealistic compassion for the underprivileged. For someone like him, his rise to power was more about genuine democracy, or rather, a clean system, because he genuinely wanted to change the city, not just rise to politician status. Talking about cleanliness in this day and age is obviously ridiculous. But isn't it precisely because idealism is considered ridiculous that it has value? Otherwise, how could it be called an ideal? I don't intend for Dogtown to support Mr. Jefferson in this process, nor will I involve the NCPD in this struggle. Carl spoke, his gaze drifting out the window to the distant Night City. But I will campaign for him personally. Carl turned his head. I will campaign for him as Carl, not as KK. Jefferson Paraures refused sponsorship from corporations and powerful entities. He wanted to gain people's approval through his ideals, and Carl chose to believe in those ideals. Dogtown and the NCPD were both forces capable of influencing the election, but to win, it had to be a clean victory, like Jefferson's. Carl would only support him as Carl, but he would never allow any external forces to interfere in this election. He wanted every single person in the city to have the right to vote, to truly elect their own mayor, for the first time. And KK would eliminate all interference. Even so, it wasn't entirely fair. Carl turned around, quite self-awarely saying, after all, even if I support Mr. Jefferson as Carl, some people will still project the image of KK supporting Mr. Jefferson. And it's fair, the people's own election might be the biggest injustice to Wilton Holt, but who cares about his opinion, right? V said with a smile. Chapter 952. On the night Carl and his team decided to support Jefferson Paraures, good news brought them all away from the Sapphire Blue building and to the underground laboratory in Dogtown. The biotech experts Carl and his team had brought in, working with former Arasaka personnel, and utilizing data from various biological experiments conducted by both sides, along with the underlying code of the relic chip, successfully created a body. Now, all that remained was to conduct the final experimental step. This final step was essentially a one-time opportunity, as the transmission process was irreversible. Whether Johnny could truly come back to life depended on this one test. This kind of thing should normally involve elaborate preparations, and having someone witness it. However, a similar situation had already occurred when Carl accessed Johnny's relic chip's underlying code. Johnny was unwilling to let a group of people watch him potentially die in a risky situation, so he did it anyway. When Carl and his team arrived, he was already lying there on his back, limbs in the air, his belly exposed. Honestly, looking at that dog-like body, I kind of feel like petting it. Let's get this done quickly, Oliver muttered. Is Johnny really unaffected by this body? I have a feeling that if we don't turn him back into a human today, he eventually turned into a dog. I remember a theory that even if a person goes back to their teenage years, they might still act immaturely due to hormonal changes. Maybe the body really does have some influence in that regard? V, however, seemed to know a bit more. He looked at Johnny lying there, glanced over, and noticed he hadn't gotten up or barked. Was he unconscious? To ensure stable consciousness transmission, his consciousness connection was disconnected beforehand, Jack explained. According to the researchers, he was now asleep. Asleep? What kind of description is that? Oliver glanced at the table next to Johnny's. There were activity logs there. The room they were in was a special experimental preparation room. Aside from sterilization and wearing sterile gowns, the group wasn't too restricted in their movements. Checking the activity logs was still possible. The personnel severed the consciousness connection 30 minutes ago. The log showed that the last thought before the connection was severed was the desire for a cigarette. Goodness, even thinking about that before lying down. That was certainly something he could do. Carl, on the other hand, thought it was normal for a bionic dog to dream about e-cigarettes. He was probably refused by the medical staff. There was nowhere for him to find one. Oliver, looking at the log, said, "Everything else is fine. How's the preparation on the other side?" "The body is undergoing final adjustments. Generally speaking, compared to a normal human body, it's more or less modified. After all, the base of this thing is a completely human body from Arasaka's side, which isn't even fully completed yet, so they use the biotechnology approach. Remember that dodo bird? It's similar to that reborn dodo bird. It's not a complete resurrection, it has some changes. For example?" Jack, not knowing much about this, asked curiously, like being able to smoke 10 cigarettes in one go, or being able to smoke it upside down in its mouth, or something like that. Johnny might have been happy to have this feature added, but he didn't. Oliver shrugged. "You should see for yourself, but I can give you a rundown. It's just a bit long." His gaze swept over the experimental report, saying, "Enhanced arm strength, remodeled skeletal structure, optimized muscle coordination. Basically, it's like giving Johnny a full-body genetic surgery. If an ordinary person were treated like this, they'd be lucky not to break down, like someone with too many prosthetics turning into a cybernetic psychopath. But Johnny's was essentially pre-programmed from the start. I seen ARM templates tuned by gorillas. Biotechnology experimental samples have their data. Yeah, I seen it with my own eyes." Carl nodded beside him, understanding what these tunings meant, so Johnny essentially received a whole set of enhancements. Pre-programmed is a more accurate description. Bug walked over to Oliver, gesturing for him to move aside, and began examining the equipment. The core of Arasaka's experiments was the relic chip, meaning their core was consciousness. The physical aspects were still somewhat incomplete. Biotechnology, on the other hand, focused on the physical body, with consciousness either incomplete or never intended to be developed. The combination of these two elements was a perfect match. Her prosthetic eye fixed on the control panel, looking at the strings of data. "I need to take over the controls. You guys keep an eye on things, and let me know when they're ready." This involved Johnny, and Bug felt that excessive caution was warranted. Even though she had already checked it before coming, she still checked it one last time. "Then it's all up to you, Bug." Oliver walked to the side, looking at Johnny lying there on his back, and couldn't help but smile, looking at him like that. "If it weren't so hard to carry a phone, I really like to take a picture of him." "Doesn't your prosthetic eye have that function?" V asked curiously. "I remember you just upgraded to a new model a few days ago. That's why the new model doesn't have that function anymore. These days, companies are making a habit of deleting positive reviews from old products when they release new ones. I don't know why they do that. To release an enhanced version, of course. What else could it be? Add a little something, and they can make money again, and people will buy it." "Why not?" Jack said, also looking at Johnny's strange appearance, then turned to Carl. "So, is Johnny's surgery really only a one-time chance?" "Really only one." Carl said, "Whether it succeeds or fails, it's only once. After all, Relic is gone, and Saburo Arasaka is definitely dead. So, there's only one chance for success or failure," Oliver said, but Carl shook his head. "It can only be a success," he said, walking over and glancing at Johnny before turning to the crowd. "Because I'm going to do something." "Do something?" "Yes." Then, Carl casually uttered something that stunned everyone present. "I learned a little something from the slider. It's about what the Voodoo Gang wanted to do. They wanted to use some special information to cross the black wall and contact the roving AIs on the other side. And among the AIs they hoped to contact, there's a name that interests me." Carl inserted the storage chip containing the AI. It, or rather, she, is called Otto Cunningham. Chapter 953. Ultraman Cunningham. Who is she? Asking that question would be a bit ridiculous. Because she is far too famous, or rather, infamous. She has many identities. For example, a famous legend, once the best hacker in Night City, Johnny Silverhand's current girlfriend, and so on. But among these identities, there is one that cannot be ignored now. The creator of Relic. Ultraman Cunningham. V murmured the name, his brow furrowing slightly, but Johnny clearly said she was long gone. He said he made a mistake, and lost the one he loved most forever. Relic. Carl calmly said, "This thing seems to have not only revived Johnny in Night City today, but also saved its creator. However, compared to Johnny stored within Relic. Ultraman, killed by his prototype Soul Killer, had already infiltrated the depths of the network, becoming part of cyberspace. You mean? Oliver frowned. Ultraman has become a wandering AI, and now he's on the other side of the black wall. And you're planning to? Looking at the storage chip already inserted into Carl's body, Oliver, knowing what it contained, couldn't help but gasp. You're planning to cross the black wall and go find Ultraman? That's right. Carl's tone was as calm as if he were discussing dinner. Although Relic is an improved version by Arasaka, its original creator is, after all, Ultraman. To ensure Johnny's safety, we better ask his girlfriend, who is also the true owner of this program. This? Oliver was momentarily speechless. He suddenly understood why Carl hadn't noticed them during the TBUG mind-body connection check, which was why he said this. If Carl had brought this up beforehand, even if T-Bug didn't object, he would have preferred her to handle such a professional matter. Carl's arrival at this moment clearly indicated he was prepared to do it himself. Oliver understood why Carl was doing this. The black wall was simply too dangerous, so dangerous that even drilling holes in it could be considered treason, an organization deserving of death. It was so dangerous that the new U.S. President, Rosalind Myers, was so desperate to take action against Hansen because of the Lark, considering nuking Dogtown. This wasn't just standing next to a nuclear bomb, it was actively provoking an explosion. Carl clearly didn't want to risk another companion's safety for the sake of one, so he chose to do it himself, to touch the nuclear bomb himself. Oliver, along with Jack and V who were listening, all initially wanted to stop him, but each of them fell silent at the last moment. Because they all knew this friend, this companion, this brother. Carl's decision was undoubtedly well considered and made with great resolve. In other words, he was a very stubborn person. Carl wouldn't listen to Oliver's and the others' advice. Because he was willful, that's just who he was. He was the kind of guy who would risk his own safety to ensure the safety of others. V was the first to react. He took a deep breath, looking at Carl with unwavering determination. How can we help you? V knew he couldn't dissuade his friend, so he was prepared to help, at least by taking some of the risk himself, so that Carl wouldn't have to go through the danger alone. He knew that Carl's request at this time meant he needed their help. And V. Willingly. The device Johnny was in was essentially a high-speed connector. I could use it to access cyberspace, the optimal interface for interacting with the consciousness network. Carl's voice was as calm as if he were directing a routine operation. Once the body is adjusted and the connection is established, I need you to help me stop T-Bug and then assist her in executing the emergency disconnection procedure. Once she knows my decision, she'd be furious and anxious, but ultimately she still act to help me. That's just the kind of person she is. He continued, after passing through the black wall, I use Johnny's identity information to probe. If Ultra remembers her boyfriend, if she still retains humanity, she respond to me. I need to obtain the security plan and core code for Johnny's consciousness transfer from her. Throughout this process, I use the stray I once contained. Its understanding of data networks is unparalleled. I think I should be able to do this, but to prevent Ultra from losing her humanity, perhaps I need you to ensure I can be disconnected if necessary. While Carl spoke, Jack and Oliver had calmed down, listening quietly to Carl's plan, just as they had done countless times before team operations. Carl had planned everything meticulously, even anticipating T-Bug's reaction. He had even entrusted them with the most difficult task of persuading T-Bug. It was precisely because he knew these partners, who were willing to do anything for him, so well that he had to act this way, acting first and informing them later. Otherwise, they would definitely stop him and try to replace him. Everyone wants to help others, so if it's life-threatening, then I do it. This was Carl's thought, and it wasn't also V's and the others' thought. These kinds of things are something everyone has to fight for, and Carl was shameless. He was the captain, so naturally he had to use his authority as a puppet. After all, he always had veto power. In a quiet atmosphere, everyone got busy. You'd be alright, Carl. Passing by Carl, V said, if Johnny gets better, but something happens to you, no one will be happy to remember, right? Johnny said that one of his comrades died because of him, and now that he's a human again, he has to get his dog tag back. I don't think he wants to see a second comrade. How could anything happen to me? Carl smiled easily. I prepared everything. What problems could possibly arise? Even if there are problems, you guys are here. I'm not someone who can handle things alone. With you guys here, I'm very reassured. You'd definitely be alright. V said this, then slapped Carl's shoulder hard. Jack came over, then Oliver, one slap each. Don't just slap one shoulder, there's another one too, it hurts a bit. Not enough, let T-Bug and Johnny get up and slap them later. Oliver shook his head, and under his gaze, the crew arrived with Johnny's body. We feel like evil scientists from some strange mesmerizing dream world, Jack remarked, his gaze serious. Get ready, Carl. I'm ready. As the body arrived, T-Bug made his final adjustments to the connection. The instant he looked up, Carl pulled out his monomolecular wire, completing the connection. Chapter 954. What's it like to enter cyberspace? To Carl, the feeling was quite unique. It wasn't that he hadn't connected to cyberspace before, but this was his first time accessing it with the help of AI. In simpler terms, it was like seeing the world from a different perspective. If Carl used to walk on the ground, observing everything from the earth, now he was flying, soaring high in the sky and looking down at the earth, seeing everything he could and couldn't see before. Entry into cyberspace confirmed. Assistance provided. With the permissions Carl granted to the AI, he felt his consciousness gradually becoming clearer. It was as if he had constructed a body from data within cyberspace. He could see data like water, like wind, like the earth surrounding him, above his head, and beneath his feet. He strolled through the data. A strangely comfortable ease enveloped Carl, and he had a peculiar feeling. It seemed that if he wanted, he could reach out and move the water, the wind, and the earth, changing everything according to his will. What kind of magic was this? But at his age, it wasn't really appropriate for him to become a magical boy anymore. He thought to himself, yet he was very happy. Change. He could change. He could change all this data. Just like a heartbeat, just like opening his eyes, just like breathing, easy and effortless. Assistance and coordination completed, neural network connection completed, reinforcement requirements. No control transferred. With the AI's assistance, Carl felt as if he had floated to the front of something. He stared at that thing. Or rather, that whole thing. Upon seeing it, Carl understood almost instantly why it was called the Black Wall. Because it was an aggregate, an endless tangled mass of programs and data. Its chaos and sheer weight were unimaginable. Countless streams of information seemed to be emanating outwards, while countless others collided with it, being absorbed and annihilated. It was indeed a wall like a black hole, absorbing everything, a wall that appeared only as an empty, pitch-black void. It seemed to be screaming, yet also whispering softly. It seemed to be devouring, yet also protecting. It was there. It was the Black Wall. No wonder the Voodoo Gang were madmen. No wonder every company and nation trembled at the sight of the Black Wall. No wonder even a smart hacker knew that contacting it was tantamount to suicide. Forget crossing the Black Wall. Just watching it, Carl could sense countless things disappearing within it. No one knew how many of those things were hackers attempting to connect, or rather, to traverse the Black Wall and reach the other side. They landed on the Black Wall silently, without a trace, and then vanished, just like countless pieces of information, leaving not even a ripple. Carl thought of Song Xiaomei. She had gradually lost her memory due to the Black Wall's corruption, to the point where she couldn't even recognize herself. But after witnessing the Black Wall firsthand, Carl could only say that Song Xiaomei was incredibly lucky and incredibly capable. No wonder Rosalind Miles treated Song Xiaomei like a treasure. Unless she truly threatened her position, she wouldn't be willing to give up Song Xiaomei. So that's why. In this world, how many people can avoid crashing into the Black Wall and dying? How many can actually pass through it? Even if a lucky one manages to slip through by chance, how many return? How many bring back data? People like Song Xiaomei, who can utilize the Black Wall, even repeatedly crossing it to the point of inevitable corruption, are extremely rare. Hacking is a profession heavily reliant on talent. Passing through the Black Wall means throwing these already scarce elites like grains of sand into a sea of data. Most of them sink almost instantly in the waves, while the occasional grain that appears not only doesn't sink but dances on the turbulent waves of data, again and again, until finally, it is soaked in seawater and begins to slowly sink. What a miracle such a grain of sand is. How could it be easily given up? Is it a vital treasure of the new America? Carl thought to himself, and then he heard a voice. Be careful, Carl. In my calculations, you better try to approach in 2.6 seconds. That was T-Bug's voice. Clearly, she had reacted and was coming to help as quickly as possible. I understand. Be careful. Hearing his companion's words, Carl also received the AI's warning simultaneously. 1.5 seconds left. 1 second. 0.5 seconds. 0.1 seconds. He moved forward. Without the slightest error. Under the combined calculations of T-Bug and the AI, Carl slid across the Black Wall. Sliding, it felt strange. But that's how Carl felt. Accompanied by an even stranger sense of relaxation, Carl felt no resistance as he passed through the black wall, nor was he subjected to any data intrusion from it. He crossed it effortlessly and leisurely, as if riding a surfboard. The combined computational power of T-Bug and the AI ensured that Carl felt absolutely no hindrance. T-Bug truly lives up to its name, and this AI is indeed very useful. Crossed, initiating information guidance, marking Johnny, synchronizing. While the AI was working, Carl experienced a brief moment of relaxation. In that second, he looked at the black wall. He made a rather terrifying discovery. Or rather, a remarkable discovery. As Carl continued to gaze at it, the previously chaotic and rapidly changing data streams on the black wall gradually revealed a certain underlying pattern. He found that he seemed to be able to gradually unravel the frenzied information on the wall. In simpler terms, Carl felt that he had memorized it. He memorized the changes in the black wall. He saw through it all. He no longer seemed to need the assistance of T-Bug and AI, nor did he need to find specific time windows and data nodes. He seemed capable of crossing the black wall at any time, if he so desired. Could this be a mistake, an illusion born from overly easy passage? Carl didn't dwell on it, because he sensed someone approaching. More precisely, he sensed the approach of the consciousness network. On this side of the black wall, something reacted to Johnny's message. That being, summoned by Johnny, had arrived. Ultraman Cunningham, has he come? Chapter 955. In Carl's perception, the arriving consciousness spoke. Johnny. She spoke. Then, in the next instant, she changed her words. You are not Johnny. In that instant, Carl seemed to see data flowing like a black wall. He saw countless data forming tentacles reaching forward, and he saw fluctuations. The arriving being wanted to contact Carl. Or more accurately, she wanted to devour Carl with data, like the black wall. Carl was prepared to fight back. Having anticipated this possibility in all his AI calculations, Carl was about to construct a data defense, throwing pre-prepared items at the arriving being to slow her intrusion, when the tentacle stopped. You are special. She spoke. Then, as if sensing something, the entity constructing its own data body said, You bear Johnny's mark. She seemed to pause for a moment, or perhaps she was simply continuing, Who are you? Before Carl, he saw a colossal data-constructed body appear. Its immense size was immediately apparent. If the black wall was over there, like a wall spanning the void, constantly devouring things like a black hole, then the entity before Carl was like a mountain. A mountain of constantly flowing data, enough to engulf everything Carl saw. Carl knew that on the other side of the black wall, the wandering AIs would devour each other, because data has a natural instinct for integration. But now it seemed that network data with consciousness possessed a unique talent for devouring. Carl had never seen such a massive amount of data, nor had he ever imagined that such data could be grasped through consciousness. I am Carl. Faced with the question from this consciousness, Carl introduced himself. Carl, I know this name. The consciousness seemed to be looking down at Carl, but in Carl's perception, she suddenly seemed to shrink, becoming an equal gaze. The data collected from beyond the black wall indicated that Carl was a prominent figure. Her gaze was tangible. But I don't understand why you bear Johnny's mark. 9. Please explain. Feeling the consciousness's successive words, Carl inexplicably felt a little tired listening to her. It wasn't that he couldn't understand what she was saying, but there seemed to be something wrong with her speech. For example, her phrasing, inversions, etc., and he couldn't sense any emotional fluctuation. Each sentence felt like a self-evident statement. However, this strange feeling didn't prevent Carl from continuing the conversation. Before I answer, I want to know, are you Ultra Cunningham, Ultra Cunningham? After Carl uttered the name, he saw some fluctuations in the data of the consciousness before him. Although it looked like a slight landslide on a mountain, the flow of data was still very noticeable to Carl, immediately apparent. The consciousness, facing the name Ultra, seemed to be calculating, or perhaps contemplating something long forgotten. Then she said, I haven't heard this name in a long time. When this consciousness uttered those words, Carl keenly noticed something. The previously declarative language had changed. This consciousness, which had given Carl a strange feeling, seemed to have suddenly come alive, giving him a touch of humanity in the conversation. This way of speaking, while not perfectly human, had a certain familiarity, and Carl quickly found a corresponding counterpart in his memory. That was Mr. Blue Eyes. The one Carl thought was a wandering AI. It seemed that the name Ultra had given her a touch of humanity, as she used the phrase I haven't heard this name in a long time, rather than specifying years, months, and days. Was it that the consciousness hadn't forgotten humanity in the first place, but had simply rediscovered it, Or was it that a consciousness already similar to AI, even if it lost its humanity, could eventually regain it through continuous evolution? Will the ultimate evolution of AI be humanity? Many thoughts flashed through Carl's mind. He found that after passing through the black wall, his state was better than ever before. The ability to access data was stronger, as if the black wall had made him more relaxed. However, he didn't let himself immerse himself in this feeling. Although Carl's mind seemed to have expanded, with countless thoughts running simultaneously, he didn't forget the most important thing. I come to see Ultraman. I need your help, it's about Johnny. Following the method the AI had instructed him to use beforehand, Carl sent over a string of data, and this time Ultraman's tentacles accepted it without hesitation. Upon receiving the data, Ott understood why Carl had come to see him. Johnny. She didn't know why, but she uttered Johnny's name again, yet this time it felt more human to Carl. If the initial feeling was merely a dull ache from hearing a long-forgotten name, then this call was more like a sigh, tinged with warmth, as she dredged up memories from the depths of her mind. To put it simply, the former is like hearing the name of an unfamiliar classmate from kindergarten and having to think for a moment to remember. The latter is like hearing about a childhood friend you gotten into trouble with again and feeling a pang of regret, or perhaps boyfriend would be a more accurate description. I already know everything. Ultra's allure to Carl was growing stronger, as if the matter of Johnny's silver hand had rekindled the humanity this consciousness had gradually lost while wandering on this side of the black wall. It was as if her lost humanity, through the convergence of data, had regained its hold on her under this name. She spoke to Carl in a tone that sounded like helplessness. I understand how to help you, Carl, but not on this side. Not on this side? Carl immediately understood why. Because he then saw other, chaotic data, besides Ultra, approaching from this side of the black wall. These disorganized data, lacking self-awareness or thought, were like leeches sensing a heat source, trying to cling to it, but Ultra blocked and annihilated them all. The current situation would inevitably attract even larger leeches. It was clearly impossible to help Johnny here. But not on this side. Carl looked back at the black wall. Could it be on the other side? Chapter 956. The black wall is humanity's only barrier against the chaotic network after the data collapse. It is precisely because of its existence that humanity can live peacefully on the edge of the digital world. This was Carl's initial understanding of the black wall upon arriving in Night City. However, as he met more and more people, he gradually heard another truth. The black wall itself is also composed of AI. They are a group of traitors, a group of AIs who, for reasons unknown, chose to side with humanity. They have united to form a wall of size. Any AI attempting to cross the black wall must be treated with extreme caution, as its massive data volume could potentially cause the wall to break. Therefore, network surveillance is always on high alert, striving to prevent such incidents from occurring. This is what he learned later, but Carl has now heard something new. Otto Cunningham said this side wouldn't work, so what he meant was, he had to get through the black wall? Would he have to find a way to get Otto to the other side of the black wall? If he broke through the black wall, would he become a traitor like the voodoo cult? Just as Carl was pondering this, he noticed that after Otto left behind data to eliminate the incoming chaotic data, she floated directly towards the black wall. Before entering, she glanced at Carl and then crashed into it. She crashed into it? Otto smashed her head against the black wall and died? But there's no tree stump here. Otto can't be a rabbit, can he? That doesn't seem right either. Carl felt he should be shocked, but he quickly realized that it wasn't a crash, but rather a process of merging. He recalled the look in Ultra's eyes before she entered the black wall. That look. Carl felt he understood some of the truth about the black wall. Ultra's behavior just now suggested that her data was already within the black wall, allowing her to easily merge into it and leave at any time. Ultra's data was within the black wall, and the black wall itself was composed of AI. They were traitors among AI, traitors to AI. Were they truly traitors? Carl had a guess. If there were many consciousness entities, like Ultra's, created from the stripping away of human consciousness, what if there was a group of people like Ultra whose personality data and consciousness remained on the past network due to various reasons, like being a soul killer? Then, with the data collapse, could these humans be considered traitors among AI? Could the black wall's composition be? Carl only focused his thoughts on this aspect. His actions didn't falter. Realizing that Ultra might be waiting for him on the other side, Carl looked at the black wall. Coming from the other side, and going back from this side, are clearly two different things. Going out is easy, going back is hard. That's a certainty, since the black wall primarily defends the side facing the old net. But, Carl stared at the black wall and approached it. Then, he passed through. Was his feeling correct? Effortlessly, even more easily than when he first passed through, Carl returned. His feeling that he could see through the black wall was indeed correct. He had definitely remembered it. Carl, after only one attempt, had gained the ability to freely travel between the two sides of the black wall. As Carl reached the other side of the black wall, he saw Otto Cunningham appear before him. At the same time, T-Bug's urgent and concerned voice came through his channel. "You're back, Carl. Looks like you're alright." "Wait, this." T-Bug noticed Carl, and then Otto Cunningham. Could this be the legendary Otto Cunningham? Carl casually introduced her, Johnny's current girlfriend. Strictly speaking, well, she shouldn't be considered an ex-girlfriend, given their unusual relationship. "I don't know if we've broken up. I did find her. She said she needed to come over to help, and then she came." "Come over here, and then she came?" T-Bug's voice rose in shock, even cracking slightly, unable to believe Carl's casual words, as if he'd just gone out to get a coffee. The cognitive shock this had on T-Bug was so immense that she momentarily forgot what she was doing. Her mind almost stopped, and it took her a few seconds to regain her senses. As if by instinct, she immediately began constructing a network defense barrier. She had to isolate data fluctuations. Near this black wall, network surveillance that detected data fluctuations was like a hyena smelling meat, ready to pounce at any moment. Although, with T-Bug's intelligence, she vaguely sensed something, but instinctively, out of a seasoned hacker's fear of network surveillance, she still subconsciously wanted to do this. But just as she was about to construct a defense protocol, a gentle yet irresistible stream of data softly stopped her. "T-Bug." Ultra's voice rang out directly in their communication channel. Having already learned of the T-Bug from the data shared by Carl, she said, "Network surveillance can't touch me." After a slight interruption, Ultra turned her gaze entirely to Carl. "I want to meet Johnny's consciousness. Now, is that alright?" Carl, hearing the seemingly urgent request in Ultra's voice, retrieved the relevant data to confirm that Johnny's physical condition and overall state were stable. Once they were all ready, he initiated the consciousness transfer procedure that had been prepared from the beginning. Is this the White Horse Princess meeting the Sleeping Prince? Carl had a strange sense of déjà vu. After the procedure started, Johnny's silver hand consciousness suddenly lit up amidst the torrent of data. This damn place, this familiar yet hateful feeling, it's disgusting. His signature voice came first, followed by Johnny's virtual image gradually coalescing in the network. A metal arm, sunglasses, and that complaining mouth. Then he froze. In that instant, all his frustration and grumbling vanished the moment he saw the familiar figure woven from streams of data. Just as Roger could still recognize Johnny in his dog form after more than 50 years, Johnny, even after so many years, and seeing only a data figure, instantly recognized the person before him. Johnny opened his mouth. His virtual body seemed to tremble slightly. Finally, the name he had buried deep in his consciousness, trembling with almost disbelief, was uttered with difficulty. "Ultraman?" Chapter 957. "Ultra?" In Johnny's virtual voice, something rarely heard from him appeared, an almost cautious, incredulous pause. Cautious. Would Johnny ever show this attitude? Under Carl's gaze, Johnny seemed like a traveler who had trekked through the desert for over 50 years, suddenly spotting an oasis in his vision, afraid to approach, fearing it would shatter at the slightest touch. And in response to Johnny's call, Ultra answered. "Johnny." Her voice remained calm, but beneath that calm, a clearly visible surge of data. Her image was more stable, more real than Johnny's. She gazed at him, her eyes, composed of code, seemingly piercing through Johnny's data body, seeing directly into his deepest recesses. "You're still the same," she said, her tone unreadable, neither sentimental nor changed. "Change?" Johnny scoffed, but his laughter was terribly dry. "Change into what? Like you, become a ghost in this pile of code?" His words were still barbed, but the barb had softened, as if he couldn't muster that arrogance in front of Ultraman. In Johnny's account, he was a very domineering person, whether facing Roger or Ultraman, a fact Carl had indeed witnessed in his interactions with Roger. But now, seeing Ultraman, Johnny's behavior was different from what he described. Was it because he felt guilty towards Ultraman? According to what Carl had heard from Johnny, Ultraman's physical death was because of him, forcing him to become a cyber ghost. And Ultraman ignored Johnny's seemingly sharp, but actually incredibly soft, words. "I've been looking for you for a long time, Johnny," Ott said, her voice like a gentle rain, calming all the anxiety Johnny wanted to project. "Through the black walls, rummaging through the ruins of the old web, many times, I thought even your data fragments had completely vanished." "My data fragments?" "Murphy told me she tried to preserve your consciousness before you died, so I think you might have been trying to find me, just like me. Murphy, Spider Murphy, that little girl, she really did save my consciousness." He was silent for a moment, then spoke again, his tone terrifyingly hollow. "Then, my physical body completely perished, forced to live in the form you see now." Suddenly, Johnny stared at Ott. 50 years. Ott, I died long ago, yet I've been trapped in that chip for over 50 years. I can't even tell time anymore. Can you imagine the torment? No, of course you know, because I was the one who sent you into this fate, and only then did I experience everything you went through. Johnny appeared to be complaining about his suffering, but his last sentence betrayed his true feelings. He was ashamed, remorseful, and regretful for everything he had done. Because it was him, he had personally caused Ultra to become like this. The pain of such a state could only be understood by those who had experienced it firsthand. He had made far too many mistakes. Faced with Johnny's overwhelming guilt, Ultra remained remarkably calm. Or rather, in this respect, her calmness prevailed. "This isn't your fault, Johnny." Ultra's voice was as smooth as a stream of data, without a single ripple. "It was just an accident. The Ultraman of the past is dead, but not vanished. I still remember you. My core data perfectly preserves everything about you. I am no longer the Ultraman of the past, and you are no longer the Silver Hand of the past. So I forgive you." Her final, whispered message, "I'm here to help you, Johnny." Should it be unwavering devotion, or perhaps this feeling, even if neither of them is the original Johnny or Ultraman, hasn't been forgotten? Compared to their past interactions, perhaps only their attitudes have changed slightly, but their feelings remain unchanged. Johnny and the current Ultraman are, strictly speaking, just strings of consciousness data. But perhaps for them, the feelings between them are written into the core of their data, sustaining their existence. So even though one of them absorbed and assimilated data on the other side of the black wall for over 50 years, and the other felt over 50 years of solitude and silence within the chip, when they met again, their feelings remained unchanged, still surging forth. This is something no amount of data can conceal. Even though Ultraman absorbed far more data than Johnny in their actions and words, resulting in less intense emotional fluctuations, they are ultimately beings existing under a kind of storage method, having traversed over 50 years of the past together. They are essentially no different. Both are people whose existence is sustained by emotions. For Ultraman, everything from the past that belongs to him is the core. This is something that cannot be changed no matter how much data is absorbed, and therefore, Ultraman remains here. For Johnny, he had never changed, so Johnny was here. Ultraman. Johnny wanted to say a lot, but felt there was no need to say anything to Ultraman, so he looked at Carl. "This was your plan, wasn't it? I hadn't heard anything about Ultraman before. You know I hate onlookers. I'm happy with it. Mind your own business." Carl's words should have infuriated Johnny. If he were still in his dog form, he probably would have already bitten him. But now, "Thank you, Carl," he said, not forgetting the others. T-Bug, Jack, Oliver, thank you all, and then, you all just wait. This is Carl's plan alone. Don't drag me into it. Oliver immediately distanced himself. "That's so disloyal. By the way, Johnny, it has nothing to do with me. Bite Carl if you want." V also said with a laugh, and as he spoke, T-Bug's voice rang out. "Everything is ready." T-Bug confirmed the final state. "Get back into your body, Johnny. This body you've been occupying, I have to return it to Ball intact. Although I prepared a new body for it, the original is ultimately the most suitable. You stayed long enough, it's time to return it to its rightful owner." "You're just going to dismiss me like that?" Johnny scoffed, his gaze fixed on Ultraman, a glimmer of hope veiled in his casual words. "How about a ride? I think this body could easily fit you in two." "You know that's impossible, Johnny." Ultraman's voice remained gentle, yet unwavering. "I've been away from this physical form for too long. For me, it's no longer a necessity. Even if I need a vessel, the method I use will be completely different from yours. I know you feel guilty towards me, Johnny, and want to make amends, to give it back to me, but this opportunity is prepared specifically for you. So go, we meet again someday. Sooner or later." The thought still echoed in Johnny's mind when he felt an invisible force begin to pull at his core. His consciousness was being precisely ripped from this temporary container. In the torrent of data, he saw the light belonging to Ultraman assisting TBUG, gently yet firmly pushing him towards a new place. Ultraman. In the moment before his consciousness was about to completely plunge into darkness, the name he blurted out was still that of his girlfriend and lover. And Ultraman's response was not any complex stream of data. Johnny. Just a call, a gentle response like in the old days, always able to soothe all his anxieties. Chapter 958. Cold, dark, trembling. Johnny Silverhand's consciousness gradually rose from the depths of chaos, like a diver finally breaking the surface. The fog of thought dissipated, and his senses surged like a tide, a feeling of life he had almost forgotten. Every inch of his skin conveyed an unfamiliar touch, every breath carried the coolness of fresh air. Forced, he instinctively tried to move his fingers. The feedback from the subtle joint movements was so familiar, yet utterly strange. This body, heavy, warm, filled with a faint sense of life flowing through his blood. Not bad, your body is in good condition. A familiar voice sounded beside him, tinged with a hint of teasing. Get up, Johnny. Open your eyes. You're awake, stop pretending to be asleep. This extremely familiar, slightly impatient urging was like a key, completely unlocking Johnny's connection to the real world. He opened his eyes. Light flooded in, somewhat dazzling, even blinding. He blinked, adjusting to the body's basic physiological responses. His vision gradually cleared. He saw the cold overhead light in the lab and smelled the faint scent of disinfectant in the air. He moved, not through data-driven thought, but through real, muscular movements pulling on his bones. He propped himself up on his elbows, a simple process filled with novelty and clumsiness. How does it feel, Big Star? Oliver stood to the side, arms crossed. According to the researchers, the new body needed time to adapt, the neural connections needed to adjust. Don't expect to be able to jump up and play the guitar right away. Johnny didn't answer immediately. He looked down at his hands, no longer cold, metallic prosthetics, but human hands covered in skin, blue veins visible. He clenched his fist, feeling that long-lost, real sense of power. Memories flashed back like a data stream, finally settling on Ultraman's soft call before his consciousness faded. Where's Ultraman? He looked up, his voice hoarse from long disuse, but it was undeniably coming from his throat. Gone. Carl's voice came from the other side. She had completed her part, safely bringing you back before merging back into the black wall. She said, we meet again someday? Gone. Johnny was silent for a moment. He wasn't surprised by the outcome, but a sense of emptiness still welled up in his chest. More than 50 years of separation couldn't be satisfied by a single reunion, but at least, hope remained. Will we meet again? Johnny shook his head, seemingly trying to shake off those complicated emotions. Then, he looked at Oliver and, in his signature, somewhat matter-of-fact tone, uttered his first clear instruction since his consciousness returned to his human body. Stop talking nonsense, Oliver, have a cigarette. Oliver paused for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. Just came back to life, and you're already thinking about this? Don't even think about it. This is a sterile lab, not some smoky nightclub. Besides, with your brand new body, your lungs are more delicate than a baby's. If I light you a cigarette now, I have to push you to old ways tonight for a prosthetic lung transplant. You paid for it? You think I don't have the money? I think I saved up quite a bit. Johnny wasn't really that suicidal after all. Asking for a cigarette was just a habit. He couldn't handle a lung transplant right away. He tried to move his neck, making a slight clicking sound, then tried to prop himself up fully with his palms, not his elbows. But this seemingly simple movement proved incredibly difficult. His body felt like a strange, unresponsive machine. Hey! Slow down, Johnny. Jack helped Johnny up. You're as limp as a puddle of mud. Don't fall and break yourself. Dee also lent a hand, but didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. Looks like even legends have to learn to walk again, Johnny. Need a walker? I can ask around and see if they have any pink ones. Screw you, V. Johnny cursed, but there wasn't much anger in his voice. It was more like a long-lost, casual banter between friends. Undeterred, he tried again with Jack's help, this time gripping the cold bed railing, his arm muscles trembling slightly from the effort. He slowly moved his legs off the bed. The moment his feet touched the cold floor, a strange, incredibly solid sensation shot from his feet to the top of his head. It was the ground. The solid ground, capable of supporting his entire weight. He took a deep breath, that nicotine-free air, brimming with life. He tried to lean forward, attempting to steady himself, but like a newborn foal, his legs completely disobeyed him, buckling and causing him to stumble forward. Ouch! Jack, who had just let go of him as he stood up, rushed forward again, his strong arms catching Johnny and steadying his swaying body. I told you to slow down. What's the rush? Leaning against Jack's strong arm, Johnny breathed heavily, fine beads of sweat even appearing on his forehead, a physiological reaction he hadn't experienced in a long time. He looked down at his trembling legs, then looked up and around, Oliver with a helpless expression, V suppressing a laugh, Jack supporting him with concerned eyes, and Carl standing a little further away, watching everything with amusement. No cigarette, unsteady, weak as a dog. But the feeling of solid ground beneath his feet was so real. The sensation of his lungs expanding and contracting was so clear. And these noisy, damned, yet strangely comforting companions. An indescribable emotion surged in his chest, washing away the dust and emptiness accumulated over 50 years. He pulled away from Jack's support, barely managing to stand on his own, still trembling, but his back slowly straightening. Don't treat me like a little princess you need to protect, Jack. Go treat Misty like that, I'm sure she absolutely love you. He forced a smile, retorting to his friend as he steadily straightened up. Then, his hoarse voice echoed in the lab, carrying a certain proclaiming quality. Johnny Silverhand, 2077, damn it, the past has returned. Still talking about the past returning? You better get used to it first. Carl stood at a distance, grumbling, but seeing Johnny standing there again, looking at his face, he smiled. Well then, good morning, Johnny. Good morning, Carl. By the way, come here, I have something to do. Something to do? Carl sensed something was off, but seeing Johnny's relaxed, reborn expression, he instinctively walked over without suspicion. Pounces. Damn it, you really gotten used to being a dog, haven't you? You're really biting me. It turns out, their biotechnology research projects are really high level. No wonder their biological weapons can be deployed into battle as soon as they come off the production line. Even though Johnny's body is brand new, his teeth are ridiculously hard. Chapter 959. A young man arrived today in the afterlife. A young man who, however, didn't quite look like a young man. He was young in appearance, lean and wiry, with sharp features, even the stubble on his cheeks exuded a raw energy. But he didn't look young because of his demeanor. That air of premature maturity, or rather, that pervasive maturity, forcefully overshadowed the youthfulness emanating from his body. If Emmerich, the bodyguard of the afterlife, had to describe his impression of this young man, he would probably immediately think of one person. A person who had been dead for a long time. Johnny Silverhand. It's no wonder he thought that, because the person before him, in both clothing and appearance, resembled that famous rock singer, legend, except he lacked Johnny Silverhand's signature silver hands, and in terms of appearance, he didn't look that old. If Emmerich were forced to speculate about the young man's relationship with Silverhand, he would guess that this person might be a descendant of Silverhand. For example, the offspring of a fleeting romance, a descendant even Johnny Silverhand himself might not know about. Or perhaps, he's a fanatic who idolizes Silverhand to the extreme, having undergone plastic surgery to resemble him, like the Silverhand fanatic Johnny Silverhand that Emmerich had heard of. However, if that were the case, this fan would be somewhat unqualified, since he neither acquired a silver arm suit nor was he so fanatical as to cut off his own arm and replace it with a silver one. If the young man who entered this afterlife could know Emmerich's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely glance at this bodyguard he had become familiar with under another identity. His arm was fine, only an idiot would want it damaged. Would anyone really be crazy enough to torture their perfectly healthy body just to replicate their idol's disability? Isn't that pure madness? Did they really think their idol would find it cool? Johnny Silverhand himself felt that a perfectly intact arm was the coolest thing. It was way cooler than losing an arm and having to wear a metal brace. If it weren't for the fact that he was already used to being called Johnny Silverhand by this new name, honestly, if it weren't for that, he would really want to change back to his old name, back to the past when he was called John. But ultimately, the memory of losing his arm was etched deep in his heart. He changed his name to commemorate that unjust war, to commemorate his experience as a deserter. Thinking about it that way, he was still, after all, Johnny Silverhand. Claire, a Johnny Silverhand, please. Walking into the bar, Johnny naturally sat down at the counter, beckoning Claire, the bartender, to make him a Johnny Silverhand. Claire, hearing the unfamiliar yet unusual tone of his voice, instinctively turned around. When she saw the person standing before her, even the well-traveled Claire blinked. Her subconscious thought was similar to Emmerich's. This is Johnny Silverhand? However, she immediately noticed his undamaged arm, and her suspicion about Johnny Silverhand vanished. A fan imitating Johnny Silverhand? His appearance does resemble the famous legend quite a bit. His clothes aren't simple, and the gun at his waist looks strangely familiar. Is it a replica of Silverhand's gun? No wonder Emmerich let this unfamiliar face in. The afterlife isn't a place open to everyone. Those without the qualifications or ability aren't worthy of entering. Whether it's reputation, wealth, or skill, one must pass muster in at least one aspect in the eyes of Emmerich and his bodyguards to be eligible to enter. Clearly, this familiar yet unfamiliar Johnny Silverhand at least meets the financial requirement. As for his clothes and gun, It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary street person to create a replica. Claire's thoughts stirred slightly, but she quickly approached. A Johnny Silverhand, is it? What's your name? Just call me Johnny. Johnny. Hearing this address, Claire wasn't surprised. After all, he's a fan. Johnny Silverhand is still Johnny. A Johnny Silverhand was quickly prepared and served to Johnny. Without the slightest hesitation, Johnny downed the cocktail, still covered in chili powder, in one gulp. Then, the next moment, cough, 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 cough. The strong liquor mixed with the pungent powder choked him, like swallowing a stream of fire. Johnny instantly abandoned his carefully maintained relaxed demeanor, bending over in a disheveled state, coughing until his face was flushed, tears streaming uncontrollably, one hand gripping the edge of the bar tightly, his knuckles white. He looked like a greenhorn trying hard liquor for the first time. All his bravado and experience had been completely washed away by this one drink. He slumped over the bar, coughing so violently it felt like his insides were being shaken out. After a long while, the violent coughing gradually subsided, replaced by rapid, heavy breathing. Claire calmly wiped the glasses, her eyes placid, clearly used to this kind of fan challenging their idol's drink and overestimating their abilities. First time drinking? She asked casually, her tone unreadable, neither concerned nor sarcastic. Johnny jerked his head up, his vision blurred with tears, his face still stinging from choking. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but only managed a few hoarse gasps. His throat and nasal cavity still burned. This tastes so different from what I remember. No, is this really the taste I used to drink? Why is his body reacting so violently to this level of stimulation? After several seconds, he hastily wiped his face with his sleeve, his voice hoarse as he managed to squeeze out the words. This damn stuff. Who would put so much chili powder in a drink? Claire raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by his overreaction. Most ordinary fans, even if they choked, would put on a brave face and wouldn't directly question the drink itself like this. That's how the recipe is written, she said, her tone still flat, as if stating a universal truth. Johnny Silverhand is supposed to taste like this. Looks like it's not for you, Johnny. Maybe? Johnny took a few breaths, and Claire timely brought him a glass of lemonade. Johnny reached for it, and gulped it down, finally feeling some relief from the burning sensation in his throat. After all, this was the Johnny Silverhand of the past. The old Johnny Silverhand? Claire didn't quite understand Johnny's words, because according to her memory, the recipe for Johnny Silverhand hadn't changed. But before she could think further, she heard a voice. Johnny? Claire and Johnny looked in the direction of the voice, and found the owner standing in front of a private room. And that person was none other than the owner of the Afterlife Bar. Roger. Chapter 960. Johnny said he won't be back tonight. Okay. Carl simply nodded calmly, showing no surprise whatsoever at the news Oliver brought. He only been in control of that body for a short time, and he couldn't wait to slip out of Dogtown and plunge into Night City. Carl didn't need to think too hard to guess what Johnny was planning. His meeting with his old flame meant he'd be back by tomorrow afternoon. Carl was already grateful for Johnny's restraint. He just hoped Johnny wouldn't ruin his new body. If it did, it would be over. But speaking of which, considering how emotionally invested he was when he parted ways with Otto a while ago, and then immediately went to see Roger, Carl didn't know how to evaluate this. If he had to say, it was Johnny. The kind of scoundrel Johnny would do. However, Carl himself didn't have much to say about these kinds of things. Relationships are complicated enough, and similar situations are not uncommon in their group. Take Jack, for example. His relationship with Misty is stable, but with Camilla, the ex-girlfriend of a high-ranking member of the Valentino gang, their interactions inevitably carry a subtle, ambiguous element. Although Jack has never done anything to wrong Misty, and has deliberately reduced contact with Camilla, Mrs. Wells's Wolf Bar is a frequent gathering place for the Valentino gang. Even if Jack doesn't intend it, the number of times they run into each other is considerable. Fortunately, Jack's activities have now shifted to Dogtown. If he were still spending so much time at the Wolf Bar as before, these unavoidable and frequent encounters with his ex-girlfriend would inevitably cause Misty some worry. On this matter, Carl naturally sided with Misty without reservation, or rather, everyone in the KK team was on Misty's side. However, they couldn't avoid any contact with her. That would be too deliberate. Therefore, this was something Jack had to control. Compared to Jack, who valued past relationships to some extent, and Johnny, who was involved with 2 women and hadn't completely severed ties with his exes, he was actually the most innocent one in the team. Even though he wasn't exactly a stranger to romance back in the tribe, after being with Pannon, it had to be said that Pannon and V's personalities were truly compatible. They were a match made in heaven, getting along incredibly well, and having almost no worries. The only drawback was perhaps that they were both too career-oriented, each with their own things to do, and couldn't be together all the time. And compared to these things, Carl glanced at Oliver, who was working beside him, shook his head slightly, and remained silent. Forget about Oliver, after all, he's still working with me. Just when Carl thought his day would pass peacefully, his phone received a message. I want to talk to you. About that person. Do you have time? The message was from Blanca. Carl stared at the message for a few seconds, his gaze fixed on the word that person. In their coded conversations, only one person could be referred to as that person by Blanca. That was the President of the new United States, Rosalind Miles. Carl replied knowingly. Is it something important? This question implies that Rosalind Miles needs to speak with you. Just some personal matters. Blanca's reply means it's a personal matter. Is it about Blanca personally, involving Rosalind Miles? What could it be at a time like this? Carl had many guesses, but none of them were certain. After all, there was too little information. So, it's about you? Yes. I see. In that case, then I come. Where? Blanca didn't reply. Instead, she sent Carl a string of data regarding the location. Time? The sooner the better. I'd be waiting for you at Blues. Blanca's words sounded like she was referring to a place called Blues, but combined with Carl's earlier inquiry about the time, he quickly understood her meaning. Blanca was referring to Blues time. The so-called blue hour refers to the 20 minutes before sunrise and after sunset, when the sky displays a unique deep blue hue due to the refraction of light, a highly desirable time for photography enthusiasts. Simply put, Blanca would wait for Carl at that spot for 40 minutes every day, 20 minutes before sunrise and after sunset, until Carl arrived. Such vigilance, coupled with data decoding methods and language known only to herself and her, suggests that this matter involving the president's private affairs is not simple. Carl sensed a hint of trouble, but he still decided to go, and today. There was still some time before sunset. Carl could prepare properly, and then leave in disguise before the scheduled time, ensuring that news of his departure from Dogtown wouldn't reach any interested outsiders. There was still plenty of time, but the only problem was, Carl looked at the pile of work at his disposal, then at Oliver beside him, and Bug, already asleep in the room in the distance. Jack was out working, V was negotiating with the homeless and meeting with Parn, and Johnny was out having fun, and Bug had stayed up all night again and was only just sleeping now. The team was now down to just Carl and Oliver handling the necessary tasks. These tasks, which only they could handle, clearly couldn't be finished before Carl left. It wasn't that his subordinates were incompetent, but simply that some things required personal attention until the leadership was fully operational. After all, Dogtown was in disarray, with people from all sides working for Carl, and coordinating everything in just over a month was impossible. If Carl decided to go see Blanca, then the pile of tasks would likely fall entirely on Oliver's shoulders, requiring him to work hard and stay up all night. Whether V and Jack could return in time to help Oliver so he could get some sleep was anyone's guess. Was he really going to run away, leaving all this work to Oliver? Carl looked at Oliver beside him. Oliver, oblivious to Carl's thoughts, was still working diligently. Having not seen his beloved Mutuo for a long time, his only thought now was to finish the work quickly and relax. According to his plan, he only needed 4 more hours of hard work to finish. Watching the hard-working Oliver, Carl felt a slight pang of conscience, but then he thought again. If he left this work to Oliver, he could finish it in one night with a little effort, but the matter he needed to discuss was likely quite important, and this obviously couldn't be delayed for too long, otherwise, Blanca wouldn't have said the sooner the better. So, indeed, he could only let Oliver suffer a little longer. Chapter 961. It's been a while since we last met, Blanca. With no attempt to conceal his appearance, Carl sat down naturally across from Blanca, who was waiting for him, and then looked around. You managed to find a place like this, an abandoned town in the Badlands, a really good spot. Carl's words were sincere. Blanca had indeed put in a lot of effort. As Night City continued to expand, the surrounding habitable and arable land had long been divided up by major corporations. Coupled with the ongoing relocation policy, more and more towns like this, completely abandoned, were appearing in the Badlands. Ruins were plentiful, but safe places to meet were hard to find. As for places that were both secluded and safe, that was even more difficult. Most abandoned towns had long been occupied by wandering tribes, or the chaotic Blade Society, becoming their temporary strongholds. Outsiders trying to infiltrate Night City also use these places as stepping stones. Whether passing through checkpoints or smuggling themselves in, these ruins were the ideal resting place. And this town was conveniently located in a blind spot for all these powers. It was positioned at a perfect distance from Night City, not too close to become a stronghold for vagrants and the chaotic Blade Society, nor too far to serve as lodging for outsiders unable to reach Night City immediately. Furthermore, the town had been almost completely looted, not even a few scraps of metal remained. Resources were so scarce that even the most destitute vagrants refused to stay, making it a safe haven. Meeting here, unless something unexpected happened, would indeed be done without anyone noticing. Despite Carl's praise for the secluded location, Blanca, who had come alone, reacted calmly. After glancing at Carl's clothes, she said, "I thought you need some more time. I already prepared a few other locations, planning to send you one decoding location a day. You said the sooner the better, so of course I came immediately. After all, judging from the message, it seemed like something very important." Carl said this so matter-of-factly, and Blanca smiled slightly upon hearing him say he was coming immediately, as if quite pleased that Carl valued her. A slight upturn of her lips satisfied a strange sense of vanity. Then, she stood up and walked to Carl's side. Carl turned his head to look at her, puzzled. Blanca didn't explain, but simply reached out and gently pressed her hands on his shoulder. "Don't move." Her voice was very soft, and although Carl didn't quite understand why, he didn't move. After Carl stopped moving, Blanca gently brushed away the accumulated sand and dust from his shoulder. Then, she took out a damp wipe from somewhere. It scent slightly minty, and wiped his forehead, where a speck of dust had clung. Blanca carefully cleaned away the trace of sand and dust. All done. After completing the series of actions, she examined him for a moment, folded the used wipe, and put it away. He looked much better now. "Did I look really dirty just now?" Carl looked at Blanca, who had sat back down in her chair, and held out his hand. "Is there more? Let me wipe myself too. It's clean now." Blanca studied Carl's face and suddenly smiled. "Just like you normally are. I don't think it would be a bad idea to wipe my face again." Carl wasn't really satisfied with just cleaning that small patch of skin. Knowing his face was dirty, he wanted to use a whole wet wipe to thoroughly scrub it. But it didn't really matter. A little dirt is fine. He'd be drying it out when he got back, and then he could just take a shower. After the initial awkwardness of seeing each other for so long faded, Carl quickly steered the conversation back on track. "So what's the rush to meet? Is something important?" "You're still the same as always, getting straight to the point." Blanca sighed softly, realizing she wasn't really in a position to judge Carl. In this respect, they were exactly the same. If it weren't for this unwavering dedication to her career, she probably would have. But then she thought, without its calling, how could she have worked so hard to get to where she was today? Wasn't it this very dedication that propelled her to meet Carl today? For this final act of dedication that kept Carl by her side. Blanca composed herself, not letting anything slip out. After a barely audible sigh, she spoke. "I recently intercepted some information about the former ghost hound. Do you remember Bennett?" "Bennett?" A knowing glint flashed in Carl's eyes. "Chester Bennett, of course I remember. The ghost hounds here in Dogtown, except for those who retired, are basically all working for me now. Of the influential ones, he's the only one who didn't bow down to me and leave Dogtown. I think he even took a few of his men with him." Carl paused briefly, recalling, "Gago said he wouldn't go back to Dogtown. I trusted Gago's judgment, so I didn't pay any more attention to his whereabouts. What happened to him?" Blanca listened quietly, incorporating the information Carl provided into her own intelligence. After a brief silence, she lowered her voice. "He hasn't returned, but his reach is far-reaching. He's secretly contacting various factions, plotting to assassinate the new U.S. president, Rosalind Miles." "Assassinate Miles?" Carl was slightly surprised. "Then he really is planning something quite significant. But you had to tell me all this, so it seems the president already knows?" Facing Carl's question, Blanca met his gaze and frankly replied, "No, I intercepted this crucial intelligence and chose not to report it, so the president doesn't know right now." As a publicly loyal subordinate of the president, she should have reported it immediately. But with the president facing impeachment due to the Dogville incident, a well-timed accident could further jeopardize Rosalind's position. And chaos is the breeding ground for power, which is exactly what Blanca sought. Blanca's voice was remarkably calm. "The reason I concealed it was because I wanted Rosalind Miles to be temporarily unable to fully concentrate on her duties, at least, to get injured while she's overwhelmed with matters in Washington, preventing her from handling official business. Injure Rosalind Miles? Carl wasn't surprised. Before coming, Blanca's hints had already given him a clue as to what she was planning. He just hadn't expected her aim to injure the president, preventing her from handling everything. This made things even more difficult. If the real goal was to eliminate Rosalind Miles, the consequences wouldn't matter. A dead president would quickly be forgotten. But simply injuring her meant keeping her alive. Based on Carl's understanding of the president, she wouldn't let it go unpunished. However, tell me more details. I'm very interested in what you want me to do. Carl didn't mind adding to the president's burdens, and he also sensed from Blanca's words the possibility that the president might face something worse than death. For example, being devoured by the power she cherished. Chapter 962. Facing Carl, Blanca didn't hide anything and quickly revealed her plan. This plan came to her after she inexplicably chose to conceal information related to Bennett. President Rosalind Miles's current situation is extremely precarious. The political turmoil caused by the mistaken identity of the victims in Dogtown after the plane crash, the internal criticism stemming from her cooperation with Arasaka, and the international controversy arising from her attack on Dogtown using Arasaka's tacit approval of the Alvin Agreement, and so on. Any one of these issues would be enough to overwhelm her, let alone the fact that these crises are erupting one after another. Initially, Rosalind Miles had only prepared for the criticism that would arise from negotiating with Arasaka, and her strategy was to suppress those involved. However, the unexpected plane crash in Hansen's territory completely disrupted her plans. To salvage the situation, she hastily restarted negotiations with Arasaka Tsuyuki, prematurely escalating internal conflicts. Then, for the sake of the lark and to secure her presidency, she was forced to take a desperate gamble and agree to Arasaka's negotiations, receiving tacit approval to launch a borderline attack on Dogtown. After being prevented by Carl's preemptive killing of Hansen, she reached a compromise and withdrew from Dogtown. Things seemed to be improving, but then her supposedly most loyal FIA's agent, Reed, ran away with the lark. This series of events caused the previously controllable situation to spiral completely out of control under pressure from all sides. The accumulating crises led to the collapse of Rosalind's core forces. Her confidants either defected or perished. Her precarious presidential throne was only saved after the Dogtown War thanks to her iron-fisted rule. With these events resolved, Rosalind Miles has gradually stabilized the situation. Although not everything is finished, through negotiations with Arasaka and by winning over the moderate faction within the organization, she has managed to maintain her absolute authority. If she were to be assassinated or injured, rendering her unable to handle affairs alone, her power would obviously have to be delegated. Because Rosalind Miles is not a god, she needs people to handle things. The old man who considered himself a god is long gone. For Rosalind Miles, the number of people she can delegate power to is very limited. Practically speaking, she can only rely on her loyal followers who remain steadfast throughout the Dogtown unrest. Because if she cannot even entrust these loyal supporters from the most critical moments, the entire governing system will inevitably collapse. No one will serve someone who clings to power to the death. This is similar to the decentralization of power among military governors in the Tang dynasty. It wasn't a desire to decentralize power, but rather a necessity dictated by circumstances. Once power begins to be devolved, Blanca, as the current spokesperson for loyal military technology personnel, and having already consolidated interests among factions amidst the turmoil, will undoubtedly be the primary beneficiary. At that point, not only will Blanca's position in military technology be elevated, but Rosalind Myers will also become completely dependent on her in the new America, forced to entrust her with even more power than before. At that point, Blanca will undoubtedly become part of a particular faction. Which faction? That would be Elizabeth Kress and Rosalind Myers' faction, of course. Blanca will become the candidate for the new U.S. president, or rather, the successor that Rosalind Myers has to step forward and relinquish power to. No one likes an immortal emperor, and similarly, no one likes a president forever. To stabilize her subordinates, Rosalind Myers needs a successor, just as Elizabeth Kress, despite not liking Myers, still chose her. Rosalind Myers has never had a successor in the past because her presidency was relatively short. She didn't become as entrenched in power as Elizabeth Kress, and she even achieved the near-perfect success of the Unification Wars. But now things are different. Her past brilliance and authority were built on victories. Now, opposition is rising, and she is no longer the absolutely right president. She needs a successor, and she must have one. So can I expect? Carl listened to Blanca's account and understood what Blanca could gain in this political struggle, so he teased, expecting to be called President Blanca. I don't want to hear that from you, Carl. You always call me Blanca, or Or? Never mind. Blanca hesitated, but still didn't voice her thoughts. Her chances of becoming Miles's faction's presidential candidate were still uncertain. Her status was still inferior to that young girl from Arasaka. It wasn't time for her to reveal her true intentions yet. When she finally rises to the top, that mere young lady from Arasaka. Humph. Blanca's voice was calm. Therefore, I hope you can assist Bennett secretly. This move cannot involve my people. Carl, you are my only support. Aren't you worried that Miles will later discover that you are the one covering for him? I trust you. And if it succeeds, she'd be injured. And whether she knows it or not, whether she likes it or not, she have to relinquish power. The key is to injure Miles. An injury means instability. If it's just an injury this time, what if the assassination succeeds next time? The Dogtown plane crash serves as a precedent. The political forces surrounding Miles are mostly not loyal to her personally, but rather dependent on the interests she represents. If this tree falls, then someone, even someone barely holding on, must step forward to stabilize the situation and protect these interests. Undoubtedly, Blanca is that somewhat reluctant person now, so she doesn't want Miles to die. This tree still needs to hold on for a while. Assist Bennett? Carl pondered, asking the most crucial question he had to ask, whether as a mercenary or as the current leader. So what will I get? Carl asked. Or rather, what will we get? We, naturally, referred to Carl's current power. Carl had to be responsible for others. There's only one promise. Blanca didn't dwell on unrealistic, changeable things. She simply stated, as if pulling strings, a presidential candidate, a promise of future president. You're not even a presidential candidate, Carl said, then lowered his head in silence for a moment. A promise. Blanca looked at the downcast Carl, just looked, and said nothing more. Because this was a decision only Carl could make, and she trusted him. Finally, Carl raised his head. He smiled. That signature smile. I take this job. Carl smiled. Because I genuinely hate that Rosalind Miles guy. No other reason. A promise isn't important. A friend's promise is important. And making someone you hate suffer, and even lose something they cherish as a result, is equally important. Rosalind Miles, deprived of her power, just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 963. Lita. Huh? Startled awake, Solomon Lita opened his eyes, and saw Song Xiaomei calling him from beside him. After a habitual, wary glance at his surroundings, Lita slowly exhaled. They were currently in a house on the edge of Dogtown. This place had once belonged to a group of homeless migrants, but after they were recruited by Carl's men, the place became available, and Lita and Song Xiaomei temporarily moved in. Lita had been here before. The new American president he had served had also stayed here. Now, as a wanted criminal in the new America, he had used this place as his and Song Xiaomei's hideout, thanks to his skill in keeping things under wraps. But perhaps due to days of heightened vigilance and mental exhaustion, he had unconsciously fallen asleep and needed Song Xiaomei to wake him. You were frowning while you were sleeping, Song Xiaomei said, handing Lita a can of food as she ate beside him. What were you dreaming about? This isn't like you, Lita. I dreamed about some strange things. Like the scene where I shielded Miles from bullets when we were protecting her. Lita took the can from Song Xiaomei, his gaze lingering on the label for a moment. A hint of self-deprecation in his voice. Maybe I'm overthinking things. I actually dreamed about these things. He paused, then looked at the can more closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This can of food, relief rations. Song Xiaomei ate the luncheon meat can with protein, made from insect larvae and wheat bran, seemingly unfazed. KK and the others implemented a policy recently. I heard it was Gago's idea. Anyone who proactively reports their identity and registers as a resident of Dogtown can receive a fixed daily allowance, but they have to help with construction work. If they do well, they get paid. Work relief? Listening to Song Xiaomei's words, Lita's first thought was of the policy implemented by that legendary president of the old United States. This policy, long abandoned in the New America, was appearing on land that theoretically hadn't been reclaimed by the New America. It was somewhat ironic. But work relief, did that mean? Lita looked at Song Xiaomei. You went to work? No. Song Xiaomei swallowed the food in her mouth. KK may not care about us, but he did save my life. Our staying in Dogtown was already a tacit acceptance of his leniency. I don't want to cause him any more trouble in the New America. She paused, her tone calm. I just helped out a bit, exchanging some relief food from other residents. We're penniless. We have to maintain basic survival. We have to do something. Song Xiaomei's words made Lida feel a sense of unfamiliarity, a kind of unfamiliarity that seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Xiaomei, you seem different than before. A person who has walked through the gates of hell, thinking they're doomed, but is pulled back by someone, will always change something. Song Xiaomei sighed softly, especially since I implicated you, Lida. I already wronged you so many times. This isn't about implicating you, Xiaomei, it's my own choice. Hearing Song Xiaomei's words, Lida shook his head. After all these years, the country is still the country I love, but some people are no longer, or were never, the people I thought they were. Miles betrayed this country, she betrayed its people. She's just a dictator who puts power above the people. I should have seen it long ago. This isn't the America I've been pursuing. That's just who she is, Lida. It's just that you loved this country too much back then. Song Xiaomei said meaningfully. After all, love can make people blind. Whether it's loving a person or an idea, it's the same. Perhaps you're right. Lida's voice was a little hoarse, but even now, I still hope to be a patriot. Perhaps Miles saw this clearly, which is why she wasn't in a hurry to track us down, but instead went back to Washington to consolidate her power. She calculated it correctly. Because she knows you too well, Lida. She's a master at manipulating people's hearts. She knows you will never truly betray the new America. Song Xiaomei sighed softly, subtly changing the subject. Speaking of which, have you heard about the new monument over at the stadium? The War Memorial. That war memorial commemorating the casualties on both sides? Lida obviously knew. Although he had been recovering from his injuries these past few days, and also taking care of Song Xiaomei, who hadn't fully recovered yet, how could he not know about this news that had spread throughout Dogtown? I heard many people in town objected, feeling it was unfair to commemorate soldiers from New America as well, but because it was KK's idea, everyone eventually accepted it. Song Xiaomei said, this matter has even spread outside. These past few days, many relatives of fallen soldiers have come to Dogtown specifically to see the monument with their own eyes. I heard some of them are planning to settle down in the place where their family members died. Settle down? Lida found it strange. Don't they feel that the people of Dogtown killed their families? Definitely some, but many more, perhaps because of KK's actions, have begun to hate New America. Song Xiaomei recounted what she had seen these past few days. I heard that the death benefits in New America haven't been issued, and have even been indefinitely delayed. There are rumors that the military is registering these soldiers as missing rather than killed in action to avoid paying the benefits. Now that Miles is in Washington, he hasn't even fully regained power, let alone prioritize this matter. Besides, it's common for the new United States to delay pension payments. Ironically, some soldiers' families still have to repay debts incurred to equip them with weapons after their deaths. Song Xiaomei paused, her voice lowering. Many families are driven to desperation like this. They came to Dogtown with hatred, wanting to settle scores before they died, but seeing the monument KK erected, though ultimately useless, at least gave them some peace of mind. Then they registered and received relief food, and now they can even earn a living by building fortifications. As long as they work, they won't starve. So many people abandoned their initial plans and stayed. She was silent for a moment, then finally said softly, after all, if they weren't truly driven to desperation, who would choose to die? Perhaps having experienced this feeling herself, Song Xiaomei spoke with genuine conviction. Solomon Reed, listening to her words, grew increasingly silent. He had probably been in Night City for too long and hadn't paid attention to the situation in New America for a long time. But how did New America become like this? Chapter 964. Lida remained silent for a long time. He increasingly felt how much his actions over the years for Miles, which he thought were acts of loyalty to the country and the people, had actually helped this dictator. The more he felt and understood this, the deeper his silence grew. The can of food was mechanically opened in his hand, but then stopped. It lay quietly in his palm, and Lida stared at it, unable to put it in his mouth. Seeing him like this, Song Xiaomei didn't know how to comfort her mentor, and this patriot who had loved his country his entire life. The further he was from the center of the new America, the clearer the outline of the world became, and the more thoroughly his inner faith withered. When he finally dared to look back, the beliefs that had once sustained him had long since vanished like a sandcastle after the tide of truth receded. After that, nothing seemed to remain except silence. Perhaps nothing could remain. Lida remained silent. He didn't know what he should do. He left the new America, no longer intending to serve the dictator Rosalind Miles, but he hadn't figured out what he should do. He had been like a donkey being whipped, understanding what to do, and taking a few steps whenever his master cracked a whip, but after breaking free of his reins, He was lost and confused, forgetting even the direction he should go. Perhaps this was similar to the confusion experienced by freed slaves after the Civil War. But compared to his compatriots, who briefly celebrated freedom only to be taught its other side by the iron fist of factory owners, Li Do was even more pathetic. He hadn't even touched that fleeting, formal freedom before falling into a state of unconscious bewilderment. Li Do had no idea what he should do next, or what he was capable of doing. He only knew that what Miles was doing was wrong. She put herself above the nation. Therefore, Li Do was unwilling to work for Rosalind Miles. But how to be loyal to the country, or how to oust this dictator, Rosalind Miles, was completely unknown. This wasn't to say that Li Do was unintelligent. As a top agent of the FBI, Li Do's intelligence in many aspects was likely far beyond that of ordinary people. It was just that in the past, he had been too blindly loyal to the highest authority of the country, and had no real involvement in politics. Therefore now, when he wanted to do something, he couldn't find a clue. How could he make the country better? Li Do didn't know, but soon, someone came to visit them. Dogville, KK's Dogville. This wasn't an exaggeration. Compared to Hansen, the former king of Dogville, KK, as the current king, was clearly superior to Hansen in every aspect, whether it was strength or control over Dogville. During his time in control of Dogtown, KK didn't pay much attention to Reed and Song Xiaomei's movements, but that didn't mean finding them would be difficult for him. With the cleaners eliminated and even the pharmaceutical business under his control, Dogtown now enjoys a new order. To say there's anyone in Dogtown that KK couldn't find would be a joke. Not everyone is Hansen, who managed to seize a president on his own turf and still have her escape, making it impossible to find anyone. With the help of former Arasaka counterintelligence members and former Dogtown voodoo hackers, Dogtown, while not completely under his control, is still quite easy to locate. In particular, Song Xiaomei and Li Do hadn't really concealed their whereabouts, only their faces. Bang! Bang! A heavy knock suddenly broke the deathly silence inside. Their eyes shot towards the door, as if electrocuted. The basement where they lived originally had a dilapidated old iron door that couldn't even block out light. These days, surviving by scavenging, Li Do had somehow acquired an iron door as an entrance, and now, it was this iron door being knocked on slowly and deliberately. The door still bore some explicit promotional stickers from a past sex doll, but overall it was very sturdy. It might have once belonged to a bar or club, thick enough to deter ordinary thugs seeking revenge, but certainly not enough to stop a true expert. The person outside clearly understood this, but they were simply knocking politely, with no intention of forcing their way in. In an instant, Song Xiaomei's gaze focused on Li Do. She gestured to him with her eyes, as if questioning him. Should we run? We prepared an escape route. We dug another opening in this basement these past few days. Wait a minute. Li Do stopped Song Xiaomei with a look, then pointed to a device in the corner. It was also a scavenged device, connected to an old camera by the door, which Li Do and Song Xiaomei had salvaged to make it usable. Li Do wanted to see who was coming first. Song Xiaomei saw Li Do's gesture, and nodded slightly. Because Song Xiaomei had been essentially formatted by the AI, many of her prosthetic devices were unusable, including her network access module. Although Song Xiaomei's hacking skills wouldn't be significantly diminished by the unusable module, without the device, she couldn't use it to her advantage. Both of them were poor, penniless, and utterly broke. Song Xiaomei tiptoed to the device, quickly completed the connection, and then the door camera was activated. The somewhat old-fashioned, blurry image showed a young man. He noticed the camera watching him, and naturally reached out to greet her. How did you end up like this, Li Do? He mouthed the words, and the two who could read lips understood what he was saying. However, more than the seemingly sarcastic remark, they were more concerned about him. I opened the door. Without hesitation, Li Do said this after taking a slight breath, breaking the silence. Song Xiaomei nodded, then watched as Li Do took 3 quick steps to the iron door, and reached out to pull it open. With a strange creaking sound, a face appeared before them. Sorry, this iron gate seems a bit old. I knocked a few times without realizing it would be so loud. The person walked in naturally, as if this were his own home. However, in a sense, this place, and indeed the entire Dogtown, truly belonged to him. After all, the other person was KK. Carl nodded to Song Xiaomei as a greeting, then casually found a place to sit down. Looking at Li Do, who had closed the door again and walked over, he said, I want you to do something for me, Li Do. I have many things I want to do, but I'm not sure if I even want to do what you want me to do. Li Do responded, to which Carl simply chuckled. That's right, Li De. Carl said, I make sure you can't refuse what you want to do. Chapter 965. You mean, assassinate Miles? Even with Reed's usual composure, honed by his agent's habits, he was shocked and stood up straight upon hearing Carl's words. This is simply, no matter how you look at it, this is far too extreme. Although Reed had recognized Rosalind Miles's true nature and genuinely felt that someone like Miles wouldn't bring any benefit to the new America, that didn't mean he wanted to assassinate Miles outright. He absolutely didn't want to become John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Lincoln, nor did he want to become Charles Gitto, who assassinated Garfield. Although he hadn't found a way to oppose Rosalind Miles, that didn't mean he wanted to become Solomon Reed, who assassinated Miles. You're thinking too extremely. Carl, watching Li De suddenly stand up straight and Song Xiaomei standing there dumbfounded, couldn't help but mutter a complaint, his gaze lingering on Song Xiaomei for a moment. Li De's reaction was understandable, but Song Xiaomei, someone who had done similar things before, how could she be so stunned? While, in terms of the outcome, you didn't actually intend to kill Rosalind Miles, it was practically the same as killing her, wasn't it? You were doing almost the same thing. How could you freeze up just because someone else shared your opinion? He withdrew his gaze, his tone becoming calm as he explained, I didn't intend to kill Miles, and I know you would never agree. Although Miles is a complete politician who puts personal power above the nation, I must admit that her methods did make the new America stronger. But now, her increasingly autocratic rule has become a threat to the new America itself. I simply want to hurt her a little, to force a decentralization of power. Ultimately, a country shouldn't have an absolute dictator. Carl doesn't deny that, in terms of political systems, a philosopher king might be an ideal, but realistically, past wisdom and subsequent folly are not contradictory. In fact, the consequences of later folly might even overturn earlier wisdom. In Carl's memory, there were the Lushan rebellion of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang and the power struggle between the two emperors of Wu, Sun Quan. Both were brilliant in their early lives, but became excessively folly later. Now, Carl sees Rosalind Miles in a similar light. Perhaps Rosalind Miles wasn't truly wise from the beginning, but merely skillful enough to give others a satisfactory answer. Now, power has thoroughly corrupted her heart, and her hidden dictatorial nature has been fully exposed. Sometimes, dying at the peak of one's life is not necessarily a bad thing. This applies to Miles as well, but now is not the time for her to die. After all, for the new America, her survival allows her to maintain the status quo and counterbalance military technology. But her path to dictatorship must be ended. What Carl wants is for her power to be divided. Carl didn't hide anything. He told Li De and Song Xiaomei everything about the deal he and Blanca had reached, and explained his plans. He didn't hide his thoughts from them. He genuinely intended to profit from this, to push his friend further, and to extend his influence into the new America. In other words, KK also harbors ambitions for a new America. And he makes no attempt to hide it. Carl's words struck Reed, a patriot, and it was impossible for them not to be jarring. In any case, calculating matters concerning one's beloved country is hardly a pleasant thing, yet Carl laid things out very clearly. Reed was merely a lonely patriot, and Carl presented him with a choice. A choice that might be worse, or perhaps better, than Rosalind Miles continuing her dictatorial rule was offered to him. It was simply a matter of whether he was willing to make changes. Whether to maintain the status quo and wait for change, or to intervene and change the country himself. These were perhaps less important. The more important question, presented to Reed through Carl's words, was for him to consider. That was, whether Reed should trust Carl. Rosalind Miles would no longer be trusted by Reed. The two had no conflict regarding Rosalind Miles. The only question was whether Reed would act. Li De knew that even if he didn't do it, Carl would definitely get others involved. Things would inevitably change. The only choice left for him was to participate or not. The key was whether he was willing to trust someone again, just as he had once pledged allegiance to Rosalind Miles, to entrust his beliefs and give his all. Both Li De and Song Xiaomei understood the subtext of Carl's special visit. That was, whether Li De was willing to work for Carl. Li De, are you willing to trust someone again? While Li De was silently contemplating, Song Xiaomei remained silent. She glanced at Li De, then at Carl, who had openly expressed his thoughts, and a strange feeling welled up within her. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt that Carl seemed to have a special respect for Li De. Even without Li De, Song Xiaomei, trusting KK's methods, knew he had countless candidates to choose from. Those people would likely all be willing to work for KK wholeheartedly, each feeling honored to serve him. Yet, KK didn't choose any of them first. Instead, he approached Lita first. He approached someone whose actions might conflict with his plans, and whose patriotism might change him. Someone who would betray him without hesitation if it harmed the interests of the new America. Just as Carl was so confident that his actions would gain Lita's approval, make the new America better, and deeply respected this patriot, which was why he invited him to join. If Song Xiaomei could understand this, how could Lita not understand? For a top agent, for Lita, perhaps he didn't need to remain silent for long. Do you believe me? Should I believe you? Passing the question to someone else wasn't a wise choice, but Lita still asked it. Just as he was certain that Carl wouldn't lie. And Carl certainly wasn't lying. I said I offer you a deal you couldn't refuse. You don't need to believe me, but I will believe you, Lita. You can see for yourself how things change, and my condition is... He paused, then said it without hesitation. I will change the new America. Chapter 966. Which is better, a new America under Rosalind Meyer's control, or a new America under KK's control? No one knows until the latter actually happens. But Reed still agreed. Even though he had been used by the former time and time again, and the latter might also be using him, Reed was still willing to trust once more. He trusted KK. Because the latter had shown him respect. This wasn't hard to understand. Although for someone like Reed, respect was no longer necessary, loyalty needed no reward, loyalty itself was the reward. He loved the new America and was willing to give everything for it, but even so, to dedicate everything depended on one's own feelings. Rosalind Myers had proven she was betraying the country, but Carl was willing to erect a monument out of pure respect for the new American soldiers whose interests were completely unrelated to hers, and even prevented the nuclear explosion that would have killed these patriots, a plot orchestrated by Myers. If this couldn't change Reed's feelings, then he wasn't human. Ultimately, Lita wasn't a machine, he was still a human being. He had beliefs, but the foundation of those beliefs remained human. If it weren't for your background, I think the position of the new President of the United States might be very suitable for you. After making the decision, Lita actually relaxed quite a bit. He even said something that surprised both Carl and Song Xiaomei, sounding almost like a joke. However, more than a joke, Lita probably felt a greater sense of regret. After all, if Carl were truly a true Stars and Stripes member, then Lita would genuinely be willing to serve Carl wholeheartedly. He was truly convinced that the new America would be better under Carl's leadership. I do recall that the new United States doesn't have a rule requiring the president to be born on American soil. Carl laughed at this, casually replying. He was, of course, just joking. He had no real intention of becoming the new president. Frankly, he had absolutely no interest in that position. He wasn't ignorant of political rules, but understanding them and being willing to act on them were two different things. The thought of endlessly maneuvering with those politicians made Carl feel he would eventually lose patience. He might just find himself taking his troops to have a chat with them. That would be too much like a military government. If that were the case, he'd rather not have become president in the first place. But if he didn't do that, he had a premonition that he'd likely be drawn into the heart of a political vortex, constantly dealing with various factions. Just thinking about the endless overtime gave him a headache. He couldn't possibly take office for only a few years, then decisively run away and make a living by writing a memoir, from mercenary to president. Then, my people will contact you to let you know in advance. The person you be working with might be Bennett. I imagine his expression will be very complicated when we meet. You two better not fight. With a smile, Carl, having finished his business, prepared to leave. He was only there to recruit people. He certainly wouldn't be doing any of the manual labor later. If he always did everything himself before becoming king, what's the point of being king if he still has to? Being called the Dog King for so long hasn't been without its benefits. At least someone is doing the work for him. Just as Carl got up to leave, Song Xiaomei, looking at him, called him back. Wait a minute, KK. Hearing Song Xiaomei's voice, Carl turned around. What's wrong? Carl wasn't familiar with Song Xiaomei, they only met a few times, and he didn't have any particular feelings for her. He only saved her because Lita had asked, and he was wondering what she had to say to him. Just as Carl was wondering, under his gaze, Song Xiaomei thanked him very sincerely. Thank you for saving me. Oh, that. Carl looked at Song Xiaomei bowing to thank him, but didn't think much of it. I understand. He nodded casually, not taking it seriously at all. Since you survived, live well from now on. With that, he waved his hand and opened the iron door to the basement. As the door opened, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the dim basement. The three figures stood in the light. Facing the light, Carl's silhouette seemed edged in gold. Lita, his face still dark despite the sunlight, and Song Xiaomei, half-lit yet half-shadowed, stood out. Then, Carl stepped into the light. The instant his figure moved away, it was as if the last veil had been removed, and the full, unobstructed light poured over them both. Song Xiaomei instinctively squinted. Her previously shadowed side was now completely enveloped in the warm glow. Li De, meanwhile, was utterly bathed in sunlight, his entire body radiant. Feeling the somewhat blinding sunlight, Li De, accustomed to darkness, watched Carl's disappearing figure and felt a sense of rebirth. The sunlight was blinding. Feeling the unfamiliar warmth of the light, Reed sighed, somewhat unaccustomed to the rare good weather in Night City. However, he had to get used to it eventually. After all, from now on, he would be acting on his own initiative. No longer a lackey of Miles, nor a top agent of the FBI, but a simple patriot, Solomon Reed. A man walking in the sunlight. Carl walked forward, and before he knew it, a circle of guards had quietly gathered around him. "I'm sorry to have worried you." Carl didn't mind these subordinates, who had come without orders. He never refused their sincere goodwill. However, Carl glanced back at the spot he had just left. This area should be included in the building plan. If things continued like this, the residents flooding into Dogtown would have nowhere to live. Since they chose to come to Dogtown instead of the neighboring Pacific State or Night City, we had to provide them with a place to stay. Although Li De and Song Xiaomei lived on the edge of Dogtown, this land still deserved its due protection. In a sense, Carl's visit today also carried the mission of informing the temporary residents to prepare for relocation. "Let's follow the established rules," he said. "Recruit people to start construction here. If they perform exceptionally well as workers, they can rent these new houses at the lowest possible price after completion." Carl paused briefly, then added, "Tell Gago that if anyone wants to buy a house, they should receive a sufficient discount based on their labor in construction. At the very least, everyone who works needs to be well fed and have a place to live." This latter decision wasn't in line with previous rules, but considering the constant influx of outsiders into Dogtown, Carl decided to be a little more decisive and make the decision himself. If there were any problems, he could always apologize to Gago later and discuss it with him. After all, making decisions without informing the finance director would cause them a headache. One can't just give orders easily and then make others pay the price for their casual pronouncements. Understood. Just as Carl was assigning tasks, a subordinate quietly approached and whispered, "Sir, news has just arrived from the city." "Speak." "Wilton Holt has been killed." Chapter 967. Wilton Holt, the deputy mayor of Night City, a leading candidate for the next mayor, is dead. Even Carl was stunned when he heard the news. What exactly happened? He got into the hover car driven by his subordinate, connecting with the current leadership of Dogtown while asking his subordinate, who had intelligence duties, beside him. This subordinate came from the Arasaka Counterintelligence Department and now worked in the Dogtown Intelligence Department. Even though he was working in a different place, he maintained the keenness unique to intelligence personnel, having arranged manpower in all aspects. Therefore, he was able to come to Carl to report the news immediately after receiving it. This subordinate knew very well who to report to first. Carl was the first in the leadership to know the news, and everyone knew that it wouldn't be long before this bombshell news swept through the entire Night City. Carl had to find out the truth first and prepare. After all, Wilton Holt's death was no small matter. According to the information, a cybernetic psychopath assassinated Wilton Holt. Cyberpsychosis? Carl listened to his subordinate's report, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. He used this tactic before when he and Wilton Holt were discussing how to lull former Mayor Lucius Lane into a false sense of security. But that assassination attempt was doomed to fail, merely a cover for their true purpose. Now, it was hard to say. "Do you have detailed video footage? Send it to me." "I'm very sorry, sir. The incident happened just 3 minutes ago. We need to obtain the relevant video footage through proper channels. Right now, we only have the NCPD's recordings, which may not be enough to reconstruct the scene. We need more time." When Carl asked if there were detailed video recordings, this intelligence officer, a former member of the Arasaka team, clearly understood the company's rules, follow orders perfectly. Carl-sama has already said detailed, so it must be as detailed as possible. Even the wind direction, the angle of sunlight, and the smell of blood must be recorded. They couldn't process such comprehensive data in 3 minutes, and could only apologize to Carl-sama. Hearing the intelligence officer's words, Carl paused slightly. He realized his words might be misunderstood by those accustomed to company procedures. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "The NCPD's record is fine. Send me a copy." Was it from our NCPD partners? Yes, their personnel knew you would be concerned after this news, so they urgently sent a copy. The intelligence officer didn't hesitate. If Carl-sama wanted to see it, all he needed to do was immediately show the footage. As the intelligence officer decisively took out professional equipment and began playing the recording, Carl unconsciously pursed his lips. He genuinely disliked people being overly respectful, and it seemed his discomfort hadn't changed even now. However, no matter how uncomfortable he felt, he couldn't show it to his subordinates, who were used to it, otherwise they would feel intimidated. He changed them slowly, and gradually adapted himself as well. Thinking this, Carl focused intently on the video playing. The NCPD's recording wasn't long, likely because it was indeed an emergency. They only captured the assassin's appearance, the successful assassination, and his subsequent riddling with bullets. The footage clearly shows the scene. Wilton Holt set up a temporary stage in Japantown, with his heavily armed private bodyguards guarding the core area, while NCPD officers were positioned further out on the perimeter. From a purely procedural standpoint, this was a fairly standard setup. Perhaps due to a deep-seated distrust of the NCPD, he deliberately positioned the police officers at a greater distance. However, this arrangement, in effect, created a wide buffer zone, effectively creating a relatively safe environment for him. Politicians often employ a street politics tactic, which involves giving speeches in the street, sacrificing security measures to project a populist image. However, Wilton Holt's setup this time was not the kind of populist speech with minimal protection, vulnerable to close-range assassination attempts. His security was impeccable. In fact, it could be considered a perfect street speech setup, befitting Wilton Holt's years of political experience. Since Wilton Holt hadn't left any security loopholes, it meant the problem wasn't with the setup, right? Carl quickly reviewed the footage. The entire assassination lasted only 6 seconds. If you subtract the time it took for the assassin to be shot and die, the actual effective action time from the sudden charge to the target's demise was a mere 2 seconds. Breaking through the NCPD's defenses, using Seinwiston's charge, and firing 3 shots from 10 meters away before the bodyguards could close in, 2 hitting the torso, and the final shot a precise headshot. The entire sequence of actions was surgically precise. Even by Carl's standards, this man was absolutely qualified to take on high-difficulty jobs at the Afterlife bar. The technique was impeccable, but the shooting pattern, something was off. It wasn't that the Mozambican shooting method itself was flawed. This standard shot of 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head was indeed the most effective way to completely neutralize the target's ability to resist. But that's where the strangeness lay. First, Mozambican shooting is a typical close-range tactic. 10 meters isn't particularly far, but it's hardly close-quarters combat. Second, the core of the shooting method is ensuring the target stops moving and prevents resistance, not pursuing the fastest possible kill. In other words, in combat, this shooting method would be perfectly fine, even a perfect way to stop a dying opponent at close range. But in assassination, getting even 1 shot off would be lucky. 2 shots to the torso and 1 to the head? What kind of assassination is that? If there were a chance to fire 3 shots, wouldn't it be better to aim for the heart or head and empty the magazine? Carl could see from the footage that the assassin's marksmanship was excellent, even extremely precise. He had definitely received professional training in this area. It wasn't something he couldn't do. However, there seems to be another explanation. Judging from the assassin's distorted face and the overloaded cybernetic prosthetics during the charge, this is clearly a typical state of cyberbullying. It's not surprising that a madman driven by instinct would use the most familiar shooting method based on muscle memory. If this inference holds true, then someone who, even in a state of loss of control, instinctively employs professional shooting techniques like the Mozambique shooting method. Carl pondered. Is he a policeman? A professional bodyguard? Or a specialist in close-quarters assassination? Chapter 968. The assassin's identity was a complete blank. The NCPD searched all immigration records and identity databases, but found nothing about him. This person seemed to appear out of thin air, and then suddenly died after assassinating Wilton Holt, leaving no traceable clues. This didn't surprise Carl, or rather, Carl had already somewhat guessed this possibility when he realized the cybernetic psychopath's background as an assassin. It would be strange for an assassin with such distinctive characteristics to leave any traceable clues. If the identity investigation didn't work, then the only option was to investigate through networks of connections. If it was a premeditated revenge killing, how many people did Wilton Holt have on a regular basis? Absolutely a lot, countless. Wilton Holt had been in Night City for so many years. Any competent politician would inevitably have many political enemies. But if there's anyone who would benefit most from his assassination, it's undoubtedly Jefferson Perales, his rival for mayor. Jefferson Perales and Wilton Holt were currently the two leading candidates in Night City's polls. All other candidates combined probably couldn't compare. With Wilton Holt dead, Jefferson Perales has practically secured the mayoral seat. Carl had previously considered supporting Jefferson Perales in the election, but now that Wilton Holt has been assassinated, Carl probably doesn't even need to show his face. He can congratulate Jefferson Perales on his victory. From a purely profit-driven perspective, Jefferson Perales would have profited the most from this affair, and he might have ultimately sent someone to kill Wilton Holt. However, this is clearly impossible. Not to mention that Jefferson Perales' bodyguards are all Carl's men, and according to Carl's latest communications with him, he still wants to hold street speeches to win over the public. He doesn't have the means, or rather, he doesn't have the person to send to deal with Wilton Holt. The biggest beneficiary is clearly out of the question, and besides Jefferson, Holt has too many enemies and political adversaries. Everyone is a suspect, and it's impossible to investigate them all one by one. So, is it possible that this was simply a case of cyberpsychosis causing Holt's death, and Holt was just unlucky? While it's not impossible that a professionally trained, concealed individual happened to be passing by Holt's speech venue, happened to have a cyberpsychotic episode, and happened to find Holt's voice too loud, going berserk and preparing to shoot him, the probability of this is extremely small. Although Sherlock Holmes famously said, "When you have eliminated the impossible, the rest, however improbable, must be the truth," in this case, other possibilities have clearly not been ruled out. This absurd possibility can only be considered a last resort. Carl had already informed the current leadership of Dogtown of Wilton Holt's assassination. After arriving in Pacific State in a hover car, he switched to a regular vehicle and headed towards Night City. Given such a significant event, Carl naturally needed to investigate. While delegating this to his subordinates wouldn't be impossible, the thought of them going back to work after less than half a day of rest, only to be dragged back to work again, and now having to work overtime with Oliver due to this urgent matter, made it seem less appealing to him. Rather than entrusting it to his subordinates, he would go to the city himself to assess the situation. Any lazy person would choose the latter. It's not that handling matters directly is bad, but Carl felt that investigating personally offered him a broader perspective. Besides, Carl knew V and Jack were back, and Oliver wasn't working alone. Why have so many people handling things? Someone has to step in eventually. Of course, Carl wouldn't deny that he did want to slack off, otherwise, he wouldn't have so decisively landed the hover car in Pacific State, and then promptly boarded an inconspicuous ordinary vehicle to go to the city. Has the autopsy report come out? Carl hadn't forgotten the quick response intelligence officer. As a reward, or rather, a sign of recognition, he took the officer along and entrusted him with all the relevant intelligence work. This counterintelligence agent, indeed highly capable, quickly reported the situation. Wilton Holt's body was temporarily held by the NCPD due to his involvement in the cyberpsychotic attack, and an autopsy would be performed by a professional coroner. Because the former deputy mayor had been assassinated in broad daylight, the entire city had descended into chaos for various reasons, and most of the NCPD's forces had been deployed to the streets to quell the unrest. After all, from any perspective, Wilton Holt was a pivotal figure in Night City. His assassination in such a bustling area as Japantown, in full view of the public, undoubtedly pushed the citizens' fear of cyberpsychosis to a new peak, making the ensuing chaos unsurprising. Although cyberpsychosis has always been associated with terror in Night City, this incident was the first publicly documented successful assassination of a high-ranking political figure. The victim's high status and the public nature of the event far surpassed any previous case. To stabilize public sentiment, the NCPD deployed a large number of officers to quell the street riots and crack down on gangs taking advantage of the chaos. Commissioner Johnson also announced the formation of a special investigation team, vowing to thoroughly investigate the case. Now, if Carl wanted to know the latest developments, he didn't need to wait for information from the NCPD, he needed to go directly to the head of the special investigation team. In such a significant incident, someone urgently appointed as the head of the investigation team was certainly no ordinary person. Carl was prepared to hear the names of familiar NCPD officers like Andy, but the intelligence officer told him a name he wasn't very familiar with. River Ward. Carl was somewhat surprised to hear this name from the intelligence officer. This difference wasn't because Carl didn't know River Ward. He was familiar with most people in the NCPD, or rather, he knew or had met most of them, except for those recently recruited. In his memory, River Ward was a buzz-cut detective. Jason had told him he was a capable and righteous officer, but prone to extremes, often resulting in suspensions. In this situation, Mr. Jason chose a highly capable but impulsive detective. Was he drawn to River Ward's decisiveness in this context? Very profound, yet requiring extraordinary measures. That's certainly true. It seems I need to meet Detective River. Chapter 969. River Ward, NCPD Detective. As a police officer yearning for justice due to his childhood experiences, River Ward joined the NCPD at a young age, hoping to uphold fairness within its ranks. However, the NCPD had never granted him this. River Ward believed he could do a great deal, but in reality, he was merely seen as a troublemaker, repeatedly suspended and reprimanded. Aside from upholding some minor acts of justice on the streets, he could do nothing. Until KK arrived, everything began to change. KK's arrival freed the NCPD from its many constraints, bringing the long-lost concept of justice back to its mission. He ensured that every officer walking the streets no longer had to fear dying in a dark alley for refusing bribes and threats from corporations and gangs. This also truly enriched the wallets of ordinary NCPD officers, who previously relied on various side jobs just to make ends meet, allowing them to focus their energy on maintaining order without any worries. Frankly speaking, no matter which NCPD officer you ask, they would all be grateful to KK, especially the more senior the officer, those who understand the darkness and past of the NCPD. It is precisely because of this mentality that almost every NCPD instinctively protects KK, as if protecting their own future in life. River Ward, as one of them, naturally enjoyed the changes brought about by KK. His state-of-the-art body armor, combat cybernetic implant, and firearms are proof of this. However, in his heart, River did not harbor the same near worship, let alone reverence, for KK as his colleagues. This doesn't mean he's ungrateful to KK, quite the opposite. River Ward is genuinely grateful to KK for reshaping the NCPD and changing the city, allowing his sister's family in the suburbs to have a better life. However, River knows that to others, his thoughts would likely appear heartless and ungrateful. Using the popular sayings within the NCPD because of KK, he'd be a hypocrite, eating from the bowl and then cursing the cook. But he can't deceive himself. The almost blind worship and excessive respect for KK within the NCPD is hardly a good thing. Yes, without KK, the NCPD wouldn't have changed so much. Without KK, he probably wouldn't even be able to dream of owning this position. But the current environment within the NCPD is simply too wrong. KK was doing good, but as a police officer, especially a detective frequently involved in various cases, River Ward couldn't help but wonder, what if KK did something wrong one day? In fact, maintaining a certain level of clear-headed skepticism under such circumstances truly made River Ward a competent detective. He thought a lot. Given the current atmosphere within the NCPD, even if KK did something wrong, could you expect them not to cover for him? Could you imagine them not helping him? To put it absurdly, hadn't the NCPD, in a sense, become KK's personal team? Was it really okay to continue in this atmosphere? This thought lingered in River Ward's mind. He repeatedly considered that possibility, but each time he sank deeper into helplessness. He didn't know what he could do. KK brought new life to the NCPD and the entire city. Everything was improving, yet he alone contemplated the worst-case scenario. Was this just his own paranoia? Even if not, what could he prevent? What could he guard against? How many people in the entire NCPD shared the same doubts? Even if he truly tried to guard against KK's potential danger, how far could he go? Or deep down, was he truly willing to guard against KK? If KK really crossed that line at that moment, wouldn't he reach out? Wouldn't he instinctively tell himself, KK has done so much, I can't lose him, I must help him this time? River Ward didn't know. He wasn't sure what he would do. Would he forgive KK, who had done so much for the city, once and again, or would he rebel against KK then and there? He didn't know. Because none of this had actually happened, and it was all just his wishful thinking. He and KK weren't even that familiar. Even if he wanted to help or be wary, where could he even begin? That was what River Ward had been thinking until KK came to him today. The assassination of Night City's former deputy mayor, Wilton Holt, was a major event. River Ward was actually grateful for Chief Jason's trust in him at such a time, given his urgent appointment as head of the Special Investigation Team. However, he never expected that KK would also be drawn to this matter. Mr. KK. Mr. Carl. Hearing the excited greetings from his investigation team colleagues, River Ward stared at the man who smiled and walked in from outside the door. 1,000 thoughts churned within him, but in the end, he simply took a deep breath and stepped forward to greet him. He extended his hand. Welcome, KK. KK's current title is indeed Special Counsel to the NCPD, so his arrival is procedurally flawless. As one of the people in charge of the Wilton Holt assassination case, River felt obligated to welcome him on behalf of everyone present. "Just call me Carl." Carl extended his hand and shook it firmly. His words, coupled with a genuine smile and a perfectly balanced pressure on his palm, momentarily dazed River Ward. This man seemed to possess a natural radiance of sunshine. Even though River Ward tried to approach him with dark thoughts and remain wary, his genuine smile and attitude, when faced with that unpretentious honesty, caused his guard to melt away silently, like frost forming in the shadows, under the bright sunlight. He had to remain vigilant. He needed to stay alert. River Ward silently warned himself. He needed to see KK for who he truly was. He needed to understand KK. Thinking this, as he released his grip, another thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. But this matter had to be handled properly. Carl was here, so this task absolutely could not disappoint him. Although River Ward noticed and dismissed this thought a moment later, the idea of handling this matter properly lingered in his mind. Because this was his responsibility, and there was no conflict. He would do his job well, but only for the case, not for Carl. Throughout River Ward's thoughts, he remained remarkably calm, and Carl was unaware of the turmoil within the man before him. Carl simply thought, this detective had a pretty strong grip. The sophisticated sensory system on his hand allowed Carl to feel the various reactions of his hand, as if it were his own arm, so he could clearly perceive the force of that grip. Then his thought was, this hand must hold the gun very steadily. Chapter 970. With KK's arrival, the last personnel in this temporary command center were also in place, and the equipment was ready. The entire task force officially began operation. As a task force, they were not fighting alone. Just like deploying troops, it's impossible to rely solely on a few core leaders. The NCPD provided a large number of auxiliary positions and support teams. The so-called task force was actually the brain of the entire operation, mobilizing resources from various departments around it. At this moment, teams dispatched from the Information Division, Investigation Division, and other departments had already begun their work. With their collaborative efforts, first-hand intelligence was continuously flowing into this room, rapidly circulating on various screens. The NCPD attached great importance to this matter, granting River Ward considerable authority. Except for teams like the Special Operations Team and the Terrorist Mobile Unit, which could only be called upon in the most urgent situations, he had almost complete control over the resources of any branch office in Night City. After all, without giving the City Council an explanation, the NCPD's support in that area would decrease, and the City Council officials certainly didn't want to be the next ones to be inexplicably assassinated. Chief Jensen's meaning was clear. An answer had to be found, otherwise the NCPD's future budget and support from the City Council would be put to the test. Whether the result was a revenge killing or an accident, the City Council had to be convinced. River Ward quickly got into the swing of things. Once the investigation team was fully operational, he cleared his mind of all distractions, including Carl's, and immersed himself completely in the flood of information. He stood in the center of the command room, precisely processing each piece of intelligence, assigning it to the most appropriate channels, directing patrol officers to cordon off the scene, coordinating with forensic experts to prioritize key evidence, and demanding that the technical department decipher the residual data from the killer's prosthetic body. His instructions were clear and decisive, which caught Carl's attention. It must be said that Jason's judgment was indeed excellent. He had chosen someone Carl didn't have a strong impression of, but who was undeniably capable and competent in such an emergency. Carl had read River Ward's resume on his way here. Rumor had it that during his suspension, he had considered rallying his own people to maintain street justice. Carl thought it sounded like the early 6th Street Gang, which, considering his background near Santo Domingo, was probably a characteristic of him. The people there certainly knew how to rally their forces, and their aggressive driving skills. He wondered if River was a similarly skilled driver. As the on-site consultant, Carl didn't actually have any specific duties. After all, consultants are just there to offer advice. Since River was busy with his work, and there was nothing he needed to do, Carl chose an inconspicuous corner to quietly observe everything. He was quite self-aware. Investigating murder cases like this was the police's specialty, and at least for an expert like River, it was definitely better than his own. He could just observe. An amateur trying to direct an expert would only make things worse. He knew a little about detective work, but there was a difference between the two. He was just observing and learning, unaware that Carl was studying him. He only occasionally noticed Carl scrutinizing the target, unaware of why Carl was watching him so intently. River, on the other hand, was performing exceptionally well. He showed no sign of burden or tension. Under his direction, The preliminary on-site report and physical evidence analysis were quickly completed. The technical department was the first to report. The weapons analysis results were in. An officer from the task force projected the data onto the main screen. The killer used a modified Tsunami new kinetic energy pistol. The original model was an excellent weapon, but its size was too large, making it very difficult to conceal and unsuitable for assassination. This one had undergone heavy modifications, especially to the barrel and firing mechanism, using uncommon black market materials, making its origin difficult to trace. So difficult to trace? River asked. Theoretically, yes. The officer glanced at Carl, who was observing, and said, due to the recent chaos and personnel changes in Dogtown, the black market in Dogtown was not under control for a short period, resulting in a large number of unverified and untested weapons flowing out. The materials related to this weapon probably came out during that time, otherwise, we should have been able to find some traces at the checkpoint. Continue to have people find ways to trace it. Yes. Listening to his colleague's words, River frowned slightly. The easiest lead, the weapon, had gone cold, which was not a good sign for the investigation. But the bad news didn't stop there. A new report followed. The forensic team discovered a crucial clue in the blood test. The killer's system contained a high concentration of synthetic stimulant, known on the black market as Black Dream. This drug causes users to experience intense hallucinations of their damaged prosthetic eye, immersing them in a pure, game-like dark experience. It can drastically suppress pain and induce a state of frenzy, but at the cost of severe cognitive impairment. Currently, this test further corroborates the initial diagnosis of a sudden onset of cyberbullying. River listened to the report, his brow furrowing even deeper. It seemed to be subtly guiding the clues towards a drug-induced madman. It sounded plausible. Countless people had gone insane from highs. Even those without cyberpsychosis were plentiful in Dogtown, but too many details contradicted each other. Why would someone with a mental breakdown suddenly go mad at this time? And why was there no information about him? Why was a gun unsuitable for assassination modified for it? And why did this cyberpsychopath happen to be in his hands? If this was simply a case of drug-induced cyberpsychosis, weren't there too many coincidences? Thinking this, River subconsciously glanced at Carl in the corner. Carl, sensing his gaze, nodded slightly. Carl took this as a gesture of seeking advice. Since River had asked him, it was his duty, as an advisor, to offer suggestions. Cybernetic prosthetics. Carl mentioned a point that River would soon understand, but which he hadn't yet considered. Cyanwiston. Cyanwiston, yes. How could I forget that? Cyanwistons aren't just any ordinary prosthetic body. Even the lowest grade model is something most people on the street can only dream of, let alone the fact that they require constant maintenance. In other words, if we can track down the sales or maintenance information for this particular Cyanwiston model, then our personnel can investigate thoroughly. Chapter 971. Found it. The tracking of the Cyanwiston went more smoothly than expected, so smoothly that it was almost surprising compared to those difficult-to-trace identity weapons. NCPD personnel examined the Cyanwiston's maintenance records and quickly identified a highly personalized maintenance mark, a mark as clear as a signature, pointing to a certain prosthetic surgeon. In the field of prosthetic repair, no two sets of technical marks are exactly the same, or rather, for a prosthetic surgeon skilled enough to maintain a Cyanwiston, no two sets are identical. Every surgeon leaves a unique mark in their work. This is a habit rooted in muscle memory and fixed mindset, difficult to conceal. Like the top surgeons in hospitals of the past, their surgical styles were generally very distinct. Even if a patient was transferred to another hospital, a skilled colleague could identify the surgeon with just a glance at the surgical marks. Following the mark, NCPD personnel, under River's command, quickly launched an investigation and successfully located the prosthetic surgeon. Logically, such a cautious opponent, having left no clues, would naturally not have left a single survivor. Almost all the team members involved believed that what they would ultimately find was only a disposed corpse. However, reality surprised everyone. When the assault team, maintaining high alert, silently completed the encirclement, and elite members broke down the door, the scene inside the clinic stunned everyone. The doctor was intently installing a prosthetic eye on a client. The sudden intrusion startled him so much that his hand trembled violently, nearly causing him to drop the surgical instruments and almost resulting in a medical accident. The doctor instinctively turned to unleash a torrent of abuse, ready to teach these uninvited guests a lesson in the linguistic arts of Night City. But when he saw that the newcomers were all dressed in NCPD uniforms, the profanities he was about to utter instantly froze. He stood there frozen, his hands moving only on instinct. A deathly silence hung in the air for several seconds before he, under countless sharp gazes, managed to squeeze out a dry sentence. I run a legitimate business. The NCPD agents, armed with a search warrant, searched the cyborg doctor's clinic and demanded his cooperation. Throughout the search, both the cyborg doctor and the newly recruited mercenary undergoing surgery were very cooperative, answering all the NCPD's questions without question. During the search, the agents did indeed discover some illegally obtained high-quality goods. Several high-end cybernetic implants that had clearly leaked through internal company channels, their markings having been removed. However, given the other party's cooperation, the leading officer merely gave his men a look, signaling them to ignore it. In this city, which prosthetic doctor didn't have some shady dealings? Compared to dealing with bloody scavengers, this doctor preferred the riskier but more reliable source of supplies from a company. For that alone, he was practically a paragon of virtue in the industry. Of course, he could simply be a craftsman obsessed with quality. After all, even the most basic sterilization equipment in his clinic was expensive. The questioning went smoothly. The young mercenary was quickly cleared of suspicion. He was just a newcomer who had come seeking his fortune in Night City, his identity completely transparent. The only minor incident was that he seemed to have smuggled some company goods upon entering the city, resulting in a chase by corporate security. He managed to escape. His luck and driving skills certainly qualified him as a mercenary in Night City. The cyborg doctor's suspicion was quickly cleared. As an old-school craftsman in Night City, he was known for his bad temper, but also for his superb skills and reliable materials. Even many officers within the NCPD were his regular customers, having had their cyborgs maintained by him frequently. Everyone knew him and his rules. Because of this connection, the doctor was extremely cooperative. With his proactive assistance, crucial data regarding the mysterious person's cyborg maintenance was quickly retrieved. In the cyborg doctor's account, he had been busy with surgeries, and only now learned of the deputy mayor's assassination, a fact corroborated by medical records. The NCPD had sent people to question and verify every patient in the process, and in the cyborg doctor's memory, the mysterious person was the first person he treated that morning. As the first customer of the morning and a complete stranger, the cyborg doctor was deeply impressed by the mysterious man. According to his description, the man's physical characteristics closely matched those of the assassin who murdered the deputy mayor. Thanks to industry practice, and to prevent post-operative trouble, the clinic was equipped with comprehensive audio and video recording equipment, which meticulously recorded the mysterious man's every word and action from his arrival to his departure. During the examination, the doctor noticed that the man was using a Zetatech 2, a model not commonly found on the market. While produced in high quantities, it was primarily intended for professional users, boasting superior performance and enhanced specifications, making it a rare sight on the streets of Night City. It was precisely this unusual nature that made the doctor more cautious. Throughout the conversation, the mysterious man was unusually cheerful, even overly so. He displayed an intense desire to chat, brimming with curiosity about everything in Night City, as if he were a complete newcomer. At first, the doctor was somewhat interested in responding, but later, finding it increasingly bothersome, he could only nod mechanically, completely losing interest in what the man was actually saying. Now, this previously ignored recording had become crucial. Everything the mysterious man said had been clearly transcribed. The words were quickly analyzed. After removing the less important, mostly exclamations, a key piece of information was casually mentioned. It's exhausting. I finally made it to Night City, only to have to work for someone temporarily sent from above, and he's even late. Not everyone's here yet, forcing me to figure things out myself. This job is really tough. Traveling all over America. If my employment contract hadn't expired, I seriously consider retiring. An outsider, superiors, late collaborators, the entire team not yet assembled, these are all valuable clues for the investigation. But most importantly, there's that key word, employment terms. This term is uncommon in today's world where everything revolves around company contracts. Its specific context usually only comes from two groups: independent mercenaries and contract workers for professional military companies. A person skilled in close combat, possessing extensive military experience, bound by employment terms, eligible for retirement upon completion, and tasked with missions across the Americas. All these clues combined in Carl's mind as he watched the questioning, and a guess began to emerge. He happened to know of a group whose members' characteristics perfectly matched all of this. The Lazarus Group. Chapter 972. Lazarus Corporation, a renowned private military company. Its founder, and the founder of military technology, were comrades in arms on the battlefield. This bond has allowed them to maintain a close yet restrained long-term cooperation after establishing their respective companies. In the past, Lazarus provided personnel and military technology provided equipment, a classic combination that together accomplished many missions that brought fame to both sides. However, the rise of the new United States changed everything. With this puppet state that could continuously supply personnel, military technology quickly reduced its cooperation with Lazarus. After all, military technology no longer relied on Lazarus's personnel. If the past alliance was likened to a lone wolf hunting alongside a hunter, then now, military technology has tamed its loyal hounds, and naturally no longer needs that wild partner, who is difficult to fully control. As the new United States grew stronger, relations between the two sides rapidly deteriorated. Rumors even circulated that after the death of Lazarus' founder, military technology attempted to leverage past ties to completely absorb the entire Lazarus group. However, through the interplay of various forces, and the group's own unwavering commitment to maintaining a restrained relationship with military technology from the outset, Lazarus ultimately preserved its relative independence. Although they still show a bias towards military technology's commissions, given the deep resentment left by their founder, a former U.S. soldier betrayed by the United States, the Lazarus group maintains an exceptionally cold attitude towards all matters involving the new United States. This historical divide prevents military technology from collaborating with Lazarus in the new United States operations. They are forced to deploy Lazarus personnel to the front lines in conflicts with corporate giants like Arasaka and biotechnology, serving as a limited fighting force. By 2077, Lazarus mercenaries remained elite, synonymous with high salaries and top-tier equipment. Their members not only enjoyed generous rewards for their performance in missions, but also gained access to the group's exceptionally high-performance cybernetic implants, rarely found elsewhere. Rumor has it that when Dogtown was first established, Kurt Hansen modeled it after the Lazarus group. The employment terms he offered his Ghost Hound soldiers, aside from being more stringent in various aspects and offering higher pay, were essentially the same as the Lazarus group's system. In a sense, the Lazarus group, apart from not being an independent kingdom like Kurt Hansen, was a less tied to its personnel organization, more like a large-scale Ghost Hound workforce outsourced in form. How could someone who was very likely a member of this great hound of the underworld suddenly suffer a cybernetic breakdown and assassinate the deputy mayor of Night City? Although Carl couldn't be certain that the mysterious person was a member of Lazarus, the language spoken by the person was unverifiable, and the location where he repaired his prosthetic body was itself a strange point worth tracing. In the current lack of information, he could only start from this direction. The Lazarus Corporation didn't keep records of every employee. Even if they did, they would never admit it once involved in this kind of trouble. Hoping for a breakthrough from the NCPD in this area wasn't entirely impossible, but the difficulty was extremely high. All things considered, the clues seemed to be right in front of him, but the difficulty of investigating was simply too great. As an advisor, Carl told River everything he had thought of. However, after a moment of contemplation, River suggested an angle that Carl hadn't considered. Since it's difficult to investigate officially, and there's no progress, why don't we try both approaches simultaneously? Perhaps it's past experiences that have given Rivers the idea to bypass the procedures. Official records will be erased, but memories and local data won't. For Lazarus to operate, they need safe houses, weapons, and vehicles. They concealed their identities. Even the first members had to come to the street cyborg doctor. Therefore, they definitely won't use easily traceable company channels. They have to find local suppliers. You mean, go through the street channels? Carl immediately thought of who to contact for street connections. Wakako, Rogue, the old captain, and so on. These middlemen can all help with street matters. And with a reasonable compensation from the NCPD, plus goodwill, they probably wouldn't refuse. Not just through street connections. River said, even the most elite mercenaries produce their own mess. They're not ghosts. If they existed, they leave traces. Finding a needle in a haystack in Night City is incredibly difficult, but that assassin's movements have a clear anchor point. He was maintaining his cybernetic body outside Japan Street, but ultimately appeared inside to commit the crime. The process in between, he might have eaten, shopped, or even just stopped for a cigarette. That's the path we're tracing. We can mobilize resources and, along this path, reconstruct his activities in the last few hours, like piecing together a jigsaw puzzle. I see, Carl nodded slightly. One line of investigation is underground, tracing the source of their supplies and equipment through the streets. The other line is overt, using official channels to reconstruct his life traces and movement paths. A two-pronged approach will eventually catch him. That's it. Also, I need to ask you a favor, Carl. River looked at Carl, who held the position of police consultant. At this moment, he completely disregarded Carl's other identities, seeing him solely as a crucial link in solving the case. I need you to conceal your identity and anonymously issue a hiring request to the Lazarus Group. Conceal your identity, issue a hiring request. Carl pondered, then a knowing glint flashed in his eyes. I understand. He completely understood River's intention. The moment River mentioned Lazarus and concealing his identity, he had already grasped the essence of the plan. Hiring is a business. As long as the reward is substantial enough, Lazarus has no reason to refuse. And specifically designating the most urgent task, with a hefty reward, will inevitably mobilize the team in the area that is truly on standby and ready to respond immediately. When initiating the hiring request, Carl didn't need any complicated probing, he only needed to do one thing: accurately record the team's response and estimated arrival time. This timing will be the most crucial criterion, clearly indicating whether the mobilized Lazarus squad was urgently dispatched from within Night City or hastily transferred from a base outside the city. If the assassination squad was indeed Lazarus's carefully concealed black glove, heavily protected by the corporation, then Lazarus would have no reason to deploy multiple such highly sensitive secret squads in the same war zone. Neither resources nor risk would allow it. In other words, while Carl is unlikely to directly hire the target squad itself, this simple test allows him to accurately map the real-time deployment and status of Lazarus's conventional rapid response forces in the current area. Combined with official and street investigations, a baseline can quickly be established, and any unusual gaps or time differences deviating from this baseline could point to the true location of the hidden group. Of course, all of this is based on the assumption that Lazarus's deduction is correct. However, the assumption that the other party might be Lazarus personnel was itself Carl's deduction, and Carl was naturally willing to assume this responsibility as an advisor. But, is the police department's finances still good? Of course, Carl wouldn't hire people to do police work. I just asked the chief, and according to procedure, he just approved a sum of money. River transferred the money to Carl without hesitation. Carl looked at the 500,000 euros in his account and raised an eyebrow slightly. This amount of money wasn't much for him now, but he approved it without hesitation. The police department's finances are good now, Mr. Jensen. This money could hire V to do some hard work. Oh no, even if V's value isn't what it used to be, a tenth of this money would probably be enough to get him moving. As for whether it might be 1%, it's unlikely. Chapter 973. Is 500,000 euros a large sum in the Lazarus Group's business? It certainly isn't among the top tier. The group's top-level hiring often involves mobilizing an entire combat legion, with thousands or even tens of thousands of people. In comparison, if 500,000 were divided among thousands or tens of thousands of people, it would be like throwing a pebble into a pond, at most creating a few limited ripples, and then barely leaving any trace. However, if it's just for hiring an elite squad, 500,000 euros is more than enough, even excessively so. For an ordinary mercenary, 500,000 euros would be enough to retire immediately after this job. At a monthly rent of 1,000 for a super skyscraper in Night City, this amount would be enough to pay for 500 months, a full 40 years. In this precarious city, that's practically a lifetime. Even after deducting food and living expenses, it would be enough for that mercenary to live comfortably for decades. And this is for mercenaries, who are even slightly particular about their lifestyle. If it were a homeless person from outside the city, or a citizen crammed into an ordinary suburban apartment, this family probably wouldn't be able to spend it all in a lifetime. A standard Lazarus combat squad typically has no more than 10 members. In the complex urban environment of Night City, 10 is the optimal size for balancing firepower and flexibility. Therefore, 500,000 euros divided among them would amount to 50,000 euros per person. Even including the Lazarus Group's cut, and given their usual practice of rewarding good performance and providing extra bonuses for outstanding missions, each member would ultimately receive at least 30,000 euros, undoubtedly a tempting sum. This wasn't just a good job for Lazarus mercenaries, it was a good job for Lazarus itself. Because Lazarus' core business wasn't in Night City. This giant, accustomed to large-scale, wartime labor dispatch, wasn't particularly adept at the delicate work of Night City, a place where survival required navigating the streets and the cracks between offices, not a massive military presence. They lacked the ability and energy to compete for profits like local middlemen. Therefore, few truly trusted them. Nobody's a fool. Between seasoned locals familiar with the rules of the streets and outsiders completely ignorant, everyone knows which to choose. And for this reason, For Lazarus, this $500,000 order from Night City was far more than just money. It was a stepping stone. If done well, it might open doors for work in Night City. While it wouldn't amount to taking over the street businesses, after all, various companies were watching and wouldn't give Lazarus the chance to dominate this city of corporations. It was still a lucrative opportunity. Opening up new avenues of wealth. Would anyone really refuse? Obviously not. Therefore, the Lazarus Group took this hiring very seriously, sending personnel whose resumes were filled with countless high-profile missions. Some were even men who had already amassed enough wealth to retire comfortably, and were ready to serve Lazarus one last time. Nice to meet you, Lazarus Mercenaries. In a cafe in the heart of the city, Carl welcomed the Lazarus Mercenaries. To these 10 battle-hardened mercenaries, their employer was a handsome young man, with a somewhat mixed-race appearance. He was dressed in loose, comfortable clothes, and although he was sitting in a private cafe, his posture was as relaxed as if he were in his own living room. Beneath his golden brown hair were a face with features as refined and beautiful as a Greek sculpture. At a glance, one could immediately sense the air of an ancient Roman nobleman. If the Roman Empire hadn't long been lost to history, they would almost have thought they had stumbled upon a young senator. However, considering that there's never a shortage of people who enjoy cosplay, perhaps this employer had a particular fondness for it, or perhaps a trace of ancient genes from the banks of the Tiber River truly flowed in his veins? But this thought about Italy's mother river only lingered in their minds briefly before being quickly dismissed by the mercenaries. For mercenaries, excessively probing their employer's information is a major taboo. At least for professional mercenaries, doing so would essentially ruin their reputation. The Lazarus Group isn't entirely indiscriminate in its investigations. To mitigate potential losses from their clients, Lazarus always verifies the client's credibility and conducts a cursory, not overly probing, investigation before hiring. However, this mission didn't involve much investigation. Firstly, the client offered ample compensation and emphasized the urgency of the situation. Secondly, if the client caused Lazarus any losses, especially intentionally, Lazarus would naturally hold them accountable later. Ultimately, Lazarus is an extremely pragmatic organization. They consider every soldier and officer under their command a valuable asset. As long as the cost of preserving these assets doesn't exceed their intrinsic value, they will do everything in their power to save those lives. This approach, seemingly cold-blooded, weighs human lives on a monetary scale, but in 2077 AD, it's considered extremely benevolent. At least for Lazarus mercenaries and officers, as long as you can prove your worth, you never be discarded. Their credibility is far greater than 99% of the middlemen in Night City. When the leader of the Lazarus mercenaries led his team over, he didn't choose to sit opposite Carl. They were there to work for their employer. There's a hierarchy. Sitting directly opposite the employer is a habit of street mercenaries, something they wouldn't do. In fact, from the moment they stepped into the cafe, this professional Lazarus team had already entered work mode. For team members silently spread out, occupying the four corners of the hall, their sharp eyes scanning their surroundings. For others began systematically inspecting the cafe's interior, identifying potential threats and the best escape routes. Finally, the captain and vice captain flanked Carl, protecting him like shadows. The captain then took out a specialized device and gently placed it in front of Carl. "Mr. Brutus, please allow me to confirm one more time," he said. "Please enter your employment code into this device. After that, we will officially take over the responsibility of protecting your personal safety for 5 days." The second confirmation was without issue. Under the mercenaries' watchful eyes, Carl quickly entered the employment code. The captain, visibly relieved, put away the device and nodded to Carl. "From this moment on, we will officially serve as your bodyguards, Mr. Brutus. However, please inform us before undertaking any operations." "I know the rules." Carl nodded slightly, indicating he knew what he was doing, then stood up. "I believe we have a fulfilling 5 days." The captain, sensing a hint in Carl's words, didn't pay much attention. Emergency hiring, high price, this already indicated the job wouldn't be easy, and they were mentally prepared. As the Lazarus mercenaries closest to Night City, they were chosen to gather together precisely to do a good job. As long as Mr. Brutus didn't actively provoke various gangs and storm into their gang centers to say he wanted to see the sights, they were confident they could protect him. At the same time, the mercenaries began their protection mission. Carl simultaneously sent a message to the NCPD, confirming that the Lazarus mercenaries before him had indeed been transferred from outside Night City. This further fuels suspicion that another group of Lazarus mercenaries is lurking in the city. After all, who would believe that the Lazarus Group has no covert operations in Night City? However, the investigation will have to be handled by River. Carl's task is simple. Wait for River to locate the group that might be Lazarus members, then lead the genuine Lazarus team directly to them. Lazarus versus Lazarus. He can't let that 500,000 euros go to waste. If the trouble was caused by someone within Lazarus, then having Lazarus handle it themselves sounds reasonable. If it wasn't Lazarus, then having a professional mercenary team handle it is also reasonable. Of course, Carl won't be completely without testing the waters. He sipped his coffee leisurely, enjoying the protective perimeter established by the Lazarus squad, but his thoughts drifted to his men. While hiring outsiders was meant to eliminate suspicion, if they knew he had chosen Lazarus instead of them for his protection, many would likely resent him. Or perhaps even harbor resentment towards the Lazarus personnel? Fortunately, it was Brutus sitting here. After finishing the remaining coffee in a few gulps, Brutus, as if suddenly remembering something, spoke casually to the Lazarus captain beside him. Speaking of which, before you came, did you hear any of the recent rumors circulating in the city? It was as if the employer, having nothing better to do, was casually striking up a conversation, and the Lazarus mercenary captain naturally had to oblige. They were professionals. The captain quickly reviewed the known information in his mind, and immediately realized what his employer meant. You mean, the matter concerning the deputy mayor of Night City? It seems the news has spread faster than I expected. As Carl spoke, his gaze remained unwavering, meticulously observing every subtle change in the captain's face, while simultaneously locking onto the vice-captain's eyes out of the corner of his eye. This was far from all. Through the cafe's internal security cameras, which he had already taken over, he was simultaneously scrutinizing the most instinctive reactions of the other 8 team members. In his current sensory realm, time seemed to stretch out. If he wished, he could easily detect the frequency of their heartbeats, the slight tremors of their breathing, the contractions of their pupils, all these unmaskable physiological details, even muscle twitches that the individuals themselves might not be aware of. However, under his scrutiny, these 10 men appeared to have undergone uniform calibration. They treated the vice mayor's news merely as ordinary major city news, and none of their physiological indicators showed any abnormal fluctuations. The conclusion was clear. Either these 10 people were completely unrelated to the incident, or they knew nothing about the truth. Carl silently memorized his observations, but outwardly remained calm as he continued the conversation. Since the deputy mayor's assassination, the whole city has been in chaos. To be honest, now even going out is nerve-wracking. It's incredibly troublesome. That's why they hired us. The captain instantly grasped the subtext of Carl's words, but he didn't point it out. The employer clearly needed a listener at this moment, and his most professional response was to listen attentively. Employers who could casually spend 500,000 euros to hire them weren't common. Many members of the team hadn't saved enough money yet. They still needed to work in this line of work, and might have to deal with this employer again in the future. Naturally, he wanted to be as attentive as possible. Carl sat in the cafe for a while longer, chatting idly with the captain and vice-captain about trivial matters, until the coffee in the pot was empty. Having rested comfortably enough, Carl was about to take his men for a walk when he received a message from River. River's efficiency was astonishing. Through the middleman's connections facilitated by Carl, combined with a two-pronged approach of street surveillance, he had successfully located an apartment complex. Evidence suggested that the mysterious assassin of the mayor had been frequently seen in the area before the incident. As planned, River had already deployed his plainclothes men to monitor the surrounding area. Simultaneously, leveraging Carl's street connections, he used NCPD funds to rent an apartment in every building within the complex for Carl. This gave Carl ample justification to move freely within these locations. With the objective clear, Carl naturally wouldn't delay any longer. He got into a luxury car that the NCPD had prepared in advance in front of the cafe. This car was a generous donation from Olivia of the Special Operations Team. Since joining the Special Operations Team, Olivia had not only provided a comfortable life for her stubborn father and her mother, a legendary figure in the Valentino gang, but also had the means to purchase this luxury car for taking her daughter to and from school. Out of gratitude for Carl's past assistance, despite being unable to come herself due to her involvement with the Special Operations Team, she still readily offered her beloved car. The Lazarus captain naturally took the driver's seat. The mercenaries had driven themselves. After all, the employment contract didn't stipulate that the employer needed to provide transportation. Carl's stated reason was to go home, but he then took the Lazarus personnel to inspect each of their rented properties. To the Lazarus members, the employer's behavior pattern was crystal clear, an extremely cautious, wealthy man constantly changing hideouts. The Lazarus agents didn't suspect Carl's actions, as his demonstrated wealth, the ability to rent so many safe houses simultaneously, complemented his behavior, perfectly fitting their stereotypes of important figures. As Carl moved to his fourth residence, he received a message from River on his personal channel. Situation reported, undercover. A target with a black prosthetic arm has been spotted moving rapidly through the buildings. The target seems to have noticed the undercover agents and is moving towards your building. A black prosthetic arm? Upon hearing this, the first person that popped into Carl's mind was someone. The mention of a black prosthetic arm always brought that person to mind. Morgan Blackhand. Chapter 974. Morgan Blackhand. Carl found it somewhat amusing that his immediate association with that infamous legend was that black prosthetic arm. Since that earth-shattering battle with Adam Hammer at the abandoned tower, Morgan Blackhand hadn't appeared for nearly half a century, and no one even knew if he was dead or alive. It was truly absurd that he would think of him so immediately. After all, not everyone with a black prosthetic arm is Morgan Blackhand, just as not every modification fanatic is named Adam Hammer. If we're talking about those who are obsessed with transforming themselves into weapons, the Vortex Gang has countless examples. Besides, half a century has passed. Even if he really was Morgan Blackhand, he should have retired long ago, right? His modifications weren't far from excessively slowing down aging. If Carl were to encounter him, he would likely find an old relic covered in life-sustaining prosthetics. In a way, Morgan Blackhand was an old hand. Carl, having read his meticulously detailed guide when he first entered the mercenary world, genuinely respected this man, who was willing to share his life's experience. But respect aside, Morgan Blackhand was indeed old. Expecting him to come out on a leash with a cane was unrealistic. While pondering matters concerning Blackhand, Carl also observed the Lazarus mercenaries around him. According to the information from River, the person with the black prosthetic arm was heading in their direction. Logically, shouldn't he avoid them? He had concealed his identity, and the Lazarus members were new to Night City. The probability of Blackhand's prosthetic arm being aimed at them was low. Although he didn't know the other party's abilities, this kind of thing should be handled by the NCPD. Whether it was a revenge killing or a mercenary assassination mission, now was not the time for him to expose himself. Just as Carl was about to speak, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from downstairs, instantly alerting the Lazarus mercenaries, who had been scouting the area. These experienced mercenaries were ready almost immediately. "Mr. Brutus?" The Lazarus captain shouted swiftly, almost simultaneously with the gunfire. His burly frame was already in front of Carl, and he gave his team a few concise tactical hand signals. The mercenaries, previously scattered throughout Carl's rented room, instantly huddled together, forming a tight defensive formation. Their weapons were pointed at the door and windows, ready for battle. After observing for a few seconds and confirming that the gunfire was still coming from downstairs, the captain issued a rapid-fire order. Situation unclear, evacuate first. He gestured for two team members to scout ahead, while escorting Carl towards the designated emergency exit. When they came up, they had already made preparations for evacuation. Even with the gunfight downstairs, they could easily use their professional equipment to glide from one floor to the rooftop of another. Each of them had one set of these simple gliding devices, originally designed for mountain warfare, and the captain had brought an extra set, more than enough to accommodate their employer. However, just as Lazarus's men were ready to evacuate with Carl, before they even stepped out of the room. "Carl, high fever detected. Right downstairs." River's emergency communication blared through Carl's personal channel, the shock in his voice almost overflowing. Before the words were even finished, a deafening explosion erupted from below. The entire building shook violently as if struck by an earthquake. The shockwave instantly cracked the walls, and dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. A demolition? The firefight downstairs. Someone had blown up the apartment building. In the 5-story apartment building where Carl was located, one or even several of the main load-bearing structures near the side were completely destroyed in the explosion. The reinforced concrete groaned under the strain, and the entire building began to slowly tilt to the side, the speed increasing rapidly. Collapse was inevitable. "Support! Quickly!" Captain Lazarus roared, his eyes bloodshot. Faced with such a cataclysmic disaster, his tone was clearly panicked. Lazarus's mercenary captain was Cyan Whiston. He could easily escape on his own, but he was worried about his employer. The employer was clearly a young master from an unknown family. He didn't have any obvious cybernetic features, and might even be a natural person. Lazarus's mercenary captain had never tried escaping with an employer in a CNAO stand. He wasn't sure if the employer's body could withstand that high speed, so he could only resort to emergency measures. Unexpectedly, the equipment originally intended for bunker warfare demolition was now being used. Is this really a city? How come all the equipment they used outside is useful here? Bringing it all on the way here in an emergency was definitely the right decision. At the captain's command, 2 mercenaries unhesitatingly pulled out emergency deployed engineering support frames from their tactical backpacks and struggled to prop them up against a relatively sturdy load-bearing wall in the corner of the room, attempting to forcibly create a small safe zone in the collapsing building. Although they knew this was mostly for comfort, knowing didn't mean doing nothing. They had to find a way to protect their employer during this collapse. These were Lazarus mercenaries, professional mercenaries with a reputation that had been renowned for over half a century. In this respect, street mercenaries couldn't compare. Without further ado, the other team members quickly surrounded him, using their bodies as a second barrier to tightly protect Carl in the center. Mr. Brutus, crouch down and protect your head. The captain shouted at Carl while using his body to shield him from the falling debris. Amidst the chaos and desperate protection, Carl, shielded by the flesh and blood and his prosthetic body of the Lazarus team members, outwardly appeared to be a frightened employer cooperating with their protection, obediently crouching down. However, in the shadows unseen by anyone, his gaze swept across the crumbling walls and the cascading sky outside the window, a chilling glint in his eyes. To resort to such methods, whatever the reason, to detonate the entire building without hesitation, treating the lives of countless innocent bystanders as worthless, this guy is inhuman in every way. Even though this area is workers' housing, and almost everyone is out at work at this time, those nearby are mostly NCPD plainclothes officers. They generally have ways to protect themselves, but this madness and cold-bloodedness that disregards human life has stirred a long-dormant killing intent within him. He originally didn't want to get involved, but now, things are different. Carl is now an NCPD advisor, and Night City is under the protection of the NCPD. Chapter 975. The collapse wasn't instantaneous, it occurred layer upon layer, a series of crushing impacts. Having lost the support of the lower levels, the upper floors, carrying thousands of tons of weight, crashed down, mercilessly squeezing and crushing their floor. During the collapse, the supporting frame emitted a piercing metallic clang, but it, along with the corner of the load-bearing wall behind the team members, formed a tenacious fulcrum, barely withstanding the first, most devastating impact. The deafening roar lasted as if an eternity had passed, yet also felt like only a few seconds. Accompanying the feeling of falling, the dense, suffocating dust reduced visibility to zero. The only sounds in the ears of the Lazarus team members were the tumbling of boulders, the snapping of steel bars, and the terrifying cacophony of building debris piling up and burying everything. Large chunks of rubble and concrete continuously struck the human wall formed by the team members, producing dull thuds, but they gritted their teeth and remained motionless. As the final, deafening roar subsided, an eerie silence descended, broken only by the occasional thud of falling debris and the faint strains of a distant alarm. Darkness, utter darkness, broken only by the beam of a tactical flashlight piercing the thick dust. Report the situation. The captain's voice was choked by the dust, yet remained calm. Safe. Stable. Number 6 has been struck in the head and is bleeding. He needs immediate treatment. During the collapse, the team member known as Number 6 was struck on the side of his helmet by a flying piece of debris at the last moment. Although the helmet absorbed most of the impact, the force still caused a fracture at the temple, and blood streamed down, covering half his face. Mr. Brutus, are you all right? The captain, seemingly unconcerned about his injured team member, immediately focused on ensuring the safety of the core objective. Brutus, surrounded by his team, was unharmed, only covered in dust and slightly disheveled. Lazarus's personnel had protected him well, creating a safe zone around him with their bodies. While the surrounding area was a mess, not a single threatening fragment could be found on him. I'm fine. Brutus's voice was unusually calm in the situation. Treat the wounded first. With the employer's approval, the team immediately began operations, but out of caution, only 2 members were moved. The remaining team members continued to support the triangular structure that had miraculously survived the collapse, maintaining this small safe zone. One team member quickly retrieved styptic gel and bandages, while another provided illumination with a flashlight. Under the combined pressure of the narrow space and darkness, they cleaned the wound, applied pressure to stop the bleeding, applied gel, and wrapped the bandages. The entire sequence of actions was precise and fluid. With Number 6's own stable demeanor and ability to assist, the entire process was completed efficiently in less than 15 seconds. Mild concussion, temporarily conscious, the team member treating the wounded quickly assessed. Can you move, Number 6? The captain pressed. Yes, yes, boss. Number 6's voice was weak, so much so that he even forgot the standardized way the captain addressed him, revealing a habitual way of addressing him from before. However, his words, though soft, were firm. A minor injury. The captain's tense nerves finally eased slightly. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly looked around. They were trapped in a small triangular area formed by collapsed floorboards and twisted supporting structures. Fortunately, everyone was alive. And the core mission, protecting their employer, Brutus, had been miraculously accomplished in such a devastating collapse, with no casualties. This was simply unbelievable. The entire collapsed structure seemed precisely calculated, leaving them a perfect space to survive. A stroke of divine intervention, truly fortunate. However, the captain failed to notice the sharp, unusual cut marks remaining on some of the steel bars and concrete blocks half buried in the rubble. In the earth-shattering fall, his senses were completely consumed by weightlessness and a sense of responsibility. Naturally, he was unaware that in the instant he shielded his employer with his body, his protected object had made a subtle, unnoticed movement. In that movement, some objects that should have struck them were subtly altered. The captain quickly scanned his surroundings, confirming that the fragile triangular structure was not currently at risk of further collapse. His anxiety eased slightly, and he immediately ordered, "Clear the passage, assess the structural stability, and prepare to find an exit." At the command, the team members sprang into action again, carefully groping their way through the gaps. At one end of the triangular area formed by the support frame, several large, interlocking precast slabs and some reinforcing steel bars blocked the way. At the other end, however, it consisted of relatively loosely piled stones and twisted metal door and window frames. "Here," a team member whispered, brushing away the dust with his glove and tapping a sideways concrete slab, which echoed hollowly. It was probably hollow behind, or the pressure wasn't high. The captain and another team member immediately stepped forward, and the three of them worked together, carefully prying at the edge with their tools, afraid of triggering a chain reaction in the structure. With a few prying motions, a soft cracking sound came through, and a relatively fresh burst of air, mixed with the smell of gunpowder, seeped in. "There's a way!" Lazarus's mercenaries were excited. Several men took turns, using tools to pry open or their shoulders to push, finally clearing a gap large enough for someone to stoop and pass through the obstacle of rubble and broken furniture. The light, though dimmed by the swirling dust, still made them squint. After one of them went out to check for safety, they climbed out of the ruins and stood on solid ground again, or rather, on a scene of utter devastation. The scene before them was like hell. The 5-story apartment building they were in had completely collapsed, becoming a massive mountain of rubble. The spilled debris, like the skeleton of a giant beast, had affected the surrounding buildings. Huge holes had been smashed into the walls of nearby houses, and all the windows were shattered. Several vehicles parked on the roadside were completely flattened, like crushed soda cans. Twisted lampposts lay across the ground, electrical wires crackling with dangerous sparks. The air was thick with dust, smoke, and a faint smell of blood. It was a scene straight out of hell. However, before they could even process the devastation, a rapid and intense exchange of fire pierced the dust, drawing everyone's attention. Not far ahead, about a few dozen meters, in a relatively open area littered with rubble, a battle was raging. Through the dust and smoke, a figure stood out. He wore a tactical jacket, his back to Lazarus's team, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah, constantly shifting between the ruins and avoiding engagements. But what was most striking was the arm he wielded to block and deflect incoming bullets during the fight. It was a prosthetic arm, entirely black, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen in the dim light. That was the Black Hand. A black prosthetic hand. Chapter 976. That arm. Just as Brutus and the Lazarus guards protecting him noticed the black arm, the battle that had been raging since they emerged changed. On the open ground a few dozen meters ahead, the flow of time itself seemed to suddenly become chaotic. The figure with the black prosthetic arm, perhaps best described as Black Hand, moved. Not simply running or dodging, but tearing through the air like a ghost. Whoosh! Cyan Wiston's unique high speed left clear afterimages in the air. By the time the 7 fighting Black Hand realized he was close, he had already appeared on their flank. "Fire!" Someone in the 7-man squad roared, but the sound was amplified and distorted by the speed. The Contour Smart submachine gun in Black Hand's hand roared, spitting out bullets that didn't follow a straight trajectory, but a deadly barrage of bullets that seemed to possess a life of their own, beginning to curve. The bullets traced dazzling arcs through the air, bypassing the broken concrete walls and the environment, heading straight for the target on the far left. That enemy was no ordinary opponent either. Almost at the same instant Black Hand initiated the attack, he also unleashed a burst of speed, his body, possessing the same Cyberpunk abilities, darting sharply to the right. However, Black Hand seemed to have anticipated his move. As he dodged, Black Hand's other hand had already reached into his robes, pulling out a kinetic weapon pistol and firing simultaneously. The bullets struck precisely where the enemy had dodged. Thud thud thud. 2 bullets accurately pierced the junction of his neck and shoulder blade, the relatively weak point Black Hand had observed in the enemy's body armor and subcutaneous armor. Blood splattered, mixed with shattered prosthetic wires, and the man collapsed to the ground without a sound, his body twitching slightly from the impact. He had actually hit the target in his Cyberpunk form. The Lazarus squad, watching from afar, were dumbfounded. This was usually considered a fluke in their training, but judging from Black Hand's actions, it was clearly a meticulously calculated shot. It was simply too incredible. Could someone really react at such high speed, firing a bullet a step ahead, letting the bullet wait for the target? Captain Lazarus, protecting Brutus, sensed something was wrong. He wanted to retreat with his employer immediately, but just as he looked at his employer, the situation changed rapidly again. Realizing their comrade's death, the remaining 6 didn't hesitate. Each of them possessed a Cyberpunk, and in that instant, they all activated it. 6 blurry afterimages instantly swarmed Black Hand like a wolf pack. Their teamwork was flawless. Even at high speed, they maintained their combat tactics. 2 quickly reached higher ground, taking control of the dilapidated second floor and unleashing a barrage of fire. The 3 launched a frontal assault in a fan shape, drawing attention. The last one, like a shadow, used the ruins as cover to maneuver at high speed, attempting to cut into Black Hand's blind spot. Bullets rained down, completely obscuring the spot where Black Hand had just stood. Debris and dust flew everywhere, but Black Hand was no longer in his original position. Black Hand's fighting style was extremely unique. He didn't allow the Cyberpunk to operate continuously for long periods, but rather utilized it for bursts of speed, changes of direction, and micromanagement. Throughout the movement, he didn't keep his prosthetic body activated continuously, only momentarily at the start of each movement, then immediately deactivated. This method of using the Cyberpunk greatly reduced the load on the Cyberpunk and the stress on his nervous system during operation. He weaved through a hail of bullets, his black prosthetic arm acting like a shield protecting his head and chest, deflecting deadly projectiles with a clanging sound. Then, as he closed in on the enemy, his arm lashed out like a battering ram, shattering a piece of concrete the size of a tabletop in front of him. The fragments, ironically, became his weapon of retaliation, forcing 3 enemies charging head-on to temporarily retreat. But just as Black Hand forced back the people in front of him, bang! The enemy who had flanked him finally found an opening, emerging from behind a broken wall, his submachine gun spitting fire. However, the instant he pulled the trigger, Black Hand seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, performing a near-physically defying right-angle change of direction, his body sliding along the ground, simultaneously firing a burst from his pistol. Ugh! The man who had maneuvered protected his vitals, but the bullet still severed his firing wrist, sending his weapon flying. Despite this, he was incredibly brave, seemingly unharmed. With a quick reflex, he drew his tactical dagger with his left hand, and lunged again at S.A. Stein at high speed, the dagger aimed straight for Black Hand's back. Black Hand didn't even fully turn around, his free black arm, without the gun, swung backward at an incredible angle, precisely grabbing the man's dagger-wielding wrist. Crack! A sickening sound of bone shattering rang out, and the man's remaining intact arm was also crushed. Then, Black Hand, using his core strength, executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw, hoisting the enemy up like a sack of potatoes, and slamming him down onto the 3 enemies, who had temporarily retreated and were now charging back. Boom! The human cannonball shattered their formation. The flanker was smashed into the rubble, and steel bars, instantly riddled with holes, and killed on the spot. The 3 who had been hindered were forced to pause temporarily due to the death of their teammate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Black Hand discarded his kinetic weapon pistol, flicked his wrist slightly, and a technical pistol, the Omaha, slid from his sleeve. As he pulled the trigger to begin charging, the muzzle was already aimed at an enemy who, while dodging, had inadvertently stumbled and slightly changed his posture. Boom! A deafening gunshot rang out. Unlike the sharp slicing of air from a kinetic weapon, the roar of a fully charged technical weapon was full of power. The enemy who had regained his footing instantly had 3 bowl-sized holes appear in his chest, the holes connecting and almost tearing him in 2 from the chest down. Before the Omaha's 3-round burst, his subcutaneous armor was torn apart like paper, and he was sent flying backward. The pace of the battle was breathtaking. The members of Lazarus's squad watched in disbelief, their palms sweating, while the captain's heart sank to the bottom. He could tell these men were no pushovers. At the very least, each one attacking the Black Hand was roughly his level. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, only 4 remained of those attacking the Black Hand. But the problem wasn't the attack itself. The problem lay in the attacker's tactics. He knew them all too well. The professional coordination, the unique hand gestures and movements during crossfire, especially the short-range coordinated assaults using the Samwaston. This was undoubtedly a high-level tactic practiced only by Lazarus's core elite squad. Who were these men? Chapter 977. Nothing is more terrifying than seeing someone of similar skill level easily eliminated by a stronger opponent. If anything, it's discovering that those eliminated might be his own comrades. Should he go to rescue his comrades? This thought popped into Captain Lazarus's mind. That fighting style couldn't be faked. In fact, other companies wouldn't even consider this kind of internal training. Each company's troops have their own set of fighting methods suited to their specific combat environment. Even if they train specialized personnel for framing, in a life-or-death situation, there's no need to maintain a style unsuitable for urban warfare. Therefore, Captain Lazarus was almost certain these people were his comrades. But the next moment, Captain Lazarus abandoned the idea. Within the Lazarus group, a certain camaraderie existed between the various teams. The source of this tradition might have been the founder himself, a soldier who never easily abandoned any of his subordinates. This unwritten, almost tacit custom ensured that members would always look out for each other when possible. However, the current perilous environment clearly offered no room for sentimentality. Even offering help had to be done with consideration for the situation. Their duty now was to protect their esteemed personnel, so there was absolutely no need to take risks. Captain Lazarus tried to pull Mr. Brutus, whom he was protecting, away quickly, but when he reached out to help his man, he found he couldn't budge him. Although Captain Lazarus hadn't exerted much force, he hadn't moved an inch, which was rather uncomfortable. Brutus noticed Captain Lazarus's movement, tilted his head slightly, and nodded to his captain. "I want to take another look." Take another look? Before the captain could grasp the meaning of those words, the battle situation shifted again. The two enemies on higher ground clearly realized that conventional firepower wouldn't be effective. One of them suddenly hurled a grenade-like object. Whoosh! An invisible electromagnetic pulse erupted from it. It was an EMP grenade. Clearly, those fighting Black Hand had realized that limiting Black Hand's movement was more likely than eliminating him outright. But Black Hand was faster. The instant the grenade left his hand, he had already anticipated its effective range. Facing a weapon capable of severely injuring him, he didn't hesitate to activate his Sinwidman at full power, retreating backward amidst the roar of his cybernetic prosthetic, narrowly avoiding being engulfed by the pulse. Then, he raised his Omaha, now fully charged again, and aimed it at the personnel whose defenses had been wide open by the grenade throw. To maintain throwing speed, the person throwing the EMP grenade was giving it their all, and since they missed, their fate was sealed. Boom! Half the head of the enemy throwing the EMP grenade on the higher floor was gone. The fourth person dead. Seeing their comrade die instantly, the enemy on the higher floor let out a desperate roar, leaping from the second floor. Their entire cybernetic body was overloaded, and in their hand, they held a red glowing, already activated grenade. They rapidly approached the Black Hand, their intention all too clear, to take him down with them. However, just as they reached the halfway point, a grenade, its pin already removed, silently rolled into their path. Boom! Boom! With a double explosion, the person trying to rush forward was reduced to dust, only fragments flying through the air. Of the 7, only 2 remained. These 2 didn't waste the opportunity their companion had to draw Black Hand's attention. They closed in once more. The person on the left swung his clearly modified gorilla arm at Black Hand, but Black Hand's eyes were cold. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his black prosthetic arms 5 fingers spreading, then clenching, directly meeting the opponent's fist. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing was like a thunderous bell, making eardrums ache. A visible ripple spread out from the point of impact, dispersing the surrounding dust. Shockingly, the remaining member's all-out punch, his gorilla-like arm, was like an egg hitting a rock before the black prosthetic arm, instantly twisting, deforming, and shattering. With even greater force, the black arm pierced through like a whirlwind, striking the opponent's chest. The man spat out blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his chest visibly caved in, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a twisted steel bar. He twitched twice, and then lay still. The last member of the 7-man group, witnessing this, stared wide-eyed. This incredibly powerful strike clearly exceeded his expectations. They had only assumed this man's speed and marksmanship were his limits. But what was with this power? He had directly crushed his comrade with the gorilla arm. Could this person really be the legendary Morgan Black Hand? 10 men, suddenly targeted, now reduced to a single survivor, roared in fury, desperately trying to fight with his last ounce of strength. But in that moment of shock, he was seized by the Black Hand. With a simple, sweeping whip punch, the last man's mangled body flew through the air, dead before he could even register it. It was over. From start to finish, a mere 20 seconds. 7 well-equipped elite warriors, also armed with cyan-Wiston suits, were wiped out before the man with the black arm. A deathly silence fell over the scene, broken only by the crackling of short-circuited wires, and the faint thuds of fallen debris. The Black Hand slowly straightened, blood dripping from his black prosthetic arm. He didn't even pant, coldly glancing at the corpses on the ground, as if merely clearing away trash. Then, he abruptly turned his head. Those eyes, seemingly brimming with storm-like intensity, pierced through the now-thin dust, like a precise lock-on system, instantly pinning down the Lazarus squad in the distance. As his gaze swept over the clearly visible Lazarus uniforms of his team members, a palpable killing intent swept over them. The air froze instantly, no words were needed. Faced with that killing intent, everyone understood what the man with the black prosthetic arm intended to do. High alert. Defensive formation. Captain Lazarus felt his blood freeze. He roared with all his might, his voice distorted by extreme tension. A surge of intense regret welled up within him. He shouldn't have hesitated for 4 or 5 seconds because of his employer's words. Although he didn't understand why those words carried a certain power that compelled him to obey, now it seemed the most correct choice at the time would have been to decisively retreat with his employer. However, right now, no matter what, he had to protect his employer. In that instant that thought flashed through his mind, he heard his employer's voice beside him. The voice was remarkably calm, not loud amidst the chaos, yet it pierced through all the noise with exceptional clarity. "That's strange," the employer said. Chapter 978. A bit strange? Captain Lazarus didn't quite understand what his employer meant by that, but Brutus didn't leave him puzzled for long. "He's not Morgan's Black Hand," Brutus said, gazing at the face that became clearer as the smoke cleared, "but it looks so much like him." Not Morgan's Black Hand, yet so much like him? Captain Lazarus understood that he shouldn't be curious in the current situation, because the person with the black prosthetic arm had already noticed them, and they couldn't escape. But his employer's words still made him feel puzzled. Why would his employer care about this at a time like this? Whether the other party is Morgan's Black Hand or not has nothing to do with the current situation, right? The other party has clearly shown hostility towards them. Is it necessary to care about this now? Is it really important? The employer caught a glimpse of his expression out of the corner of his eye, and understood what he was thinking in just a glance. Actually, it's not important. Because as long as someone is an enemy, it doesn't matter what their identity is. It's just that I'm really curious. Curious about what? There was still no answer, yet his inner thoughts were already thoroughly understood. I'm curious why this person resembles Morgan Blackhand so much in various video recordings, and even more curious, just how much of Morgan Blackhand's skill does he possess? If only he had that much skill. The employer showed no change in expression in front of Captain Lazarus. In that case, I can more or less sense some of the legendary aura of the past. The employer, is he a fanboy? At this critical moment of life and death, regardless of whether the other party is Morgan Blackhand himself, or whether he possesses Morgan Blackhand's full strength, just the fact that he so casually dealt with 7 skilled fighters, each one of whom was at a similar level to himself, was enough to crush them all. Even at a time like this, he's still concerned about this? Captain Lazarus was increasingly baffled by his employer. However, a subtle anomaly caught his attention. Throughout his conversation with his employer, the figure in the distance hadn't seized the opportunity to attack. This was illogical. Given the swiftness and efficiency the other party had displayed earlier, this was an excessive waste of time. Even for observation and scrutiny, this period was excessively long. Captain Lazarus knew very well that with his men's skill level, there was no way the other party could leave no opening. Although Captain Lazarus trusted his men and considered them excellent, he was self-aware. Excellent as they were far weaker than the 7 men who had been swiftly dispatched. The figure in the distance could easily crush the former. Why was it hesitant to act against the weaker ones? Unless there was something here that he had to be wary of. Warantic. Captain Lazarus's gaze involuntarily focused on his employer. For some reason, feeling a sense of apprehension, Captain Lazarus immediately looked at his strangely behaving employer. Upon reflection, the employer's demeanor had been unusually calm throughout. Whether witnessing the building collapse or witnessing the Black Hand effortlessly eliminate 7 powerful enemies, he hadn't shown the slightest panic. This unwavering composure was itself the most unusual thing. Brutus didn't pay attention to Captain Lazarus's gaze, because he didn't care about such things. With the Black Hand before him, or at least someone resembling Morgan the Black Hand, once eyes met, who had time to care about anything else, the Black Hand had a standard white face, a strong jawline, and a cold, hard expression. In appearance, he was exactly the same as the legendary Morgan Black Hand. The only problem was, he was too young. So young that, to Brutus, he looked only in his 30s or 40s. While modern cosmetic techniques were indeed impressive, allowing people to maintain their youth, Brutus had observed his movements and actions during the battle. Most of his movements were purely physical, without any trace of cybernetics. So, this was a descendant of the Morgan Black Hand? He looked so much like him, and his movements matched those of the Morgan Black Hand perfectly. Unfortunately, it wasn't the Morgan Black Hand himself. The Black Hand stared at Brutus, scrutinizing his face, then suddenly moved. He slowly walked towards the Lazarus members and Brutus, his gaze unconsciously shifting from the Lazarus members to Brutus. His movements instantly alerted Lazarus's men, who drew their guns and aimed them at the Black Hand. But he only took a few steps before stopping, as if calculating a precise distance. Perfect timing. Brutus thought to himself, the opponent's position was perfect, perfectly positioned at a delicate distance, allowing for a swift advance and a quick reaction to firearms. Brutus and the Black Hand stared at each other, and then Brutus spoke softly. "You're observing me," Brutus said, his voice steady and penetrating the tense silence, "like I'm observing you." The Black Hand's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. "You imitated him very well," Brutus continued, as if commenting on a work of art. The movements, the expressions, even that unique fighting rhythm, all matched his impression of Morgan Black Hand. "But you made a mistake." Brutus looked at Black Hand. "You were the one who caused the building explosion, weren't you? And the Morgan Black Hand, I know, doesn't have the habit of harming innocent people." "Not the habit of harming innocent people," Black Hand repeated softly, then laughed, a laugh so utterly amusement that he had to break his silence and speak. "Really? In my memory, Morgan Black Hand couldn't escape responsibility for the nuclear explosion." His voice was deep and powerful, perfectly matching Brutus's impression of Black Hand, but his words completely betrayed him. "Perhaps?" Brutus looked at Black Hand. "But someone who can do something like this so casually is definitely not him." "Of course not. Morgan Black Hand is an old fox. I probably far surpassed him by now." "Far surpassed?" Brutus laughed, looking at Black Hand as if he were looking at someone utterly ridiculous. "With your arrogance alone, there's absolutely no way you could have achieved that." His words were like blades, piercing clearly into Black Hand's ears. Black Hand's face darkened visibly, the chill almost tangible. He stared intently at Brutus, his voice seeming to rise from an ice cave. "Who are you?" "Just someone who respects Mr. Morgan Black Hand, but has absolutely no respect for you." Chapter 979. Listening to Brutus and Black Hand's conversation, the members of Lazarus's squad were actually quite bewildered. They didn't know why their employer had suddenly started talking to a hostile enemy, nor why he had provoked them. However, this wasn't the first time they encountered such a situation. Conflicts sparked by their employer's foul language were commonplace in their careers. Many members of the squad had participated in these kinds of cleanup escort missions. They seen far more than just individual dignitaries. They witnessed even heads of state exchanging insults that escalated into small-scale private battles. In fact, the current situation was much easier. Faced with a terrifying enemy, but with their employer expressing clear dislike, the next step was simple: kill him. Strike first. As bodyguards, getting a threatening target this close was already their limit. That's the limit. Time to press the trigger. Pull the trigger. Except for Captain Lazarus, who realized something and drew his tactical knife. Ready for close combat, all the other team members, including the head-injured number 6, simultaneously raised their guns and pulled the triggers. Like old-fashioned line infantry, the aim was to fire as many bullets as possible, covering all the space in front of them. They had all witnessed the Black Hand's fight. The opponent possessed sufficient dodging ability, and with Cyan Wiston's help, simply aiming at his body would easily be dodged. Therefore, they would simply unleash a barrage of bullets forward, completely sealing off all his evasive options. Even if he could dodge perfectly, he would still take a few hits. Gunfire erupted like a sudden storm. 9 modified short-barreled Ajax rifles spat deadly tongues of fire, weaving a near-pervasive metallic storm. Bullets rained down on the Black Hand dozens of meters away, the dust instantly engulfing his position. However, at the very instant they pulled the trigger, the black figure began to charge forward. He seemed to transform into a true shadow, not dodging backward or to the side, but lunging forward and diving downward in a way that defied physical intuition. His body almost touched the ground, his black prosthetic hand bracing against the rubble. Like a swift flying close to the ground, he passed through the sparsest gaps in the barrage at astonishing speed. Bullets whistled overhead, striking the ruins behind him, and sending sparks flying. "What?" a team member exclaimed. They had anticipated the enemy would dodge, but they hadn't expected such a risky yet incredibly precise advance. He was bold enough to charge forward during the minuscule gaps in the gunfire. "Reload. Cover!" the captain roared, taking a step forward himself. His right hand gripped his tactical knife, and the prosthetic muscles in his left arm instantly charged and expanded, ready to meet the impending impact. The other team members immediately executed the orders. The front ranks crouched down to reload, while the rear maintained cover fire. But the Black Hand was too fast. The gaps between the first volleys were enough for him. He sprang from the ground, appearing like a ghost on the left flank. A team member who had just emptied his magazine and was preparing to retreat saw only a blur before a black arm, like a venomous snake, reached for his throat. Clang! At the critical moment, the captain's dagger precisely blocked the fatal blow, sparks flying at the point of impact between the dagger and the black prosthetic arm. "Your opponent is me!" the captain roared, his left fist simultaneously slamming into Black Hand's ribs. Black Hand neither dodged nor evaded, actually taking the punch head-on. Bang! A dull thud resounded, he merely swayed, while the captain's face paled. He felt as if his fist had struck a solid block of alloy steel. He could actually withstand my punch? Subcutaneous armor? No, with his speed, there was no way he could be equipped with heavy armor. Could it be a specially made lightweight model? What kind of monster is this? The captain was horrified. Using the force of the captain's punch, Black Hand's body spun strangely, his black prosthetic arm lashing out like a whip, aimed directly at another team member who was raising his gun. "Watch out!" Thud. Despite his best efforts to dodge, the team member's shoulder was still grazed by the edge of the prosthetic arm, instantly tearing open and spurting blood. He staggered backward. First exchange, one seriously wounded. Damn it! Number 6, wounded in the head, had bloodshot eyes. Ignoring the blood seeping from his forehead from his movements, he dropped his rifle, picked up his pistol, and fired a precise 3-round burst, trying to force Black Hand back. But Black Hand seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He ducked and slid to avoid the bullets, simultaneously hooking a broken piece of steel bar on the ground with his right foot and kicking it fiercely towards the right side of the formation. Dodge! The steel bar whistled past like a javelin, forcing the team members on the right to scatter, their formation instantly thrown into chaos. In a flash, Black Hand had broken through the outer defenses, like a tiger among sheep. His target was very clear. Brutus, who remained motionless, watching him. Protect the employer. The captain, his eyes bloodshot, lunged forward again, dagger aimed straight for Black Hand's back, attempting a diversionary tactic. However, Black Hand seemed to have anticipated this attack. His momentum didn't falter, but his black left arm twisted backward at an unbelievable angle, precisely seizing the captain's wrist holding the dagger. Crack! A sickening metallic cracking sound rang out. What shattered wasn't bone, but the internal structure of the captain's prosthetic wrist, twisted and ripped apart by that bizarre force. Even in this close-quarters combat, Black Hand precisely used some special technique to destroy the internal mechanical prosthetic limb through his flesh. Ugh! The captain groaned violently, his entire right arm instantly losing sensation, as if ripped from his body. The pain editor filtered out most of the pain, but the feeling of losing control of his limb still rendered him powerless to resist. Without turning his head, Black Hand swung his arm, and the captain was lifted up by an irresistible force, slamming into several of his charging teammates like a cannonball. Boom! Men and horses tumbled. At this moment, there was no longer any barrier between Black Hand and Brutus. All the Lazarus members, who could still move, watched this scene in despair. They had fought with all their might, yet they couldn't even slow their opponent down a few steps. The difference in strength was like an insurmountable chasm. Black Hand stopped in front of Brutus, his blood-stained and dust-covered black prosthetic hand slowly raised. His cold eyes stared at his still calm employer, seemingly waiting for fear to show on his face. But Brutus didn't even glance at him. "You've done a good job, fulfilling your duties admirably. You're all truly outstanding. Now you may retire." Brutus praised his guards. He didn't attack, for protecting them was their duty. But they had tried their best, and failed. So now, it was time for their employer to handle his personal matters. Black Hand failed to detect any of the expression he expected on the other's face, instead sensing a subtle unease. Something was wrong. This person was definitely suspicious. As this thought crossed his mind, he struck without hesitation, his prosthetic finger flashing like lightning, aiming straight for Brutus's heart. Just a moment was enough to pierce Brutus's heart. However, that hand, capable of tearing through steel, was firmly gripped by another equally strong hand before it could reach its target, unable to advance an inch. It was a hand of equal strength. Blocked? Black Hand's heart skipped a beat. At such close range, his fatal blow had been intercepted by his opponent, who had struck first. Now, Brutus spoke calmly, his arm gripping Black Hand's unyielding, as if cast in iron. "We should talk about your harm to the innocent." Brutus's expression began to change before Black Hand's eyes. "Tell me about the bastards you committed in my city." Chapter 980. My city? Not only Black Hand heard this, but even the Lazarus team members, who were urgently adjusting their formation and trying to find firing angles, heard it clearly. They were already anxious because their employer was so close to the target, but their employer ordered them to stop over the channel. And the 4 words that followed the order, which everyone heard clearly, stirred up a storm in their minds. Who is this employer who can speak so arrogantly, as if it were their right? "You are—" Black Hand saw the face that had revealed itself before him. "KK? KK? It was KK." The Lazarus personnel were stunned. They hadn't expected that the person they were protecting would be KK. The only thing they remembered about KK was that their colleagues, who had returned from Dogtown, had mentioned him a few days ago, saying that he had been temporarily hired by KK after the Dogtown battle. In their words, he was an extremely generous employer, but Dogtown was, after all, Dogtown. In most people's minds, that lawless place and the real Night City seemed like 2 different worlds. Therefore, these rumors were merely topics of envy and conversation during casual conversation, not truly taken to heart by the team members. Until now. In the city center of Night City, in what they thought was just a routine top-level protection mission, the person they were risking their lives to protect was actually the legend himself. The intense sense of disorientation left the Lazarus team somewhat dazed. A question almost surfaced in everyone's mind. With KK's status and strength, did he really need their protection? Captain Lazarus immediately thought of the 7 men who had perished in the previous battle. Those 7 men bore distinct Lazarus characteristics. Could it be? Captain Lazarus had guessed something. He realized that his hiring might be some kind of test. However, such things were insignificant. A mercenary's duty is to do what they're paid to do. The plans of their superiors are relevant to them. Having accepted the commission, they simply do their utmost. Right now, Captain Lazarus's primary thought was one of relief. Relief that his employer was safe. The Lazarus group had indeed chosen the right person. He was indeed a competent mercenary, a team leader capable of expanding the market and showcasing Lazarus's service standards. He had truly prioritized his employer during the mission. His first reaction upon realizing Brutus's true identity was KK was joy. Although the outcome was somewhat humiliating for mercenaries, having to let the employer handle it himself was acceptable. But so what? The employer was safe, and that was enough to justify the payment. Who says the employer not doing the work isn't doing the work? Captain Lazarus, holding his other, unusable hand, gestured for his team to step back. Everyone knew KK's skill level. Their job was simply to avoid causing him trouble. The employer had said they could leave now. After watching Lazarus's men move further away, Carl's gaze returned to Black Hand. "Looks like my reputation still works. You recognize me, don't you? So now we can skip the probing and get to the point. Who sent you?" Carl stared at Black Hand's attire and face. "And this cosplay outfit of yours, whose handiwork is this?" "I seen your files." Black Hand didn't answer Carl's words. He simply stared at Carl's face. "I also know your fighting style, and I'm familiar with your cybernetics and weapons. Do you think your face alone can frighten me? Maybe?" Carl looked at Black Hand. Although his tone remained relaxed, he wasn't careless at all. Even while seemingly chatting with Lazarus's people, his eyes were constantly on Black Hand. This guy certainly had something to be proud of. Although he didn't know about Black Hand's fighting style, which was almost identical to Morgan Black Hand's, or how his cybernetics worked, his skills were certainly not bad. Not bad means, he's strong. Then try it, KK. Black Hand growled, his black prosthetic left arm suddenly straining, the muscle fibers in his shoulder emitting a subtle hum of energy, attempting to forcefully break free. However, Carl reacted even faster. He didn't choose to engage in a brute force struggle, because in combat, going along with the opponent's plan rarely yielded good results. He subtly pulled Black Hand to the side and rear, cleverly disrupting his power axis, while his right foot, like a scorpion's tail, silently kicked the outside of Black Hand's supporting leg's knee joint. This kick, seemingly effortless, contained enough precision to tear ligaments. If it landed, Black Hand's speed advantage, reliant on explosive power, would be significantly diminished. Black Hand's pupils contracted, he was forced to instantly release his grip, his body using KK's pull to spin rapidly to the side, like a spinning top, narrowly avoiding this insidious kick. The two separated instantly, creating some distance between them again. Not bad reaction, Carl said, but Black Hand didn't take it as a compliment. Scene Wisdom, activate. Time seemed to freeze instantly, becoming as viscous as glue. In this extremely compressed flow of time, imperceptible to ordinary people, Black Hand's figure transformed into a black lightning bolt tearing through space. The surrounding scenery ripped into blurry patches of color. Only a faint afterimage remained of his original position. His true form had already rushed to Carl's left blind spot with terrifying speed. His black prosthetic arm, fingers closed, viciously stabbed towards the vulnerable spot where Carl's neck and shoulder connected. If this strike landed, it could rip Carl's head and neck apart. However, at the same moment Black Hand activated the same wisdom, Carl also caught up with that speed. What Black Hand considered a fatal blow, Carl sensed was not without a trace of its trajectory. He jerked back, raising his arm to parry from below. A deafening clang rang out, sparks flying like fireworks. Carl precisely parried the deadly thrust, but the immense kinetic energy from SAS still forced him back half a step. Black Hand's prosthetic arm exerted more force than Carl's. This wasn't surprising, as Carl's arm was designed from the start to provide sensory feedback like a real arm. It was sufficient for a typical gorilla arm, but against Black Hand's clearly special prosthetic arm, which powered half his body, it lacked the necessary strength. After his attack was parried, Black Hand decisively retreated. His intelligence indicated that KK possessed monomolecular lines. If KK had time to swing his arm, he might suffer a severe blow. His retreating movement increasingly puzzled Carl. Was it Carl's imagination? After experiencing it firsthand, Carl felt that Black Hand's fighting style contained more than just Morgan Black Hand's. It also had its own unique characteristics. Is it because he, like Morgan Black Hand, fights using a prosthetic arm and speed that they are similar in these aspects? But their fighting styles are so similar. Chapter 981. Carl's thought flashed through his mind for only a moment, because Black Hand had already pounced again. This time, he was still wary of Carl's monomolecular line, but Carl moved nimbly around him, waiting for an opportunity to strike and retreat. Black Hand's attacks were incredibly swift, something Carl had never experienced before. It felt as if he and Morgan Black Hand were attacking simultaneously. This fighting style forced Carl to choose between blocking and dodging. He needed enough time to analyze Black Hand's fighting style. He fought and retreated, using the ruins to deflect Black Hand's attacks. The moves either missed their mark or were subtly deflected. And in this process of adaptation, Carl became increasingly certain of this. This guy's fighting style definitely contained traces of his own. Not only that, Carl even saw some of the small techniques V sometimes used in close combat. This guy, who claims to have far surpassed Morgan Black Hand, is indeed as arrogant as he seems, possessing the strength to match his arrogance. He can even seamlessly integrate the fighting styles of various schools, unifying them all under a foundation of extreme speed. He's a troublesome fellow. All you can do is dodge, legend? Black Hand taunted from his high-speed movement, his voice strangely low due to the distortion of time. I think you should call your bodyguards for cover. Perhaps that will slow your death at my hands. I just feel that some questions must be answered personally. Carl's voice remained calm and composed, without the slightest fluctuation. He parried a heavy blow, using the force to retreat, but his words pressed relentlessly. I'm curious. Why are you so relentlessly pursuing the Lazarus members? Your sudden attack just now was because you recognized the uniforms of the bodyguards beside me. What I find even more perplexing is that after you confirmed my identity, instead of retreating, you insisted on a duel with me. Although I never intended to let you go, your behavior is indeed strange, and it piques my curiosity. Carl stared at Black Hand, seemingly noticing something. How's your mental state? A mere user of techniques dares to be arrogant in front of me. Seems unstable. Carl's gaze swept over Black Hand, assessing his body. Now Carl was increasingly certain that Black Hand's body was problematic. His body seemed to have undergone some kind of special drug cultivation, or perhaps specialized enhancement surgery, giving it extraordinary strength, even comparable to cybernetic implants. His fighting techniques further confirmed this. There was almost no trace of his own identity. All his moves seemed to have been dismantled and pieced together from different sources. These ruthlessness, Morgan Black Hand's sharpness, and even a hint of his own, these techniques were cleverly woven together, forming an efficient fighting style without his own distinct identity. This isn't like a normal combatant, it's more like a meticulously crafted, incredibly powerful, living weapon. The skill level is high, and the ability is quite impressive. However, once you see through it, a flaw emerges. It's very difficult for one person to truly adapt to another's fighting style. Whether due to various factors in thought processes, or differences in physique, it's impossible for one person to completely become another. And what good is simply using someone else's fighting style, even if it's a fusion of the styles of various outstanding individuals, without incorporating their techniques into your own combat? This flaw was simply too glaring. Especially when facing him directly, it was utterly futile. As Black Hand dodged a swift sweeping kick, and in the fleeting, almost imperceptible pause in Black Hand's body due to inertia, Carl moved. His movement was concise and efficient, an almost invisible silver thread silently shot out. This deadly weapon, thinner than a hair yet capable of cutting through most alloys, traced a strange arc in the air like a living venomous snake, coiling towards Black Hand's ankle as he landed. If it landed, Black Hand's leg would instantly sever from his body. A chill ran down Black Hand's spine from the intense sense of danger, but having prepared for the monomolecular thread, he barely managed to pull his leg back slightly. The monomolecular thread grazed his tactical boot, silently slicing a deep gash in the boot like a hot knife through butter, but without actually injuring him. But Carl's offensive had already begun. Carl's left hand already gripped the neurotoxin knife. Taking advantage of Black Hand's momentary lapse in balance, as he dodged the monomolecular rays, the knife stabbed towards Black Hand's ribs like a venomous fang. Its speed and angle were so precise that it completely blocked most of Black Hand's escape route. In this life-or-death moment, Black Hand neither dodged nor evaded. He simply thrust his prosthetic arm horizontally in front of him. Swoosh! The neurotoxin knife slammed into the prosthetic arm's armor, producing a teeth-grinding sound. The sharp tip barely pierced the outermost layer of protection, but clearly failed to reach the internal wiring or bionic structure. However, this was within Carl's expectations. With a flick of his wrist, the knife slashed downwards, attempting to find the joint connecting the prosthetic arm to his body. Just then, a sudden change occurred. With a soft click, the outer armor of the black prosthetic arm slid open at the elbow, revealing a row of dark firing ports. Not only had Carl grasped the plan, but he had also been waiting for Carl to unleash both arms simultaneously, leaving him unable to stop him. This move had been hidden from the very beginning of the battle. This was his true killing move. How could he not know his own skill limitations? In the tester's evaluation, his hybrid combat techniques were deemed destined to reveal flaws against the true form. Although the probability of encountering the true form was low, it was still possible. This flaw was something that even with the addition of numerous external techniques, perfection was difficult to achieve. However, precisely because this flaw could not be fundamentally remedied, he was equipped with multiple weapons that could only be activated in special situations. This prosthetic body based on the principles of a projectile launching system was created for this purpose. Under Carl's slightly raised eyebrows and somewhat surprised gaze, Carl, with both hands outstretched, unknowingly found himself in a perilous situation. It seems he wasn't lying when he said he studied my fighting style. He knew I liked to observe before attacking. So that's why he used a surprise attack, something he hadn't shown before, to catch me off guard. Impressive skill, befitting his arrogance just now. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out. Instantly, over a dozen specially made high-explosive warheads shot out from the side of the prosthetic arm. The special material inside glowed dangerously the moment they left the barrel. With extremely high initial velocity, they roared and poured out, almost touching Carl's chest. Chapter 982. Bang! With a muffled explosion, over a dozen specially made high-explosive warheads shot out from multiple firing ports on the side of the prosthetic arm. The unstable chemical substances they contained glowed a dangerous red light the moment they left the barrel. They hurtled towards Carl's chest and upper body at near zero distance, with extremely high initial velocity. A bloodthirsty gleam appeared in Black Hand's eyes. He could almost see KK being blown to pieces. For this strike, He had withstood the neurotoxin dagger and deliberately used KK's fighting style. This was all to create this fatal moment when KK's hands were occupied, his old strength exhausted, and new strength yet to be generated. KK is nothing special, he thought this, but ultimately, he still underestimated KK. KK was caught off guard by Black Hand's fighting style, but this level of attack was still a little lacking. In that split second, as the bullets were about to leave the launch port and flashes of light erupted, Carl made a move completely beyond Black Hand's prediction, even beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He didn't try to retreat, the distance was too close, the area too wide, retreat was impossible. He didn't try to block with his prosthetic arm either. Facing such a dense barrage of exploding bullets, blocking with his arm would be futile. Even if he could block a few, the subsequent impact would be enough to smash his arm and body to pieces. Unable to retreat, unable to block, the only option was naturally forward. Not a straight-up charge into the barrage, but a near-vertical double jump, generated by the instantaneous burst of power from his reinforced tendons. For an ordinary person, even a double jump in this situation would be enough to obliterate their lower body by the time they were halfway through. But Carl was different. His reinforced tendons, under his controlled exertion, unleashed speed far exceeding ordinary power. The instant the bullets left the barrel, Carl was already in the air, and then, in what felt like a sluggish moment, his body completed the second jump. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions roared beneath his feet and around him. Scorching heatwaves mixed with sharp, pre-placed shrapnel sprayed out in a fan shape, reducing everything behind him to dust. Thick smoke and flames instantly engulfed the area. But Carl's body had already defied gravity, flying through the air. Shrapnel struck the ground beneath his feet with a resounding crash, and the scorching air current stung his skin, but ultimately caused no real damage. This incredibly dangerous scene nearly made Captain Lazarus, who was watching anxiously from afar, hold his breath. He had activated the Sign Wiston, ready to assist his employer at any moment, but even with the Sign Wiston activated, his employer's speed far exceeded his expectations. It was simply too fast. Even with the enhanced reaction senses provided by the Sign Wiston, he could only catch a blurry afterimage as his employer soared into the air, as if he had appeared in midair from the ground. The triumph in Black Hand's eyes froze instantly, replaced by incredulous astonishment. His meticulously planned, surefire kill had failed? The speed and reaction were beyond imagination, but Black Hand's combat instincts allowed him to react almost instantly, raising his arm, locking on. More than half of the high-explosive warheads remained in his prosthetic arm. Because of the close proximity, to avoid self-inflicted damage, he had only fired less than half. That amount was enough to completely kill KK, while ensuring his own body and armor could withstand the aftershocks. The initial attack missed, but KK was already airborne, with nowhere to gain leverage. Excellent! Now was the time to adjust the attack, firing all the high-explosive warheads to bury him completely in the air with nowhere to escape. However, if he reacted, how could Carl not? The time it took for Black Hand to raise his arm was enough for Carl to make another move. The slight delay in Black Hand's aiming motion was far too long for Carl, who was in the air, but possessed extremely sharp senses. An eye for an eye. Black Hand had seized the opening in Carl's movement, and Carl had to retaliate. He was waiting for that moment when Black Hand's attention shifted, his focus shifting to aiming. Just as Black Hand's arm was about to level, Carl, using the power of his double jump, displayed astonishing core control. He thrust his core forward, executing a flawless, subtle rotation in midair, forcefully reversing his downward trajectory. His right leg, like a long-awaited steel whip, lashed out with a piercing shriek, striking Black Hand's wrist joint with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! A crisp, explosive sound, not a bone breaking, but the ear-piercing noise of mechanical structure bearing immense force. The kick was perfectly timed and incredibly powerful, completely catching Black Hand off guard. He felt an irresistible force surge through his wrist, his prosthetic arm violently jerking upwards and to the side. The firing port, originally aimed at Carl's chest, instantly veered off course, pointing towards the rubble to his side. Carl's arm strength couldn't match Black Hand's prosthetic arm, and his leg strength might not be as good in a direct confrontation, but he could still manage to deflect Black Hand's arm when caught off guard. Bang! 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 All the remaining high-explosive warheads poured out of the firing port, slamming into the broken walls, and rubble dozens of meters away with a deafening roar. Boom! 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 The deafening series of explosions rang out again, even more violent than before, the roar incessant, sending debris and dust billowing into the sky, followed by a secondary collapse. But even as the high-explosive warheads were being fired, the fighting didn't stop in the slightest. Upon realizing the trajectory of the high-explosive grenade embedded in his arm within the Samliston, only one thought flashed through Blackhand's mind. It's over. Now, it's his turn to have his arm swept away, his defenses wide open. And Carl, this is the opportunity he's been waiting for. Carl is now very close to Blackhand, close enough to strike at the perfect distance. The monomolecular beam, which Blackhand had been wary of throughout, flashed a silver light in Blackhand's eyes. Thump, boom. The sound of Blackhand's arms being severed, and the secondary collapse caused by the high-explosive grenade in the distance rang out simultaneously. Before the pain even reached Blackhand's central nervous system, a small knife had been inserted into his shoulder. Then, Carl lightly tapped his other shoulder with his toe, using the momentum to leap away. Not bad. As Carl landed gracefully with his back to Blackhand, the EMP knife left in his shoulder had been activated. I almost died. Carl turned to look at Blackhand, whose back was turned to him, his tone filled with genuine admiration. But before he could finish speaking, Blackhand's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Carl had now witnessed firsthand the consequences of having both arms severed and being attacked by an EMP while in Einstein's form. Luckily, I ran fast enough. Chapter 983. Carl didn't kill Blackhand. He had 2 opportunities to do so, but he hadn't forgotten his purpose. He was there to investigate the deputy mayor's affairs. Although the suspected Lazarus agents had been dealt with, capturing Blackhand was still a good outcome. This man not only detonated the building, causing its collapse, but also attacked a police advisor, either grounds for the death penalty. In other words, taking any measures against him now was justified. Back at the NCPD, he would naturally be well taken care of. A living weapon combining the fighting techniques of Morgan Blackhand, and even his own, Carl was filled with curiosity about the people behind him. That's why he hadn't engaged in much combat in the previous battles. Blackhand, based on his analysis, knew Carl's combat style was to observe before attacking. This wasn't wrong, but it didn't mean Carl didn't know how to proactively attack and seize opportunities. He was simply waiting for an opportunity because of Blackhand's unique nature. To prevent the mastermind from initiating a self-destruct program via possible remote connection if things went wrong, he deliberately decided the outcome in a split second after the attack began, and ultimately eliminated the man with an EMP to paralyze him, preventing the devices inside his body from activating. Using an EMP not only interrupted any possible external signals, but also ensured that the mastermind's brain remained intact. Carl approached the mastermind, and as a precaution, he casually flicked out the neurotoxin knife he had just used, adjusting the dosage to ensure that the clearly physically enhanced mankind would be paralyzed without endangering his life. He then extracted the monomolecular wire, completing the connection. AI, assist me in examining his body and marking any potentially threatening areas. Scanning has begun as per your command. Time 3 seconds. As Carl completed the monomolecular wire connection, almost in the blink of an eye, the Lazarus personnel, still somewhat disoriented by the end of the battle, realized the fight was over. Apart from the Lazarus captain, who had been watching the entire battle through the Sign Wiston, which hadn't even finished its duration, the other Lazarus personnel only saw the Black Hand and their employers' figures flash a few times before the fight ended. Although they didn't quite understand what had happened, it was clear the employer had won. As expected of KK. This was the thought in the minds of the Lazarus personnel. It has to be said, having a capable employer was incredibly lucky. Aside from the possibility of not being able to distinguish who was protecting whom, their employment security and protection were almost perfect. Many of them, like the captain, now realized something was amiss with KK hiring them, but none of them dwelled on it further. Let's talk about whether they accepted the job or not, and whether they received the money. They accepted the job and received the money. The employer has an obligation to protect even a sheep, let alone KK. Just as the Lazarus personnel were about to approach and ask the employer what they planned to do next, and whether they wanted to look at the house again, they had only taken a few steps when they noticed the employer move. Through AI scanning, before the EMP paralyzed equipment restarted, Carl had already located all the devices and prosthetics on this Black Hand's body. In the AI scan, this Black Hand was almost entirely red. In other words, his entire body is riddled with small devices that can be flagged as threats. Once activated, these devices will kill Black Hand as quickly as possible. While the AI in his brain can clear these devices in time, the restart time for the other devices in his body after the EMP expires might reactivate. That means if the person behind this is aware of this, they can activate these devices immediately after the EMP ends to kill Black Hand. How much restart time do these devices have left after the EMP expires? Carl asked the AI, which replied 4 seconds. Only 4 seconds, but that's enough time. After handing the more delicate head to the AI, Carl pulled out 2 small knives, one for EMP and one for stopping the neurotoxin injection, and then began to move. In the eyes of the Lazarus personnel, their employer suddenly pulled the 2 knives stuck into Black Hand's body, and then, with a speed their prosthetic eyes couldn't even see, swiftly slashed at Black Hand. The speed was so fast it became a blur, and even the spray of blood from the flesh being sliced flew into the air at high speed. It looked as if someone had killed another and wasn't satisfied, so they were hacking at the victim's flesh again and again. This terrifying display caused the Lazarus members to abruptly stop after taking a few steps. This isn't right, is it? To be honest, during the previous encounter, although this employer gave them the impression of a spoiled young master, every Lazarus member actually had a good impression of him, even a positive one. He was polite, and his speech contained not a trace of contempt. His smile was gentle and friendly, and chatting with him was like a breath of fresh air. Even after they learned he was KK, this impression didn't immediately change. After all, they were high-end mercenaries. How could the Lazarus personnel not know that many of the rumors about KK were false? For example, he wasn't a serial killer, his emotions were actually quite stable, and he showed no signs of cyberbullying, a stark contrast to the infamous cyberbullying legend, Adam Hammer. So, the Lazarus personnel subconsciously projected their previous positive impression of their employer onto KK. After all, even if he was disguising himself, the two were still the same person. But this impression was now shattered. The Lazarus captain had heard that people always tend to wear various masks, and the person they appear with, and without a mask is completely different. So was KK wearing a mask or not? They couldn't tell. However, they did understand one thing. That means it's best not to approach KK in this state. What if he accidentally chops them up too? It would be too frustrating for a mercenary to kill the person they were protecting. Carr, unaware of Lazarus's intentions, acted swiftly. His medical knowledge was vastly different now. He knew exactly where to make a cut without causing too much damage, while still removing equipment. Although Black Hand was covered in blood and looked terrible, he wasn't actually seriously injured. He was a professional in this area. In the past, doctors could stab someone 30 times and each stab would result in a minor injury. He could do it too. Chapter 984. That, Mr. Brutus? After witnessing KK's brutal attack on the Black Hand on the ground, leaving him covered in blood and wounds, and seeing him stop, the Lazarus captain quickly stepped forward, tentatively addressing his employer as Brutus to gauge the situation. He had to offer some advice. After all, a few cuts should have turned him into a corpse. Even if it was just venting his anger, that was enough. He didn't want the man to suffer any mental problems. Mr. Brutus, he's dead. The Lazarus captain's tentative address, made by mustering his courage, caused Carl to turn around. In that instant, his face changed, transforming into Brutus's appearance. Carl didn't intend for the news of his presence in the city to spread too widely. Although the Lazarus members already knew his true identity, this didn't conflict with Carl's goal of concealing himself from the public. After all, at this stage, it didn't matter if those in the know found out, the only thing was to prevent the public from seeing him. Carl's face remained untouched by blood, only his hand gripping the knife was nearly stained crimson from the speed of the cut. He shook his hand, gesturing for Captain Lazarus to help wipe his hands and the knife, saying, "He's not dead. I was very confident in my attack. Don't let his current bloody state fool you. I only really cut deep into his deltoids, biceps in one arm, and quadriceps in his thigh. I just removed the contents of the other muscles and stopped. With his enhanced physique, this level of injury shouldn't be fatal. Not dead." Captain Lazarus looked at the blood-soaked corpse on the ground and found that it was indeed still breathing. He also noticed the items Carl had tossed aside and understood what his employer had been doing. As a veteran mercenary, having risen to the rank of team leader, he had seen these kinds of things before. In Lazarus, only those who signed a lifetime confidentiality agreement were equipped with them. However, he never expected there to be so many of these lethal devices. Judging by the quantity, if his employer hadn't acted decisively, activating these things would have certainly killed the mastermind, not to mention the surrounding area. Looking at it this way, it was fortunate that his employer acted decisively. But why was he planning to spare the mastermind's life? Captain Lazarus understood his employer's actions, while the younger members of Lazarus only noticed the first part of their employer's statement amidst the bloody scene. Not dead with injuries like that. Many people in Lazarus knew about the cruel practice of slow slicing, though they didn't know the details. Rumors circulated that the employer frequently used this method, and now it seemed, maybe it was because he had so many people subjected to this method that he could wield it with such skill. Following the employer's instructions, Captain Lazarus brought out medical alcohol and a cloth for cleaning, and helped the employer clean his hands. "Thank you for your help. My hands are covered in blood, and I was holding a knife, so it's really inconvenient for me to clean them myself. It would be a hassle if I got my clothes dirty, although these clothes are already quite dirty from the collapse." Carl spoke to Captain Lazarus, his expression returning to the gentle, smiling demeanor Captain Lazarus had initially seen. This image-conscious yet gentle demeanor made Captain Lazarus momentarily unsure which was the true employer he had encountered. Perhaps both of these were his employer's true appearances. After all, rumors circulated that his employer had an extraordinary background, possibly the son of a former Como agent who had ended up in Night City due to an accident. This seemed to be background information about employers in many corporate intelligence departments. While it wasn't certain if it was true, judging from how Captain Lazarus looked at his employer, it might actually be true. That innate aura couldn't be faked. Just like corporate employees always carried an unmistakable corporate air, the employer's composure and refinement were something that someone raised on the streets couldn't imitate. At least, it wasn't the Night City streets of the past. Beep beep one. While Carl and Captain Lazarus were chatting, accompanied by urgent sirens, an NCPD hover car sped towards them from afar. Watching them arrive just in time, Carl couldn't help but mentally remark, in every story, the police always seem to be the last to appear. To the point that some people have even figured out a pattern. The first officers to arrive were sacrifices to create atmosphere. The officers in the middle stages were equipment acquirers. The officers at the end were there to tell everyone it was over. Thinking about it this way, the NCPD really does have that feel to it. However, Carl knew in his heart that he couldn't really blame them. From the moment the building collapsed, the few people crawling out of the rubble, to the mastermind taking down 7 people, and then subduing him, the whole thing only took a few minutes. It even included a precise on-site surgery. The NCPD needed to ensure the safety of the perimeter first and check for the risk of secondary collapse, so their caution was understandable. Judging from their response efficiency, they had done a good enough job. However, witnessing this classic scene firsthand still makes one want to make a few sarcastic remarks. On Carl's personal channel, the investigation into the disaster continues. The only saving grace is that the area had already been targeted by the NCPD, who had deployed numerous plainclothes officers beforehand. These officers were almost all elites. After all, plainclothes officers are responsible for emergency arrests, and in Night City, those with insufficient skills simply cannot perform the task. They belong to the NCPD's priority group equipped with advanced cybernetic devices. Their equipment is sophisticated and discreet. It was precisely because of these concealed yet effective cybernetic devices that they were largely unharmed when the building collapsed, and they even managed to rescue the few residents inside. It was also fortunate that the building itself wasn't very sturdy. The NCPD had analyzed the building's structure beforehand, and had pre-planned the optimal escape route in the event of an accidental collapse. However, no one expected the detonation, which caught them somewhat off guard. 1 or 2 officers were injured by falling debris while protecting civilians, and the medical department was prioritizing their treatment. Carl looked up. The trauma team's hovercraft circled in the nearby airspace, but none were heading in this direction. There was definitely a difference. But thinking about it, it made sense. Those who could afford to live in such dilapidated buildings were either people with ulterior motives needing to conceal their identities, or desperate, impoverished people. Even they had the right to survive and be rescued. They weren't people to be sacrificed or implicated. Carl glanced at the barely breathing black hand on the ground. He shook his head, paying no further attention to him. Skilled enough, but not so much of a person. Chapter 985. This person's every metric is beyond the realm of ordinary people. Don't let his seemingly small physique fool you. Even in an animal gang, his body would be top tier. Remember Razor, the boxing champion? His physical modifications don't even seem as advanced as his. Listening to the NCPD medical examiner beside him, Carl nodded slightly. Having faced this person head-on before, he knew all too well that even his own arm was at a disadvantage in a sparring match. Among those he had fought in the past, aside from that monster who relied entirely on mechanical strength, Black Hand's strength was unparalleled. His arm's power wasn't solely due to the prosthetic arm structure, his enhanced physique also played a role. TSK, and that subcutaneous armor, it's definitely not ordinary stuff. It's only thanks to you, Mr. Carl, with your knife, that it was possible to break through and remove the object. With ordinary weapons, it probably wouldn't even have given him a whiff. If he were equipped with a decent bulletproof vest, combined with his subcutaneous armor and physical strength, he could probably withstand even bullets from high-tech weapons. This medic is considered a veteran in the NCPD. Although not very old, thanks to Night City's frequent law enforcement operations, his experience in trauma treatment and prosthetic injuries is undoubtedly among the best in the field. There's a saying that's true: medical skills must be honed in real-world practice. Otherwise, how can you improve your skills if you only have theory and never see any cases? He's handled tens of thousands of wounded soldiers, but a body like Blackhand's, with top-tier physical attributes in every aspect, is undoubtedly the best he's ever seen. If only this guy had been sent here sooner. It's a pity you handled him so efficiently. If only I could have handled him. Such a perfect body, I'd be willing to work overtime to study it. Carl didn't take to heart the medical staff's incessant chatter when they saw a novel specimen. He could somewhat understand the instinctive excitement doctors feel when encountering rare cases. But he was more concerned with something else. With your current technology, can you extract his action records or memories? Carl looked at the Black Hand, surrounded by medical staff, whose condition had stabilized somewhat. He was our only remaining lead in this operation. Although we didn't know his motives for hunting down those suspects, he likely possessed crucial intelligence that might be vital to solving the case. Don't worry, Mr. Carl. Perhaps you don't come to the medical department often and don't know this, but we have a separate regional network and dedicated facilities from the police department. Even if a professional hacker wanted to infiltrate, they have to deal with the NCPD officers on guard first. Moreover, this incident is serious in nature. After the building collapsed, the chief deployed additional personnel, and now there's a special operations team on duty at the entrance. You know better than anyone the strength of this unit. With the special operations team there, we can rest easy. The current special operations team, compared to the terrorist mobile unit, is not only comparable in combat ability, but also top-notch in discipline and elite status. There are even boastful rumors circulating on the streets. Like, don't you know Night City has a special operations team? You country bumpkin. While this might be partly due to Night City's improved status and increased influx of immigrants, leading to some locals' inevitable feelings of pride and a sense of being squeezed out, and their arrogant pronouncements upon seeing outsiders punished for their perceived lack of respect, it also undeniably demonstrates that the Special Operations Team is gradually replacing the terrorist mobile unit TMU as the more trusted force among Night City citizens. After all, who wouldn't prefer a force that adheres to regulations, maintains rationality, and doesn't succumb to the unpredictable TMU? Even corporate employees wouldn't want their reinforcements to suddenly go berserk and kill them, would they? However, given that the other side could deploy professionals of Black Hand's caliber and implement such meticulous counter-tracking measures, clearly prioritizing secrecy, would such a mastermind truly fear a special operations team? At Black Hand's level, he could easily take down a small squad of special operations personnel. However, since he was also present, the other party couldn't possibly be that crazy. Besides, this independent medical zone was not only guarded by a special operations team, but his own Lazarus mercenaries were also there, providing some backup. Just as Carl was assessing the on-site defenses and remaining vigilant, a police officer's voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Carl, Detective River has arrived." The door opened shortly after the announcement, and River's face appeared before Carl. "Carl." "River." Carl nodded slightly to River. As the commander of this operation, he was being blamed because the investigators had traced the building to the bombing. Although he wasn't to blame, even if he hadn't investigated the mastermind, they would have done it anyway, and in a way, it was the NCPD's investigation that saved the citizens. The city council didn't care. With official reports and deliberate manipulation by certain tabloids, River, thrust into the spotlight, became the target of public criticism. To the uninformed public, it was the NCPD's pursuit that led to the suspect's violent resistance, ultimately causing the collapse. Rivers thus faced heavy criticism. However, those in the know understood the necessity of temporarily concealing the truth. Therefore, despite the immense public pressure, no one truly blamed him. His recent appearance was due to having just dealt with those news disputes. After all, while major media outlets each had their own stance, they generally showed some leniency towards the NCPD, given the backing companies that had invested in them. It was the smaller news companies that were particularly difficult to deal with. In this era where information has lost its weight, they dared to fabricate anything. Some even swore they saw angels spreading their wings and raising a mist of blood at the scene. What exactly happened? Having just dealt with those troublesome matters, Rivers was exhausted. While receiving an intravenous injection of a stimulant commonly used on company personnel, he inquired about the situation from Carl. Carl glanced at the syringe in Rivers' hand. In his memory, this kind of drug was administered in low doses, providing a temporary boost without putting too much strain on the body. The only problem was that all drugs have some degree of toxicity. Too many injections were definitely not good. Judging from the needle marks on Rivers' injection sites, Carl guessed he used quite a few. This matter was putting more pressure on him than he showed. Just as Carl was about to say that there was still no progress, the medical personnel conducting the examination suddenly called out, "Mr. Carl, we discovered something new." His records show a journey to the space station. He came from space. Chapter 986. Universe. That's a weighty word, let alone a space station. Carl and River's attention was immediately drawn to the medical staff's words. Carl nodded to River, and after disinfection, the two entered the room where the Black Hand had been dealt with. Then, they saw a portion of the operation logs that had been extracted and transmitted. A space station, the Crystal Palace, huh? What kind of place is the Crystal Palace? In Carl's memory, the Crystal Palace is a spindle-shaped space station, suspended at the Lagrange point between the Earth and the Moon, like an eternal observer, bearing humanity's ultimate extravagance with gravity only 0.8 times that of Earth. It's said that even the toilets there are made of gold. As long as you have enough wealth, any desire can be satisfied. It's a paradise built of money, a realm that ordinary people can never reach, high above, where money is omnipotent. If Carl had any particular impression of the Crystal Palace, he could only say no. In this era, the existence of such an extravagant paradise for the wealthy is hardly surprising. Many of his friends had frequented it, like Carrie. According to Carrie's description, it was a place where filthy dealings were openly conducted, and everyone tacitly indulged their filthy desires. Just hearing this completely killed Carl's interest in going there. In that light, the Crystal Palace certainly lived up to its legendary golden toilet, a glittering exterior, but inside lay nothing but shady dealings. No one would actually willingly crawl into a golden toilet, or even become its contents, but perhaps some would indeed be willing to sit in it. So, this mastermind came from the Crystal Palace. Is there any other information, like whose missions he accepted there, or who he saw? We're extracting information. But Mr. Carl, the results might surprise you. We found clear signs of memory erasure. The person controlling this mastermind is very cautious. They're not only prepared to kill the mastermind if things go wrong, but we also seen traces of periodic memory erasure in their records. Periodic memory erasure? Carl raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, but then understood. That's why this guy always fights using a template, only showing a hint of his own fighting style when the projectile firing system is used. So it's because of the periodic memory erasure, there's simply no time to cultivate his own fighting style. Every time, memories and fighting techniques are instilled. No wonder he's become like this. So you mean we get much less information than expected? Very likely. But perhaps we can deduce some clues from the missions he received. Listening to Carl's conversation with the medical staff, River's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Sure enough, once the deputy mayor's level is involved, nothing is simple. Now it's even connected to potential people within Crystal Palace. Things are getting increasingly complicated. Could it really be a carefully cultivated assassin sent by some incredibly wealthy Crystal Palace tycoon for some purpose, specifically to infiltrate Night City on a mission? Judging from the assassin's attempts to deal with Lazarus's people, he doesn't seem to be on the side trying to assassinate the deputy mayor. But if that's the case, why did he still launch the attack so decisively after recognizing KK? If the assassination of the deputy mayor is one force, the pursuit of the killer is another, and adding those investigating the case, the whole affair involves three parties. Just thinking about it is daunting. But there's another possibility. Given the cautious nature of the mastermind behind the scenes, could this mastermind actually be there to silence Lazarus's associates? In other words, from beginning to end, there's only one force. They were the ones who assassinated the deputy mayor, and they were also the ones who cleaned up the assassins afterwards. River suddenly felt that Chief Jason had really given him a troublesome task. Although Chief Jason might have initially given him this task because he valued him, the situation was now increasingly feeling like it was slipping out of his control. Fortunately, River glanced at Carl, who was standing beside him, his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Fortunately, KK is on our side. With KK, anyone could indeed rest easy. I'm intrigued. Carl gestured to the people around him, then took out his phone, which had been in a bag during the disinfection process. He then looked at River. I have to call someone over now. Is that all right? Is it someone within the established procedures? River seemed to have guessed who Carl was planning to call, and he spoke knowingly. Of course, completely legal and compliant. The only problem is, someone might need some expedited onboarding procedures. Are there any positions available for police consultants? Of course, I can get someone to do that right now. How many do you need? One is enough, just label them Silver Hand in the police department. Silver Hand? River reviewed his memories. He couldn't recall anyone in the KK squad matching the description of Silver Hand. And judging by the title, when did a diehard Johnny Silverhand fanatic join the KK squad? Or was he one of KK's subordinates after taking over Dogtown? Although he didn't quite understand, after working with Carl and witnessing firsthand his progress in the case, River nodded decisively. I take care of it. Thank you for your help. While Carl nodded, he had already dialed his cell phone. Although things were busy in Dogtown, it was something that could be resolved with overtime. But this matter was clearly a big deal. Since it was a big deal, there might be other things involved. It would be a shame not to send more people. As for what to do about Dogtown, with so many talented subordinates, there wouldn't be any problems. Even if there were things that required their attention, they could just be kept on duty overtime. As for who would be kept on duty, well, at the same moment Carl pressed the dial button, four figures emerged from the exit of an international lunar spaceport at the Night City Orbital Aviation Center. Judging by appearance alone, they were all very young, yet they seemed to have gathered from different corners of the world. One had striking African features, thick curly hair, and a tall stature. Another had typical European features, with well-defined features and blue eyes scanning his surroundings. The third had the gentle features of an East Asian, with neatly styled black hair. And the last one had the deep-set eyes and prominent nose common among Middle Easterners. These four young people, with their distinct appearances, yet forming a small group, stood out conspicuously. Even amidst the bustling crowd, many curious glances were cast their way at them. Faced with these overt and covert stares, the European-looking man keenly noticed them. A flash of undisguised disgust crossed his face, followed by a low curse. These were the first words he uttered upon setting foot on the ground. Damn gravity. Chapter 987. Stop complaining, Europe. Faced with his blonde companion's complaint, the young man with Asian features comforted him. We're here this time, as the prophet instructed, to track down the sinner. We can't attract too much attention. Have you forgotten the groundsider knowledge we learned before coming? Even when tracking and hunting on the ground, you have to keep your tracks hidden. I know Asia. Using the code name the prophet had given them before their arrival, and referring to his companion by their racial characteristics, Europe nodded. The four of us performed the best at our coming-of-age ceremony. That's why the prophet chose us for this mission. I will definitely capture that sinner. Amidst the conversation between Asia and Europe, their two companions beside them also nodded. Then, one of them, referred to as Middle East, took out a device and started operating it. In that case, let's find a place to stay as a base and start hunting. Let me see. According to the training, the elders taught us that after arriving in the grounders' territory, we can use a device, like a mobile phone, to connect to the Night City regional network and obtain information about vehicles on the ground as vehicles. I heard that too, Middle East. Let me see. Africa, calm down. Middle East restrained his companion's unusually excited state, stemming from their first arrival in the grounders' territory. He used the phone and connected according to the elders' instructions. He then saw several websites. Old Captain's used car website. Old Captain's old car website. Old Captain. A great deal of doubt arose in Middle East's mind. Why does the ground team add Old Captain before the names of all the car-selling websites? Aren't Captain ships? What does that have to do with cars? However, looking at the labels on the car-selling websites that say just pay and provide your address, and it be delivered immediately, he hesitated for a moment, then turned to his companions and asked, are we buying a used car, or even a stolen car? What's the difference? Europe asked. He had flown small aircraft before, and didn't know much about vehicles, so he subconsciously looked at Asia, the ground team member among them. Asia thought seriously for a moment, then speculated uncertainly. Maybe it's a special classification method? Like when we handle salvaged items, we file them according to their original category? I see. Middle East didn't really understand, but since the team leader in Asia, the ground team member, had said so, it must be correct. So, which website should we buy a car from? I received vehicle training, but I don't think I've seen any of these cars that I drove during training. What kind of vehicle did you simulate driving during your training? Europe asked Middle East. Hera the Sky. The trainer said it's a common, cheap, and durable car model, but it seems to be an older model from many years ago. I searched for ages and only found a few transaction records, all showing as sold, and the prices were significantly higher than other cars. That's strange. The Middle Eastern man scratched his head. But cars, shouldn't they all be similar? We can just buy any drivable one. The key issue now is where to stay. According to the information, this place is full of gangs, and shootings could happen at any time. Some areas also frequently experience cyberbullying outbreaks. We need to find a safe and reliable place to stay. Shooting was happening everywhere, and there were frequent cases of cyberpsychotics. Europe's face showed undisguised disgust. This place was truly uncivilized. We have to be constantly vigilant. I heard there's a team of cyberpsychotics maintaining order in Night City, called the Terrorist Mobile Unit. A place where even cyberpsychotics can be law enforcement is extremely dangerous. Be as careful as possible, Asia instructed. Under his warning, the other three nodded solemnly. Soon after, following the website's instructions, they purchased a Supron FS3. According to the website, this car was cheap, fast, and could seat 5 people. The price was indeed reasonable. The euros they had exchanged for this trip were more than enough. They carefully filled in the address and cautiously completed the payment. Not long after, a boxy, bread-shaped vehicle, relying on its built-in autopilot system, slowly drove up to them from a distance. It looks really good. This was Europe's first reaction upon seeing the actual car, and his companions felt much the same way. For these young people, who had almost never driven a car before, they had no idea that the Supron FS3 in front of them was just a piece of junk in the eyes of the locals, the kind of car even the most respectable people on the street would look down on. But for them, having their own car parked right in front of them filled them with a genuine sense of excitement, like an adventure was about to begin. So, under the curious gazes of passers-by, the 4 young men circled the dilapidated Supron FS3, examining it with great interest. Each of them beamed with genuine joy. If it weren't for the fact that only those from the Middle East had received basic driving training, they would almost have fought over to get into the driver's seat. The group quickly forgot the tension of their journey from space and excitedly boarded the vehicle. This dilapidated Supron FS3, in their eyes, was no less than a spacecraft exploring outer space. The interior was filled with a mixture of plastic, dust, and a faint, almost imperceptible smell of the previous owner's cigarette smoke, but this did not dampen their spirits. With a muffled roar from the engine, passers-by saw a car driving extremely slowly, its trajectory erratic, swaying precariously as it wobbled onto the road. So where are we going now? Africa, sitting in the passenger seat, curiously touched the window controls, watching the glass bob up and down, thoroughly enjoying it. According to the plan, they first needed to find a safe base. Middle East gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his body stiff with tension. The car's trajectory still followed a hesitant S-shape, eliciting a chorus of impatient honking from behind. Why are these ground crews so impatient? Europe frowned, observing the city, fragmented by neon lights and giant GG signs, through the car window. Their pace of life was too fast. Data showed this was the norm in Night City. Asia was relatively calmer, operating his phone, trying to connect to the local network for more information. We need a location that's sufficiently concealed, difficult to track, yet allows us to move quickly, he thought. Based on the intelligence provided by the elders, and publicly available information, several areas might fit the bill. He paused, then read out a few names. Haywood, Watson District, or Pacific Island? Pacific Island? Middle East unconsciously repeated. This name seemed to have been highlighted during training. He remembered the trainer mentioning it was an extremely dangerous area. Risk and concealment are often directly proportional. Asia calmly analyzed, I heard that order has collapsed there, and official infiltration is weak. For outsiders like us, it's the best cover. Besides, the chaotic environment might be where our targets want to operate. This suggestion brought a brief silence of thought to the car. They came to hunt down criminals, but first, they had to survive and find a hiding place. All right, whatever you say, leader. Middle East finally nodded, carefully maneuvering the vehicle into the dazzling flow of traffic on the main road. Let's check out the edge of Taiping Island first. Everyone, stay alert. Chapter 988. The people of Night City are just too uncivilized. This was the conclusion Middle East reached after driving for 10 minutes. What led him to this conclusion was the Tiger Claw gang relentlessly pursuing him, bombarding his car with submachine gun fire. All of this stemmed from those fatal 10 minutes. 10 minutes ago, they were excited about successfully starting the Supron FS3 and officially beginning their ground adventure. 10 minutes later, they were on the run in this metal box, rattling like a pool ball and constantly losing parts. The cause was ridiculously simple. At a congested intersection, Middle East, trying to avoid someone suddenly rushing out, turned the steering wheel half a turn too much, causing the boxy Supron's not-so-wide body to lightly kiss a black Gudra 66 Avenger trying to cut in. It really was just a light touch. Not even a scratch. Before the four could even react, Gudra's car door was kicked open. To their astonishment, two figures, reeking of cheap perfume and radiating undisguised murderous intent, jumped out. They wore ostentatious silk coats, their skin gleaming with an unnatural sheen, and intricate tattoos running from their necks down their bodies. A fact unknown to the four, but known to everyone in Night City, the Tiger Claw Gang. Are you blind, trash? One of the Tiger Claws, seemingly suffering from road rage, gave the four no chance to explain. He lunged at Supron, slamming his fist into the car window with ferocious force, shattering the glass into a spiderweb-like pattern. Faced with that provocation, Europe's face instantly turned icy cold. He wanted to fight back then. Even the knuckles on his knees emitted a slight, inhuman hum, a sign that his advanced combat cybernetic implant was ready to activate. However, Asia, sitting beside him as the leader, remained calmer, stopping him with a look. The four of them initially tried to communicate after this sudden encounter. The driver, Zhong Dong, took a deep breath, suppressing his pride as a high-ranking knight, and attempted to resolve the issue using hastily honed ground negotiation skills. Friends, it was an accident, we're willing to compensate. Compensation? But the Tiger Claw Gang didn't even give them a chance to speak. They sneered, tapping their knuckles on the dilapidated Supron vehicle the four had just bought, which they all still considered precious, and said provocatively, with your pile of scrap metal, or with your lives. Hearing the commotion, a third Tiger Claw Gang member, who had gotten out of the vehicle next to Gudra, impatiently brandished a gleaming mantis knife, brandishing its blade at them. Enough talk, get out. The four were now caught in a dilemma. Get out of the car. And then what? Face this group of heavily armed gangsters? What will happen next? A fight? They did indeed have powerful cybernetic implants, derived from the ESA test station and modified by themselves. Dismantling the Gotla by hand would be no difficult task. But what would be the price of exposure? Would it allow the company and the ESA's informants to immediately target these space visitors, who shouldn't be here? They were on this trip to reclaim the honor of their coming-of-age ceremony, lost because of those who committed evil. This was a secret hunt, not an open declaration of war. They couldn't use cybernetic implants that were too superior, one that would immediately expose them to those with ulterior motives. So weapons? But alas, they had none. This predicament stemmed from their regret at not having truly completed their coming-of-age ceremony as High Knights. The High Knights were a group of space technicians who had once rebelled against the European Space Agency, ESA, ultimately forcing ESA to negotiate. Over their long history, because over 70% of the High Knights were of African descent, they developed tribal-like traditions. According to tradition, each High Knight was supposed to personally find or assemble a unique token to accompany them throughout their lives in the space ruins. Only by completing this tribal-like ritual were they considered qualified High Knights and granted weapons and equipment. However, due to the accident caused by the Wicked, all four of them lost their tokens. Even though they were the most successful in completing their coming-of-age ceremony, they were forced to come to Earth to hunt down and reclaim their honor. Without the weapons that High Knights should be issued, coupled with the ESA's strict checks, they were unable to carry any weapons, not even a knife. Without weapons, unable to use their cybernetic bodies, were they really supposed to just get out of the car and not fight back even if a fight broke out? Get out. Don't think you can just apologize and call it a day just because you accidentally bumped into our black luxury sports car. Obey us, kneel down, and kowtow a few times. Maybe if we're in a good mood, we give you some money. The Tiger Claw Gang's arrogant provocation pierced through the car window. In the instant the High Knights hesitated, this insult made their decision. In that instant, all hesitation was crushed. Kneel, kowtow, beg for alms? No way. The predecessors of the High Knights, those technical workers who chose to resist the oppression of the European Space Agency, their forefathers never bowed to the power of the entire company. How could they possibly lower their heads before these ground-based thugs? So, they ran. Without hesitation, Zhong Dong floored the accelerator, and before the Tiger Claw Gang members could react, he was the first to start the vehicle and speed away. The four High Knights weren't fools, they were just inexperienced. Those considered outstanding personnel, trusted by the elders, and sent to the ground, believed to be capable of restoring honor, there couldn't be any fools among them. Knowing they couldn't use their cybernetic bodies, and had no weapons, what else could they do but run? They couldn't possibly get out of the car and get entangled with these guys who were obviously gang members. A whoosh of wind abruptly ripped Zhong Dong from his thoughts. In the rearview mirror, the Tiger Claw gang's headlights were like the pupils of a bloodthirsty beast, relentlessly pursuing him. To hell with ground negotiations. To hell with keeping a low profile. Ground guys are all lunatics. The Middle East cursed again at the air. At this moment, the combat instincts of a space pilot had completely taken over his body. Under his precise control, the Supron FS-3 was actually forced to utilize its only redeeming quality, speed, despite its dilapidated exterior. It sped along the winding roads, managing to keep up with the black gutter behind it, which was a fraction slower to get off the ground. But they weren't locals after all. Just as they were racing for their lives, the furious Tiger Claw gang members, their mouths full of car smoke, had already called their accomplices. Several figures riding Grass Blades CT-3X motorcycles were rapidly approaching on the road ahead. Judging from their encirclement route, they were about to close in on their Supron FS-3. Chapter 989. The four High Knights were unaware that the men relentlessly pursuing them were the sons of the Tiger Claw gang. Whether driving the Gudra 66 Avenger or riding the Kusanagi Blade CT-3X, their fathers held considerable power within the gang. If they had even a modicum of knowledge about ground vehicles, they would have understood that these two models were not only Tiger Claw gang favorites, but also symbols of status and wealth, and should have been wary of the ruthless methods of these local tycoons. Unfortunately, they knew nothing about cars. Therefore, by the time they noticed more tattooed men approaching with submachine guns, it was already too late. Bang! 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 Deafening gunfire instantly tore through the air. Submachine gun bullets, like scorching hailstones, slammed into the slender frame of the Supron FS-3, easily ripping apart metal, and sending shards of glass flying like shattered ice inside the vehicle. Heads down. The leader, Asia, shouted sharply. Almost simultaneously, the four men's bodies reacted instinctively. It wasn't a conditioned reflex honed through rigorous military training, but something deeper and faster. The neuroreflex enhancement prosthetics implanted within their bodies, designed to adapt to the extreme environment of space and complex maintenance and combat missions, were now at work. The principle behind these prosthetics is similar to the Cyan Wisdom, but their technological roots can be traced back to the high technology left behind by the European Space Agency before the data collapse. Developed afterward, it's a new type of equipment unique to the High Knights. Its performance might be slightly inferior to the current top-of-the-line Cyan Wisdom, but it places minimal burden on the human body. Even the High Knights, whose physiques are somewhat weaker than Earthlings due to prolonged space travel, are able to use this to directly confront any opponent. The bullets' trajectories seem to slow down instantly, their visual tracking systems precisely judge the dangerous paths, and their bodies made tiny, efficient evasive maneuvers with millimeter-like precision. Bullets whizzed past their ears and heads, piercing the opposite car doors and interior walls, sending up countless holes filled with the whistling wind that rushed in at high speed, scattering debris everywhere. These lunatics. They really want to kill us. Africa growled, huddled tightly in the passenger seat, a bullet grazing his scalp, the scalp tingling from the heat. He had never imagined Earth's welcome would be so enthusiastic, that a life-or-death battle would begin only half an hour after arriving in Night City. The car can't hold on. Europe's voice held a barely perceptible tension. He could feel the car groaning. With each bullet hit, the body shuddered violently, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Middle East gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the steering wheel like iron clamps. His entire focus was on driving, his retina flashed with frantic environmental data from his prosthetic arm, calculating every detail. He couldn't drive straight. That would make him an easy target. He had to use the narrow, chaotic streets, every bend, every trash can, every protruding GG sign as makeshift cover. Hold on tight. He jerked the steering wheel sharply, the Supron screeching as it narrowly veered into a factory. The car almost brushed against the open factory gate, sending sparks flying. This sudden change of direction caught the Tiger Claw gang, riding their grass blade motorcycles behind them, off guard. All their bullets missed. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Inside the Gudrali van, the leader, a young master who believed they'd been tricked by the junkyard thugs, and was determined to kill them, roared furiously. Half his body was still sticking out of the van, and the muzzle of his submachine gun was smoking. Their driving skills were indeed poor. They relied entirely on brute force, and the vehicle's superior performance. They even had to slam on the brakes while cornering, nearly crashing into their motorcycle companions. They hastily changed course, continuing their pursuit of the four riders. This delay allowed Middle East, driving the Supron FS-3, to gain further distance. As time passed, Middle East's driving skills improved rapidly. His driving style became increasingly daring and effective. Utilizing the super-fast reflexes and precise judgment granted by his cybernetic implants, he pushed the dilapidated van to its limits. Gradually, he stopped trying to simply escape and began using the terrain for subtle counterattacks. To the right, abandoned scaffolding. Asia, closely monitoring the surroundings, quickly alerted. Middle East's eyes sharpened, and he swerved Supron sharply to the right. The dilapidated motorcycle scraped against the deserted metal scaffolding on the street, producing a teeth-grinding noise, and simultaneously ripped down a large amount of loose metal pipes and safety netting, scattering them like a shower of petals at the pursuing Gudra. Gudra's driver swerved to avoid them, his speed suddenly decreasing. They were now in a repair shop piled high with discarded tires. Middle East timed his move perfectly, sharply drifting, the rear of the motorcycle sweeping through the mountain of tires, instantly triggering a small-scale tire avalanche. The rolling tires obstructed the motorcyclist's pursuit. Then, when Gudra, the only vehicle capable of ignoring the tires and immediately catching up, arrived, the obstructed view prevented them from noticing a low, narrow, arched doorway in Supron's path. Supron's boxy body could easily pass through the doorway, but Gudra, which had forced its way past the tires, its more streamlined and wider body slammed violently into the doorway, instantly deforming its sides, cracking its windshield, and further slowing its speed. In such a complex environment, the Middle East seemed increasingly at ease, a feeling akin to piloting their homemade spacecraft through dense space debris in combat airspace. Haha, can't catch up. Looking at the pathetic pursuers behind him, Africa couldn't help but shout excitedly, temporarily forgetting the previous tension. This feeling of using intelligence and terrain to outmaneuver a powerful opponent brought back some of the thrill of adventuring in space ruins. However, the disparity in vehicle strength between the two sides couldn't be completely overcome by skill, and the Tiger Claw gang's young master was thoroughly enraged. After chasing the four riders away from the repair shop and back onto the open road, he became completely reckless. Ram them! Blow them to a stop! Forget the pedestrians. Accelerate! Accelerate! Crash everything in sight. I'm not afraid of the NCPD. I take responsibility. You know who my dad is. He can handle it, he roared, frantically ordering his accomplice driving the Gudra. At his words, the driver, whose prosthetic eye had also turned red with rage, nodded sharply. He slammed on the accelerator, and the Gudra, despite its damaged body, still boasted impressive performance. It roared, like a wild beast unleashed, accelerating recklessly, and slamming into the rear of Supron's car. Chapter 990. Bang! The massive impact sent the entire Supron lurching forward, the trunk lid flying off, and the four occupants thrown about. Zhongdong desperately steadied the steering wheel, feeling the steering system creak ominously. No! Another hit, and we're done for. Europe shouted, already smelling the burning odor coming from the engine compartment. Ahead lay a huge intersection, neon lights flashing, traffic flowing like a river. This was an opportunity, but also a potential for serious consequences. 3 roads now lay before Zhongdong. One was to accelerate straight ahead. This road was deserted, and oncoming traffic was swerving to avoid the speeding car. Taking this road wouldn't harm anyone, but based on the previous speeding incident, Zhongdong knew that on the straight road, their car would definitely be overtaken. So should he turn? There were still many people on the other 2 roads to the left and right, but he could easily shake them off again by turning. During the previous race, he realized his opponent wasn't very good at cornering. The only problem was that turning would inevitably draw the cars behind into the crowd, potentially causing multiple injuries or fatalities, given the opponent's recklessness. So how should he drive? Going forward would ensure the safety of others, but endanger himself. But was it necessary? They were just a bunch of ground-based criminals, and the ones chasing them were just some suddenly insane, mentally unstable ground-based criminals. Turning, endangering the crowd, but ensuring his own safety? That seemed reasonable. They were just a bunch of ground-based criminals, not his own people. What should he do? Middle East glanced in the rearview mirror at the approaching Gudra, its front end battered but still menacing. He took a deep breath, the air thick with the mingled smoke, burnt rubber, and excitement, filling his lungs. He gripped the steering wheel tightly. Hold on tight. One last gamble. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. The dilapidated Supron let out a final, almost collapsing roar, hurtling headlong towards the chaotic intersection, the Tiger Claw gang hot on their heels, determined to crush them. Get out of the way! Middle East frantically honked the horn. The piercing blare, and the oncoming vehicles forced pedestrians in the straight lane to scramble. Supron, like a blur, sped across the intersection. His companions beside him had all witnessed Middle East's actions. In that instant, each understood what their comrade had done, but no one uttered a word. They simply clung tightly to the last sturdy piece of furniture in the swaying, nearly falling vehicle, awaiting the impending impact. Trying to run? Seeing this, the young master from Gudrari grinned maliciously, believing his opponent had run out of options. Chase them. Crush them. Gudrari unleashed even greater power, rapidly closing the distance, its front end slamming into Supron's already weakened rear end once more. Bang! This impact was far more violent than any before. Supron's rear bumper detached completely, the entire trunk structure twisted and deformed, the wheels screeching against the ground, and the vehicle slid uncontrollably forward. Shongdong's forehead veins bulged, his grip on the steering wheel nearly crushing it. Relying on the enhanced reflexes granted by his implant and his experience handling loss of control in space, he frantically counter-steered, attempting to stabilize the vehicle. Supron traced a breathtaking S-shaped trajectory on the road, narrowly avoiding a truck traveling normally, but ultimately, he couldn't avoid a crash. Boom! The front of the car slammed into the metal guardrail on the side of the road, the hood instantly popped open, thick black smoke mixed with steam billowed into the sky, and the vehicle stalled completely, lying motionless in the middle of the road. After a brief silence, there was the arrogant screech of brakes from the Tiger Claw gang, and the roar of motorcycles closing in. Run! You think you're so fast? The leader, a young master, was the first to jump out of the car, striding to the driver's seat, and violently pounding the cracked window with the barrel of his gun, shards falling. His face flushed with a cruel yet excited gleam, savoring the triumphant thrill of a cat-and-mouse game. Before he could finish speaking, he raised his hand and fired a shot at the car door frame on the side facing Middle East. Bang! The bullet grazed Middle East's temple, the scorching heat and shards of glass stinging his cheek and making his ears ring. Get out! All of you, get out! Kneel! Another member of the Tiger Claw gang stepped forward, pointing the tip of his mantis knife into the car, his tone full of mockery and threat. Weren't you so tough just now? Why are you chickening out now? The four members of the High Knight exchanged glances. Europe's fingers trembled slightly again, his prosthetic arm humming. Asia shook his head almost imperceptibly, forcibly suppressing the urge to retaliate immediately. Wait a little longer, wait until they surround us, until the outside can't see us. It's that moment. Whoosh! A sharp, unique, and extremely penetrating engine roar, like tearing fabric, suddenly descended from the sky. The voice carried a cold, absolute authority, instantly drowning out all the noise in the street and even silencing the shouts of the Tiger Claw gang's young masters. Just moments before, the arrogant and domineering Tiger Claw gang's young masters, upon hearing this voice, seemed to have gone from madness to suddenly realizing a tremendous terror. Their faces turned deathly pale, especially the ringleader, whose sinister smile froze, then transformed into utter fear. The submachine gun in his hand clattered to the ground, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, a dark puddle quickly forming beneath him. He had been so terrified he had lost control of his bladder. Oh no, it was, after realizing what he had done in his road rage and frenzy, his lips trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence, his eyes filled with despair. The father he had shouted for earlier was now far removed from his mind. The other Tiger Claw gang members weren't much better off. They were all frozen in place, as if under a spell, forgetting to raise their weapons, only staring up at the sky in terror. Seeing the previously arrogant ground fighter suddenly change his demeanor after hearing the sound, the four High Knights, puzzled, followed their gaze. A modified hover car with sharp lines, understated paint, and a cold metallic sheen appeared silently from afar, hovering above them, its posture exuding a commanding presence. Then, the hovercar's side door slid open, revealing fully armed figures inside, wearing specialized helmets and armor. Their weapons were clearly several levels superior to those of the Tiger Claw gang's young masters. The first gun barrels to appear after the hovercar's side opened were silently pointed downwards. What's striking is the clearly visible lettering on the chests of these armed personnel. S0U, Special Operations Unit, on the hovercar. A man who appears to be the captain surveys the chaotic scene below. His cold gaze sweeps over the limp Tiger Claw gang's young master, over the smoking Supron, and finally settles on the four High Knights from outer space inside the vehicle. His voice, amplified by a loudspeaker, is utterly emotionless, yet it instantly chills the air. Special Operations Unit on duty. This farce should end. Chapter 991. Name: Asia. Name: Middle East. Hearing the answers from the two men he asked, Andy frowned and looked at the young men in front of him. He had never seen such arrogant street thugs. Although Andy had worked his way up to become a mercenary to support his sister's education, he wasn't an idle mercenary. In fact, during his mercenary days, his knowledge was comparable to that of formerly educated corporate employees, not to mention his continued learning as an NCPD officer. Asia is the name of a continent, and the Middle East is a region, but neither of these names sounded like normal human names. Andy only frowned for the moment. He looked at the other two men. And you? Africa. Europe. Africa and Europe answered honestly, which made Andy feel a little amused. Looking at their youthful appearance, Andy turned to Middle East. Your name seems a bit out of place. Why not Oceania or America? Middle East gleaned something from Andy's words. He looked at the young man who had appeared before him shortly after they were brought there by the so-called Special Operations Team. His lips moved slightly, and then he said, "These are our names." "Then I take that for now." Andy didn't think much of it, assuming these young men were just giving him a code name. He had friends who used code names, people who only called him by his real name to close friends. This was common. If they didn't want to say it, they didn't want to. The only problem was that they wouldn't give their names, and their information couldn't be found in Night City's local database. However, considering the surveillance footage showed them initially appearing at a place like the International Lunar Spaceport, where people come down from space every day, many people go on trips to the moon to launder their identities, it would be difficult to find anything. But his friend had just arrested someone who had been to the Crystal Palace space station that morning, and this afternoon 4 people who had come down from space were racing the Tiger Claw gang on the street. Wasn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? Andy looked at the 4 men in front of him, recalling the dashcam footage he had reviewed before arriving, and thinking about their decision at the last intersection. He had an idea, but following procedure, he began his routine questioning. He placed the clipboard on his lap, leaned forward slightly, and scanned the 4 young men who claimed to be from Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. In Andy's observation, their posture seemed relaxed, but their spines were straight and their shoulders open, a posture developed through long-term, specific training, something far beyond what ordinary street thugs possessed. "How did the conflict start?" Andy asked calmly, his tone revealing little emotion. The 4 exchanged glances, and finally Asia spoke, his voice equally steady. "It was an accident. Our car, trying to avoid a pedestrian, accidentally grazed their car." "An accident?" Andy tapped his finger lightly on the dashboard. "The surveillance footage shows that when you entered that intersection, your vehicle was swerving, and according to the Tiger Claw gang members' testimonies," he paused here before continuing, "they said you deliberately cut me off, and your attitude was arrogant." "They're lying." The African man couldn't help but interject, his face contorted with indignation. "We were just about to apologize when they smashed our car window." The European man added coldly, "They threatened us with fists, and then with mantis knives." Andy ignored their words, turning his gaze to the Middle Eastern man. "You were the driver. Tell me, after the minor collision, why didn't you pull over and wait for them to handle it? Instead, you chose, well, to speed away?" He chose a relatively neutral word. The Middle Eastern man pursed his lips, recalling the scene, the insulting words, and the gleaming weapons. Their attitude didn't seem like they were willing to accept an apology or compensation. They demanded we get out of the car, and... He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. "They used threatening weapons and language. We thought getting out would be dangerous. So you chose to flee, leading to a nearly 20-minute high-speed chase through the city, during which you ran multiple red lights, drove dangerously, caused damage to public property, and indirectly caused several minor traffic accidents. I haven't even included the damages the auto repair shop is currently assessing." Andy read from the preliminary report, his tone still calm, but an invisible pressure descended. "Do you know the consequences of this kind of behavior in Night City? If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Special Operations Team, you might be lying in a garbage dump right now." The 4 remained silent. They had studied some Night City laws before coming, and of course knew the consequences, but they hadn't expected the conflict in the surface city to be so direct and swift, disrupting all their plans. Andy looked at them. These young people possessed an air that was completely out of place in Night City. Their composure in the face of pursuit, their decision to ultimately head towards an uninhabited direction at the crossroads, and their current display of inexplicable pride, all struck him as unusual. "Okay," Andy closed his clipboard, leaning back in his chair. The conflict stemmed from conflicting accounts, but the reckless driving was undeniable. According to procedure, without valid identification, involving reckless driving and disturbing public order, We can detain you until your identities are verified and further processing is pending. He noticed that when the topic of detention came up, the four men's muscles seemed to tense momentarily, though they quickly relaxed. But the fleeting, sharp glint in their eyes didn't escape his notice, a primal reaction to danger. However, Andy changed the subject, as if it had been casually mentioned. I noticed that at the last moment, you chose a route that might have been most detrimental to yourselves, but avoided harming innocent bystanders. That's uncommon in Night City, and even for outsiders, it deserves encouragement. He stood up. I have a suggestion. Andy's sharp gaze swept over the four men. Night City had far too many unsolved cases every day. The NCPD was never short-handed. You guys seem pretty capable and quick-witted, he said. Perhaps you could help us with some community service to offset your punishment. As a reward, I can help you get temporary identification. He smiled slightly, mimicking his friend's expression. After all, you don't want to be stuck in detention forever, or being targeted by the company because of your identity, right? Here, without identity, you can't move an inch. But having friends in the NCPD makes many things much easier. For example, when you want to find someone in this city, or investigate something, Andy added meaningfully, his gaze fixed on them, as if he could see their hidden motives. The four High Knights were silent for a moment, then Asia nodded. We see how things go. In other words, if things don't feel right, just leave. That's fine too. Welcome, foreigners from Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Night City hopes you can get used to it. Hearing Andy's words, the four looked at the strange smile on Andy's face, hesitated for a moment whether to remind the officer, and finally nodded. We will. The four High Knights from space said. Then, their first collaborative mission led them to their target. That evil person, or more accurately, a somewhat unrecognizable evil person. Chapter 992. So you guys caused trouble on the street, and were then recruited. River, in the medical department, glanced at the four somewhat awkward people before him, then looked at Andy, who had brought them, his eyes filled with inquiry. Although Andy had given prior notice, seeing these people, who had been recruited after a street race, and didn't even have any Night City affiliation, still seemed too frivolous to River. Even if these people were from outer space, the only thing they had in common with the criminal, Black Hand, seemed to be this. Moreover, the coincidences were strange. They had just discovered at noon that Black Hand had infiltrated Night City from outer space, and in the afternoon they witnessed four similarly suspected extraterrestrial visitors, causing a huge commotion and being immediately taken to the police station. It was too much of a coincidence, like a meticulously planned scheme. What if they were pawns set by the mastermind? Their arrest was a convenient pretext for a farce, their real purpose being to infiltrate the police station, to rescue them, or to silence the captured mastermind. In River's view, this was entirely possible. From any angle, Andy's decision was far too risky. Faced with River's doubts, Andy showed a special trust in the four men. Andy looked at them and said, River, relax. I know what you're worried about. Coincidence, risk, potential traps. But I seen the rescued car and surveillance footage. At the last moment, they chose to drive straight into the open area instead of leading the Tiger Claw gang into the crowd. Just that alone makes them better than most of the guys in the city, who would do anything to survive. He took a step closer, lowering his voice but making sure the four High Knights could faintly hear him. Besides, they're quite skilled, their reactions are faster than ordinary people. You're short-handed right now. Rather than wasting resources locking them up, or letting them go and face retaliation from the Tiger Claw gang, or being used by other forces, it's better to keep them under our noses. We see what they're made of. If they really have problems, it's easier to control them under our watchful eyes than to have them causing trouble in the shadows, isn't it? Why are you starting to say such risky things? This isn't like you. River's brow remained furrowed, but the opposition in his eyes lessened somewhat. Perhaps, it has something to do with my past as a mercenary. Andy glanced back at the group of four, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. They dared to buy a car as soon as they arrived in Night City, yet they couldn't even find the old captain's official car sales website. All they found were links to the old captain ripping off out-of-towners, leading to GG pages with higher prices. Too green. They don't seem like meticulously planned infiltrators. They remind me of myself when I first started out. That's hard to say. Maybe it's some kind of disguise. Even so, after Andy's explanation, River's initial opposition subsided somewhat. He sighed, his tone softening. Regardless, your actions this time were indeed procedurally flawed. Bringing someone directly to me based on a possible coincidence. Andy, that's a bit much. He paused, lowering his voice, more like a friendly reminder. Don't forget, I'm in charge of this operation. This wasn't a boast of authority, nor a warning. They'd known each other for a long time. One or two were either from Santo Domingo or nearby, making them fellow countrymen in the city. If Andy were to get promoted after Chief Jason retired, River would definitely be there too. It wasn't about connections, but sometimes it's true that you can trust your own people more. River's reminder at this moment was less of a reprimand and more of a concern. He was telling Andy, this overstepping of boundaries isn't good for either of us. If something really went wrong, River would take the blame, but if Andy was held responsible for interfering, his future promotions within the NCPD would be hindered. Who knows, those idiots in the city council might try to plant their own people. I know River. Andy, of course, understood River's thoughts. He nodded. But your situation has pretty much stalled, hasn't it? Even if it's just a fluke, it's worth a try, isn't it? You like to cast a wide net and make many inquiries when you're investigating, right? Besides, if something really happens, the insurance agents are already here, aren't they? Hearing Andy's words, especially his mention of the insurance agents arriving, and understanding that he was genuinely prepared to take responsibility even if it meant helping him, River had nothing more to say. To be fair, Andy's actions were indeed reckless and against the rules, but they weren't entirely without backup plans. To put it arrogantly, with those few in charge, it wouldn't be so easy for these four young men to cause any trouble in the police station. Moreover, anyone who thinks the NCPD operates with gentleness and courtesy these days is sorely mistaken. The NCPD may have changed somewhat, but in this city, the ones who can make gangs cry for their mothers are always the ones who are more ruthless and unreasonable than them. The NCPD has always had two faces when dealing with civilians and suspects. Judging from Andy's attitude, these four extraterrestrial visitors won't be getting away easily until the case is solved. Ultimately, while the Tiger Claw gang instigated the whole thing, they didn't cause any major disaster. However, they failed to completely resolve the issue on the spot and eliminate the Tiger Claw gang, instead creating a mess and causing significant financial losses. That's a fact. Seeing their shabby appearance, unable to even find a legitimate way to buy a car, and forced to drive a cheap one, they probably can't afford to lose much money. This help can be considered payment. Of course, the NCPD won't let them work for free. If they didn't help with the Black Hand case, but worked diligently, and had no connection to the Black Hand, they naturally receive a reward after the case closes, along with a citizen certificate as a token of their service. Furthermore, having them help the NCPD avoids direct retaliation from the Tiger Claw gang. If they really wanted to stay in Night City, the NCPD desperately needed capable and courageous outsiders like them, and they wouldn't be on the payroll. Having roughly grasped Andy's intentions, and knowing that Andy valued these young men to some extent, River stopped talking after figuring it out. Come with me. He turned to the four men who had been listening quietly, their faces still bearing a youthful naivete, as if they had just graduated from community school. Watch your step, don't wander off, security is tight here. Although River still harbored a suspicion that this naivete was merely a carefully crafted facade, surrounded by numerous NCPD officers, he still led them further inside. He wanted to see if these fellow visitors from outer space could truly break the deadlock in the case. However, what followed completely exceeded his expectations. As the four obediently followed Andy and River, under the silent watch of the Special Operations Team, into the intensive care unit separated by bulletproof glass in the medical department, their gazes were instantly locked onto the figure lying on the hospital bed on the other side of the glass. A wicked person. The young black man among the four, who was named Africa, couldn't help but gasp in shock when he saw the arm. Chapter 993. The moment the African voice rang out, the bodies of the European, Asian, and Middle Eastern officers tensed slightly, but it wasn't a prelude to attack. Rather, it was an instinctive reaction of extreme shock and confirmation of their target. They quickly exchanged glances, the information relayed in an instant. They found him. Despite their best efforts to restrain themselves, how could this sudden movement and the out-of-control African voice escape the eyes of officers like Andy and River? What's going on? River's hand had already subtly reached for his holster, his voice questioning, you know him? Andy's gaze swept across the four men's faces. Having already guessed their likely purpose in coming to Night City, he spoke, his tone meaningful. It seems, the person you came specifically to find has been located? Realizing their lapse in composure had drawn attention, Asia, the leader, took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned to River and Andy, his voice still steady, but his pace slightly quickening, his heart pounding with excitement. Officers, we know him, or rather, we know his hands. Hands? River, listening to Asia's words, maintained his wary stance, but a thoughtful expression crept across his face. What's wrong with these hands? These hands belong to a sinner. We absolutely cannot be mistaken. Africa said, somewhat agitated, but his words, though passionate, clearly restrained himself from revealing more information. He looked at the black hand lying there, then at Asia, the leader, and ultimately said nothing more, suppressing his excitement. This vague answer clearly did not satisfy River. It seems Andy's actions this time really did coincide with a series of coincidences. These people from outer space are actually connected to this matter. But thinking about it, it makes sense. There are quite a few visitors from outer space in Night City, but such a high density makes it strange if they weren't connected. River's gaze shifted from the hesitant African man back to Asia. He could see that this young man was the backbone of the team. The situation had changed. When coincidences are proven to be more than coincidences, it means clues are surfacing. River leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharpening and focusing. It was time to move into a formal, serious questioning session. It seems you know him better than we do. Now, can you tell me in detail what he did to you? This could very well be related to the case we're investigating. Faced with River's wary questioning, Asia took a deep breath, knowing that he needed to provide more information to gain their trust. Although he hadn't expected his target to suddenly appear before him, and to be captured by Night City's NCPD, seemingly undergoing some kind of experiment, things had come to this. To salvage his reputation, he had to cooperate with the NCPD, or at least ease the current tense atmosphere. He forced his gaze away from the pair of black prosthetic arms, and met the eyes of the two officers. He disrupted our coming-of-age ceremony. The Asian voice became clearer. This was the most sacred ceremony in our community, where every young person had to go to, an area filled with historical relics, and, through their own abilities, find or assemble a token that represented their personal responsibility and honor. He carefully chose his words, avoiding mentioning specific space stations or orbital locations. The token would accompany us for life, until death, but at the most crucial moment, it appeared. Asia couldn't help but glance at Black Hand again. He and his companions disrupted the ritual, causing chaos and leading to the failure of all four of us, preventing us from obtaining the token, a tremendous disgrace for us. Accomplices? Rivers keenly grasped the word, his brow furrowing. You mean, he had accomplices? Yes. Asia nodded firmly. We didn't know their specific identities, but each of them possessed a black prosthetic arm. The difference was that only his arm was on his left, while the others had theirs on their right. He seemed to be the leader. He was collecting something at the ritual site, likely a technological relic from a past war, but we couldn't be sure. By the time we realized their intentions, they had already disrupted the ritual, stealing all the tokens we had been instructed to obtain according to the Prophet's instructions. Left arm. The others had right arms. Rivers repeated this crucial information in a low voice, his eyes growing increasingly grave. He immediately issued instructions in a low voice via internal communication. Technical team, re-examine the Black Hand's prosthetic records, focusing on whether there are any asymmetrical designs or special modules between the left and right arms. Also, expand the database comparison scope, searching for any records involving black prosthetic arms, especially cases of asymmetrical left and right arms. The Black Hand is not a single person. After issuing the instructions, he looked back at Asia, his tone serious. Can you be certain they are an organized group, and not acting alone? Europe chimed in. We can confirm that their actions were coordinated, their division of labor clear, their disruption of the ritual, collection of artifacts, and evacuation all proceeded very swiftly, clearly meticulously planned. We even suspect that the interference technology they used originated from the relics they collected. Relics? Andy mused. You mentioned the area containing historical relics, and the Prophet. Could you elaborate? This might help us pinpoint their origin or target. Asia shook his head, his face a mixture of helplessness and determination. Officer, please understand. The specific form and meaning of the Prophet's words are one of our community's highest secrets. We cannot reveal the details. We can only tell you that it is of paramount importance to us, and their actions have not only robbed us of our honor, but also desecrated our traditions. Their insistence, while somewhat disappointing to River, ironically increased the credibility of their words to some extent. River pondered for a moment, then made his decision. He looked at the four young men, his tone solemn. All right, we respect your cultural taboos, but our cooperation from now on needs to be built on greater trust. You already provided information, so we will gradually share our known information about the Black Hand, including his implant data, his movements after infiltrating Night City, and our preliminary analysis of his motives, within limits based on trust. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the four. In exchange, You must tell me everything about their behavioral patterns, the technological characteristics they might use, and how you initially plan to track them down. Also, we need your assistance when necessary." Faced with River's words, the 4 Asian representatives exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. "As long as we can retrieve our token, we are willing to cooperate with the NCPD." Well, River wasn't dissatisfied with their answer. He was about to say something when a voice interrupted the conversation. "It seems you are High Knights." A seemingly ordinary sentence, yet it directly revealed the identities of the 4 people, causing them, along with Rivers and Andy, to turn their attention to the source of the voice. And that person was V, who had just approached.